Ezra died. Minus 313 3. The Great minus 313 3449 The Minyan Shtero began. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history minus 273 3488 Simon the Zadok. Greek, Septuagint, 143,621 The revolt of Mattatyahu the Chasmonai. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Chashmonaim. Secular year Jewish year event in history minus 139 3622 Judah the Maccabee ruled. Minus 139 3622 The second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Minus 138 Festival. Minus 133 3628 Judah the Maccabee was killed in battle. Minus 133 3628 Yonatan, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 127 93 3668 Judah Aristobulus, son of Yochanan Hyrcanos, ruled. Minus 91 3670 Alexander Yanai, son of Yochanan Hyrcanos, ruled. Minus 73 wife of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 65 3696 Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled, TD greater than. Minus 61 3700 The Romans gained control. Judea minus 61 3700 Hyrcanos II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 43,721 Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers. The Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history minus 36 3725 Herod I ruled. Killing all the Chashmonaim minus 33 3728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19 3742 Herod I began rebuilding the second Beit Hamikdash minus 11 3000 was completed. 1 3761 Archelaus, son of Herod I, ruled. 8 3768 Hillel died. 10 3770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman Emperor. 28 3788 The Sanhedrin moved from the second Beit Hamikdash. 44 3804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa I, ruled. 53,810 Rabbi Gamliel I, son of Shimon, died. 66 3826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69 3829 The second Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74 3834 R. Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86 3846 The Sanhedrin moved from place to place. Under R. Gamliel II. 1333893 Batar fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134 3894 Judaism was banned. And R. Akiva was imprisoned. 189 3949 R. Judah Hanasi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 2193979 Rav left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247 4007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. R. Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294,050 R. Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298 4058 R. Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304 Talmudic authority. 309 4069 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 321 4081 R. Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325 4085 Abaye was the leading Talmudic authority. 359 4119 Hillel II, who established the calendar. became Nasi 392 4152. Rashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427 4000. Gemara 475 4235. The Talmud was complete when Rabbi II died. The Rabbanan, secular year Jewish year event in history. 551-4311. Mar Zutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589-4349. The Talmudic Academy of Pumbedita was reconstituted. 609-4369. The Talmudic Academy of Sura was reconstituted. 6 of Israel. 614-4374. The Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629-4389. The Byzantine Empire reconquered the land of Israel. 636-4396. Art. Firuz Shabur, 637-4397. The Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645-44051. Of the Takanat Hagonim was enacted at this time. 755. Land of Israel. 759-4519. Ar Yehuda became Gaon of Surah. 759-4519. The Halisho Gedalot, Mahag, was written at this time. 788-45. This time, 858-4618. Ar Amram, who wrote the Siddur, became Gaon of Surah. 928-4688. Rabbi Nu Sadia was appointed Gaon of Surah. 955-4715. 4 time, 968-4728. Ar Sharira became Gaon of Pumbedita. 997-4757. Ar Hai became the last Gaon of Pumbedita. 1038-4798. Ar Hai died, and the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishona. The Crusade Massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1040-4800. Rabbi Nu Gershom Meor Hagolah died. 1088-4848. The Rif arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1096-4856. The Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1099-4859. Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1103-4863. The Rif died, and the era of the Tosafot began. 1135-4895. The Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1144-4904. The first, recorded, blood libel took place. 1147-49. Rabbeinu Tam was captured by the Crusaders. 1148-4908. The Rambams and the Radix families left Cordova. 1165-4925. The Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1171. 4935. The Rashbam died. 1184-4944. The young son of the Re was killed. 1187-4948. Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1189-4900. 1190-4950. Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1191-4951. Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radik, wrote his commentary. 1194-4954. The Ramban, Nachmanides, was born. 1198-4959. The Rabbi died. 1204-4965. The Rambam died. 1236-4996. Rampaging mobs massacred Jews and burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1244-5004. Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1252-5012. The Inquisition began to use torture. 1267-5027. The Ramban left, settled in the land of Israel. 1270-5030. The Ramban died. 1286-5046. The Maharam Mi Rothenberg was imprisoned. 1290-5050. New works advanced the study of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim Persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 12905050 All Jews were expelled from England. 12935053 The Maharam Me Rothenberg died in prison. 1 began. 12985058 The author of the began. 12985058 The author of the Mordecai and Hagahot Maimonides were killed. 13055065 The Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 13055006 The Turk arrived in Spain. 13065066 All Jews were expelled from France. 1310 5070 The Rashba died. 1320 Jews were massacred by the Pastoral Crusaders. 1327 Jews of Germany were massacred by the Armletter bands. 13385098 The Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1349 5109 The Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1367 Rabbi and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1391 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1391 The Ravash and Rashbats left Spain. 1394 The final expulsion of Jews from France. 1413 5173 with Christians. 1421 5181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Hazara. 1475 The invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1481 1488 Obadiah de Bertinoro settled in Jerusalem. 1491 5251 Columbus consulted R. Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 1492 of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1493 R. Yitzchak of Arbanel arrived in Naples from Spain. 1496 All Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1516 5276 The Ein Yaakov was printed. 1516 The Turks, Ottoman Empire. Many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1553 5314 A mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1563 5323 The Shulchan Aruch was completed by R. Yosef Karo. 1570 Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1572 5332 The Arizal died in Zafat. 1573 5333 The Maharal came to Prague. 1573 5000 died in Zafat. 1599 5359 The Maharal returned to Prague again. 1614 5374 The Maharsha became rabbi in Lublin. 1616 5377 The arrived in the land of Israel. 1629 5389 R. Yom Tov Lipman Heller was imprisoned in Prague. 1645 Rul Sirks. The Bach died. 1646 The Shach and Taz, on Shulchan Aruch, were printed. 1648 Jews were massacred by Chmielnicki's forces. Early Acharonim and East European massacres. Secular history. 1654 The first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1655 5415 Many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1656 5416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1656 5416 Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. 1673-5433 the Magen Abraham, on Shulchan Aruch, was completed. 1676-5437 Shulchan Aruch was printed. 1698-5458 the Baal Shem Tov was born. 1702-5463 the Ni Yehoshua's family was killed in an explosion. 1712-54 R. Yaakov Kuli, B.M. Loez, arrived in Constantinople 1727-5487 the Mishnah Lamelech died. 1734-5494 Jews were massacred by the Haidamach bands. In history, 1741-5501 the Hayim arrived in the land of Israel. 1747-5507 R. Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, Rothschild, died in Akko, Acre, 1755. Hamburg 1754-5515 R. Yechezkel Landau, known as the Noda Bar Yehuda, became rabbi in Prague 1757-5518. The Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud 1759-5519. Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1760-5520 the Baal Shem Tov died. 1764-5524 the Council of Four Lands, known as the Bad Arba Arizat, was discontinued. 1768-5528 despite resistance, the Haidamachs massacre thousands. 1772-5532 the Maggid of Mezerich died. 1782-5542 R.N. Adler and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda Bar Yehuda. 1786 The Pale of Settlement was established in Russia 1793. 5,553 Jews suffered in Reign of Terror of French Revolution 1797. 5,558 The Vilna Gaon died. 1798-55 From first imprisonment. 1799-5559 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1806-5566 The Cheetah, R. Chaim Yosef David Azulai, died. 1806 In Pressburg 1809 5570 R. Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev died. 1810-5571 R. Nachman of Breslov died. 1814-5574 R. Akiva Eger of Peshisha. Both died. 1815-5575 Choza of Lublin and R. Mendel of Rymanov both died. 1819-5579 Anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany 1827 5587 1840-560 OR Yisrael of Ruzhin was released from imprisonment. Later Acharonim and the Changing Society. Secular Year Jewish Year Event in History. 1843-5603 The Zemek Tzedek of Arrested in Russia 1846 5606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews 1848 5609 R. Yisrael Salanter left Vilna 1851 5611 Maine 1859 5619 R. Menachem Mendel of Kotske died. 1864-5624 The Malbiim was imprisoned and then expelled from Romania 1866 5626 Chidushei Harem, Tiferet Shlomo, and Zemek Tzedek died. 1873-5633 The Chafetz Chaim was published. 1874-5634 The Minchat Chinnich died. 1878-5638 Petah Tikva agricultural settlement was established. 1881-5641 Many Jews began leaving the pogroms. 1886-5646 R. Shlomo Gonsfried, author of Kitzer Shulchan Aruch, died. 1892-5652 R. Chaim Brisker, became rabbi in Brisk 1905. Were killed in official Russian pogroms. 19115671 Chazan Ish was published. 19145674 Over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 19 During the Russian Revolution 1923 5684 The Daf HaYomi study cycle commenced. 19275687 The sixth Lubavitcher Rebbe was released from Soviet prison. 1938 In Germany, the Holocaust. Secular Year Jewish Year Event in History. 19395699 Germany started World War II. And mass killing of Jews 1941 5701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia 1941 5701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Ponary 1942 570 Sent to death camps. 1943-5703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad 1943 5703 The remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1. Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok 1943 5703 The Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944-5704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944-5705 Uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945-5705 Nazi Germany was conquered. And World War II ended. 1945-5705 6 million Jews. And World War II ended. 1945-5705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular Year Jewish Year Event in History. 1947. 5707 Publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947-5708 The United Nations divided Israel. 1947-5708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 5708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949-5709 The War of Independence in Israel ended. 1950-5710 All Jews left the ancient Jewish community. Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951-5711 The Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956-5717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert 1960. Established the Tefillin Campaign 1967 5727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War 1973 5734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle Campaign. 1982-5742 Massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon 1987 5746 The first international conference of the Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993-5753 A secret agreement. Signed in Oslo 1994 5754 The Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008-5767 Deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad house in Mumbai. India, kills 6. 2020-5780 Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tehillah for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, everybody. I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 sessions, we are now on session 14 of this, what was supposed to be a 9-series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, 14 sessions is still too few. I can basically keep teaching this class one day a week for the rest of my life and still not exhaust all the things there are to say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll say very honest, this last session is going to in some ways be the thinnest because this is where my expertise really runs out. And I'll be very frank about that. It's just honestly the case. My expertise, I hit a wall, and my wall really is really with Hasidism. I don't know nearly as much about Hasidism as I probably should. So learning about Hasidism and everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. Everyone has gaps in their knowledge, and it's important to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, not to pretend we know things we don't. And it's definitely from Hasidism forward that that's the real gap in my knowledge. Not that I don't know anything, but there are certainly people out there who know a lot more than I do. In fact, I've just invited a good friend of mine to do some talks, maybe at least a talk at Congregation Tehillah about Hasidism, because I really do feel like I gave it short shrift and it deserved a lot more attention, a lot more deep attention than I gave it. And so I reached out to a good friend of mine who knows a lot about Hasidism to maybe do a lunch and learn. So we'll see if that works out. But at any rate, welcome to I would say welcome to the end, but it's not the end. It's welcome to the ellipsis, the ... Because, of course, Kabbalah is not going to go away anytime soon. Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah is doing actually a lot better now in the early part of the 21st century than it was doing in the middle of the 20th century. In the middle of the 20th century, I would say that Kabbalah, in some ways, was at death's door, and it's doing much better now. So in a substantial way, we're not saying goodbye to Hasidism or goodbye to Kabbalah. Rather, we're saying ... It's going to continue to grow and change. And I've heard really cool and exciting things about developments in the Haredi world, where we're getting sort of new and dynamic Kabbalistic thought. And if we do end up moving to Israel Palestine, at least for a few months next year, I'm looking forward to kind of getting into that and seeing what's going on in the Kabbalistic world there in Jerusalem. Well, as we marked last time, the sort of post-Shabbatite world is, I would say that it's actually more sophisticated in many ways than the Shabbatite world. The Shabbatite world is marked by a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really. And that's part of why Shabbatai study was so successful, is that people really didn't understand what was going on. They weren't really versed in Kabbalah. And when you read something of a very technical nature, you can be overwhelmed by it, very convinced by things that simply aren't really true or deep. They can sound deep, but in fact they're not. And I think that's true of a lot of things that went on in the Shabbati movement. They sounded Kabbalistic and had a Kabbalistic veneer, but if you scratch the surface even a bit, you realize that the kind of reasoning that justified the stuff that went on with Shabbatai Tzvi and Frank was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that once people actually scratch the surface of it and realize, oh, this is just, gold gilding, they abandon it pretty quickly. So the years after Shabbatai Tzvi's apostasy and after the whole business, what you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah, and that shouldn't be surprising. This whole Shabbatai business is a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is there's kind of a closing of the ranks. That is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what people end up doing is returning to the period, returning to the Kabbalah much like it was in the period before Shabbatai, where things were a bit more closed off, a bit more guarded, a bit more silent, which I think is probably not always for the worst. And so the developments within Kabbalah, in fact, the developments in Kabbalah since then have been relatively conservative, which is to say, we don't see major developments outside of Luria and Kabbalah. There's never really been a significant post Luria and Kabbalah. It's at some point become commentary footnotes to Isaac Luria. And so that relatively conservative moment, that relatively conservative movement marks Kabbalah from about the mid-17th century all the way until now. And as I talked about last time, two major Kabbalistic schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by the Mizrahi Rabbi Rabbi, and another in Brody in Poland. And those two will become the central schools, so to speak, of Kabbalah, the big schools, in the period after that. But of course, it's worth pointing out that Kabbalah also developed very highly technical Kabbalah in Baghdad, in Kurdistan, in Morocco, Marrakesh was a huge Kabbalistic center. So Kabbalah continued to develop in the aftermath of the Shabbat Tzvi business, especially in the Sephardic world, without really a hitch. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardi world was much more stable than the Ashkenazi world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. But again, I think I mentioned this several times ago that a lot of the people that were really seduced by the Shabbatian movement were people who had only recently really come back to Judaism. And so they don't really anchor in Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the communities in Marrakesh, the communities in Baghdad, they've been there for 1,000 years, easily 1,000 years. And so when they looked at the whole Shabbat thing, they were like, no. So because they had a much deeper education, so the Sephardi world was a bit less affected by the whole thing. And so it's not surprising that in Jerusalem, who never accepted the whole Shabbat business to begin with, they excommunicated him as soon as they could, that one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of all of it will develop. And as I mentioned last time, the two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school of Beidel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration or kavanah during prayer. And that school, again, will last basically until 1969, when the last adherent of that school died, which is amazing how long. The school lasted for hundreds of years, although very tightly guarded, very disciple-student oriented. And of course, the other is a Klois in Poland, and that is going to be largely influenced by Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah and Jewry. And Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah is going to be mostly remarked by its intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that world is going to flow a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Lurianic Kabbalah, especially vis-a-vis the old Cordoveran system, which I have to this period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, it's the most important movement in Judaism probably in the past 300 years. Hasidism went on to spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, a new system of social relations, a new system of customs, a new system of dress. All kinds of things have come out of the Hasidic world. A whole new style of song, the Nigunim that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with, come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world where we have a focus on extreme piety, but also piety that's meant to find the divine in the everyday. It's a piety in which God is lurking all about you, but you can't see God. The divine is everywhere. I think of the line from the Quran, which I can easily imagine a Hasidic Rebbe having written, where the Quran says that Allah is closer to you than your jugular vein. That image in the Quran has always struck me as incredibly evocative. And I can easily imagine someone like Nachman Breslov having written something just like that. So the idea that the divine is that close to you, the obstacle is just you. You and your ego are fundamentally you and your lusts and your desires. It's your desire to get rich or to have fame or to be loved by someone or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of your relationship with the divine, so that the divine for the Hasidic movement is right there. You just have to do the work of of bitul, of erasing the barriers between you and the divine, and it's in the erasure of those barriers that one can experience the divine in the everyday, including even in the movements of one's physical body, the sound of a bird. Some of the Rebbe's were even alleged to be able to understand the language of the birds. They would listen to birds sing. They said they're singing, they're talking, they're having theological debates that the Rebbe's could understand the Fegelsprach, and that the Fegelsprach allowed them to hear the debates among the rabbis of the birds. I always thought the beautiful idea of sitting in the forest, listening to the birds, rather than just hearing like the rest of us, normie people that all hear birds. The Rebbe's, they don't hear birds; they hear the debates among the birds about God. And so I always found that to be a very beautiful example of Hasidism, where it's not just you're not just hearing bird sounds, you're hearing theological debates among the animal worlds. So again, according to the Hasidic idea, it's the deep desire to experience the divine in every aspect of life, and to cleave to God, Devekus. The Devekus is even clinging to God, and you cling to God, and the way that you do this, at some level, by cultivating a relationship with shamanic character in the Hasidic world. This is the Rebbe, sometimes they're tzaddikim, seducim. They're these righteous people who have a unique relationship with God. They are intensely holy. And of course, these rabbis go on to set up various courts, and those courts really operate a bit like royalty. They still do operate a bit like royalty even to this day. And so you have a loyalty to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe. And the chassid encounters the divine primarily through the Rebbe, and it's in that Rebbe chassid relationship that Hasidism really grows up to become some of the more light spirituality that it is. Today, we'll talk a little bit about how that's gotten a little stranger with especially with the Shabbat movement, which I forgot to mention much in the later slides, which I'll need to talk about that in a little bit as well. But we'll see how that develops. So, as we stopped last time, the sort of cliffhanger from last time was that what I think that no one really realized in the aftermath of the whole Shabbatai Speed thing, that as much as the Shabbatai Speed business was a disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was a bigger deal. The same year the Shabbatai Speed converted to Islam and apostatized in 1666, and I'm sure as many folks in the room know, 1666 is a dynamite year in the history of science. It's the year that Isaac Newton discovered or invented calculus. Of course, he discovered it at the same time as Leibniz. There's bitter debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered the fundamental nature of light, and also basically figured out Newtonian physics as we know them now. And he published all that in 1666. This is called the Year of Miracles. So at the same time that Newton is figuring all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabbatai converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, and for me too, when I think about Shabbatai's conversion, I think of it as a medieval thing. It's like something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think of somehow Newton not having happened a long, long time ago. Newton feels very modern to me. It feels like I could just sort of, we could play chess with somebody like Star Trek. And they happened at the same time. They happened the exact same year. And so what's coming down the pike, and what I think the Jewish world did not see in the aftermath of this entire Shabbatai business, was the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment is happening all around the Jewish world, in France, and in North America, and in England, and in Holland, and Germany. The Enlightenment was developing a huge, completely new worldview that was dynamically breaking from what had come before, with this emphasis on rationality, this emphasis on experimental science, this emphasis on extreme logic. And so we're going to get philosophers like Descartes, like Spinoza. Spinoza's philosophy rejects there's a God separate from nature. It's just nature. And nature is God, and God is nature. It's the same thing. We're getting the mechanistic philosophers. The philosophers that believe that all of nature is like a giant machine. If you study it carefully, you can understand how it works. If you understand how it works, you can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things for you. This incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful, and in many ways I think quite bad. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. It just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, I mean what I really mean is Napoleon showed up. what Hegel called the world spirit on horseback. Napoleon shows up in Central Europe and even Eastern Europe. Remember, he marched all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, recall, he brought with him these Enlightenment ideas. His army was a sort of enlightened army, as much as armies are ever enlightened. And Napoleon brought with him the metric system. He brought with him French Revolutionary ideas. He brought with him the idea that if you're a citizen of a country, then you should have equal protection under the law. You should never be. There should never be second-class citizens. Either you're a citoyen or you're not. And if you are citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the rational law. Now, of course, I'm not saying Napoleon was perfect or anything like that, but he was a big enough deal that Hegel thought at some level he represented the very movement of Geist, the very movement of God in the realization of Godness in the world. Now, of course, Hegel got disappointed with him later, but it made a big impression on the young Hegel. And so this is at the same time that the Hasidic movement is taking off. And so when these two movements come into conflict with each other, come into contact with each other, there's going to be a break-off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to Enlightenment values, and they're going to incorporate those Enlightenment values into the Jewish world. And that is called the Haskalah, the Enlightenment. And I think for almost everyone here in this class, and almost probably everyone hearing my voice, all of us are pretty enticed at some level by Enlightenment ideas. The idea of equal protection under the law, you can't be just killed because of what you believe in, that we have a rational system of weights and measures, not that we do in this country, but in most countries in the world, that the scientific, the very fact that I'm talking to you through this machine is proof of the success of the Enlightenment. So for many Jews, the Enlightenment was a solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness of the Jewish world, what they thought to be a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers who divine the will of God, and who knows how they figured these things out. And they believed in werewolves and vampires, and they believed in all this stuff in Kabbalah. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that and wanted to rush into the world of the Enlightenment, and they did. They did. In fact, for the Jewish folks here, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks in this class, you are the children of the great-great-great-grandchildren of the masculine, of the Enlightenment folks. Because the Enlightenment was very, very successful, and for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of rational Judaism, the integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism, became, incredibly polarizing. We also, speaking again for the Jewish folks in the room, we live in an incredibly easy world compared to our ancestors, because in many ways we can adapt both worlds. We can be religious, and we can be in the Enlightenment somehow. Well, that's distinct. There was no middle ground in the 18th century. Either you jumped ship and you joined the Enlightenment camp, or you stayed behind in the shtetl and you stayed in the world of the pre-Enlightenment, or the traditional world, I suppose one could say. And so, in the traditional world, they realized how much of a threat this was. They were terrified of this, and they doubled down on the traditional aspect of the world. And so, in many ways, both Enlightenment Judaism and Haredi Judaism, that is to say, the black hat, ultra-Orthodox Judaism that we recognize now, are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know that sometimes Haredi folks like to pretend as if they're the legitimate continuers, inheritors of a discrete, continuous line of Judaism reaching all the way back to Moses. If you ask them, Moses wore a black hat and spoke Yiddish, but I guarantee you he didn't. The reality of the modern Judaism is at some level, all of it is a response to the Haskalah. It's all a response. Either you double down on tradition and you retreated into the world of the dynastic world, of the Hasidic world or the Livish world, or you drifted off into the secular world. You tried to make a go at either becoming assimilated, or you tried to balance out both. Assimilation was the largest, the earliest movement. So what we have here basically is a choice between at some level assimilation, right? As much as those countries that allow you to assimilate, whether it's the French and the Germans, and as you know from the terrifying history of how this will go, it will fail. Assimilation ultimately was a failed strategy. It did not protect Jews in the end. And neither did God, by the way. It wasn't like majority people were protected when the first pandas rolled in. And so what we have is a dualistic, a polarized world by the 1700s in which there are Haskalah Jews, and then there are traditional Jews. The world becomes polarized, it becomes increasingly polarized. Now, that's not to say that Kabbalah stops. If all the kinds of things that have not stopped the Kabbalah had to stop them, whether it was the Crusades or that Red Sea event or whatever pogroms would have stopped the Kabbalah, well, this whole Enlightenment thing didn't stop it either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism in the medieval or in the early modern world, they continued to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on. For them, they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there is a huge outpouring of literature. This is a time period where the folks in the Chabad movement, who I'm sure many folks have had contact with, they began very rigorously developing their movement. Also, it's worth pointing out that the Chabad movement becomes sort of the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in the world of the mind and the world of the intellect as opposed to just the world of the emotions. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of Hasidic philosophy as opposed to just songs of being happy or whatever. So this is a period of people like Rebbe Nachman of Breslov, which I imagine most folks have heard of. Nachman of Breslov is probably one of the most famous Rebbe's of this time period. He's of course known for his deep spiritual reflections and his existential torment experiences. He was a person of great highs and great lows. I guess most historical people who we end up remembering are kind of manic depressive in this way, and so Rabbi Nachman is known for this extreme joy and extreme sorrow he was capable of feeling. And ultimately, he's going to give rise to the neo-Hasidic movement, which we'll talk about in a minute, but also the Nanach, which I imagine if you've ever spent time in Israel, you will at some point encounter some Nanach guys who tend to smell as pious as they are. They wear the knit cap Nanach written on it. They listen to techno music and dance around. They're generally, that was the right word, pious to a fault, something. So those guys are out there and they're a big deal in the neo-Hasidic world. Of course, also at this time period, probably one of the most important modern Jewish philosophers and mystics is also writing. This is a Ramchal, Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, who's probably the greatest traditional Jewish mind of the early modern period. And Luzzatto wrote a mountain of stuff. It's really, I was looking over something today and I was like, my God, this guy wrote 50 books. I mean, I've probably read one or two of them. He wrote 50 something books. It's an enormously huge output. But the Ramchal is known as a young man for having had a spiritual experience where he had a magi, or a spiritual teacher, begin to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Shabbatai Tzvi business, no one wanted to hear about anyone talking to spirits anymore. And so he kind of got kicked out of Italy a little bit. He kind of got expelled from Italy, and this led him on a journey through Europe. And in his journey through Europe, he ended up writing like I said, a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are Derech Hashem, the Way of the Lord. Derech Hashem is probably the most systematic, collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Kabbalah into one system. Derech Hashem is a really, really great book. You can get it in Hebrew and English if you want to study it. It's a fantastic text that really does the work of refining the sort of philosophy of the day. Although the philosophy of that one's a little outdated, but it's still a very amazing book. His other major book is a book on ethics, Masilah Yeshari, which is also really, really great to read, and also you can get it in English too. And both of these books have gone to become basically classics in the Orthodox world. There's even study sessions. They study these books over and over and over again, all through the years. So Derech Hashem and Masilah Yesharim are classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism, and again, they incorporate Kabbalistic and non-Kabbalistic philosophical elements into one text. Again, Chaim Luzzatto is probably say he's the most important rabbi of this period. At some level, he's probably the most important rabbi of this period. And so, very, very important fact. Also, over in Eastern Europe, they're also continuing to do classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening at this point in the Kabbalistic texts is a lot of systematization texts, which are trying again to systematize the Lurianic system. But also there are a lot of encyclopedic texts that are just going through and trying to list things and describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy. There are a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy, even than English. And Hebrew is a sort of clumsy language when it comes to doing philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. And a lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. And one of the more famous encyclopedias that gets written at this time is one of the books I would love to see translated. I have it downstairs, but I can read it. The other translating is beyond me. But it's the Sefer Kanaim. Sefer Kanaim is an encyclopedia of the Klipot. So the Klipot, as you may remember, are the shards left over in the process of creating the world, and those shards that are left over are actually demonic. Those are the demons that sort of haunt the Lurianic world, and it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. So we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here in the 18th, 19th centuries of Sefer Kanaim, which is a fabulous and interesting text. You can read it online and you can read it for free. Of course, you can get through Hebrew with the translations. Now, as you probably also know, in all of this, through the 19th century, the amount of anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. Anti-Semitism has always been there in Europe. There's always been European anti-Semitism. Well, the anti-Semitism gets a new added dimension. As you might imagine, as Jews become more and more part of secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges at the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. Of course, the most famous and infamous example of this is the Dreyfus Affair in the 19th century in France. And so, with this uptick in anti-Semitism and the ongoing reality of anti-Semitism, there's sort of three distinct ideas basically about what to do about it. One idea is the traditional idea: double down on being pious and God will protect you. It's been a going theory for many thousands of years. With that theory, no one's given up that theory. So one is double down on being pious and God will protect you. The other theory is that at some level, you just need to get out of Europe. Europe is just a death trap. We've been living in Europe now for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, it's just been a nightmare. It's just been pogrom after crusade, after blood libel, after witch hunt, after whatever. It's just that the Europeans are never going to accept us, and at some level, eventually they're going to try to kill us all. It's just a matter of time. Turns out they were right. So what do? You leave. You leave Europe. You pack your bags, and you leave Europe. And in the mid-19th century, that idea takes the form of secular Zionism. This is where Haskalah Jews, enlightened Jews, decide as a group that the situation in Europe is basically untenable and we need to leave. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very nascent Zionism. Now, it's two things that are worth noting here about really early Zionism is that it was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it doesn't really get to have much religious backing until the mid-20th century, frankly. And so Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of it was socialist. Not all of it was socialist the way we recognize it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messianic themes, and it was sort of, apocalyptic in its narrative and in its way it talked about the world, it wasn't really informed by Kabbalah. But I think that it was informed. If you read a lot of the language of the early Zionists, you will see a lot of the exile redemption language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly through the socialized Moses, right? So, to make that more clear, put a finer point on it. The Zionist movement early on was never influenced by Kabbalah directly, although I think that there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that have reached into Zionism, mostly because of sort of socialized Moses, because of Jews, and they've been raised on a diet of Kabbalah as well. So that's one part of it. The other part of it with the Zionist movement is that, from a religious perspective, it was completely remote. It was completely an Avera. The religious world rejected Zionism very early on. And when I say the religious world rejected Zionism, most of the religious world still rejects Zionism. It still says Zionism is a toxic ideology that is harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early, and even I said even the Reform movement very early on, even the Reform movement in Germany, at the very beginning of the Reform movement, they rejected Zionism in two major conferences. So even at the very far progressive end of the Jewish world, Zionism was very popular, at least to start. And it remains popular now, at least in the Haredi world. If folks have been watching the very wonderful show Shtisel, the soap opera, basically, you'll know in Shtisel, right, every time that they bring the Zionist up, Shulam's brother always says, he refers to the Zionism, he refers to Zionism as Shulam only, the evil people. He always calls them Shulam only, the evil people. And so this is a thing that develops early on in the response to Zionism. So it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until Rabbi, who we'll talk about in a minute, and it certainly wasn't until I think after the 88 war that in a big way religious Zionism was recognized. I think it's a relatively minority movement. The Kabbalah, of course, continues to develop. Right? It's not like the Kabbalah stops. Slide. Oh yes, this is a mistaken slide, but there's an extra thing down here I want to talk about. I must have bumped this slide up. But anyway, the one last thing I want to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happened in the non-Jewish world is that sometimes what is referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival was a re-interest in occult sciences, alchemy, and sort of a romantic interest in this stuff. And what you get are people like Ebenezer Sidley and Barrett, who are people who published the Magus. You have a bunch of people really interested in the occult again, and this sort of occult revival that occurred primarily in the 19th century also incorporates some older elements of Christian Kabbalah, and they ultimately develop a new form of Kabbalah out of Christian Kabbalah that gets referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, occult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry being combined with elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that develops what we now refer to as Hermetic Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's, of course, Jewish Kabbalah with a K, there is Christian Kabbalah with a C, and now this develops eventually in the early in the 19th century, 20th century into Hermetic Kabbalah with a Q. And these forms of Kabbalah continue into occult practice all the way to this day. So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation, although not a Jewish mutation, but primarily in the non-Jewish world, primarily in England, really, where this occult revival will take place. So the Hermetic Kabbalah is out there, and it's very popular. There's a whole big world of people spirituality is wrapped up with these very sophisticated, very complicated system of consciousness, typically referred to as so as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy, double down, being traditional. The other strategy is leave, go to Palestine or wherever. The other strategy that I mentioned a minute ago, too, is assimilation. Assimilation was a very daring strategy. Perhaps, I think, one of the more difficult, and I think that many of the people who did the job of assimilating, I think, get written off as traitors or something. I think it's really unfortunate the way we talk about that generation of folks. But assimilation was the really difficult task of trying to maintain two things at once. It was trying to maintain being Jewish and also trying to maintain your identity in a world that rejected you. Trying to be German and be Jewish, whatever German Jew meant. And the problem was that the Orthodox world hated you because they thought that you was a sellout, and the Germans never really accepted you either. And you could do anything, almost, right? I think of people like Husserl. Husserl was the great German philosopher whose son fought in World War I, and he still got fired when the Nazis took over. He they never could become Jewish enough. In fact, even for the anti-Semites, for the Nazis, the more that the Jews assimilated, the more dangerous they were. They were almost hiding among them. And so there was something about this that the strategy of assimilation was always going to be a somewhat of a losing game. But what ends up happening, at least in the academic world, is that, or at least in the religious world, rather, I should say, is that Judaism early on had to basically come to look like Mormonism. They had to make a Judaism that looked as much like the Lutheranism of the 19th, 20th centuries as possible. And that movement became the Reform movement, right? Ethical monotheism. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early Reform movement, it is amazing how similar they are. Even the choir, it's just like the organs and stuff, right? If you've ever been to a classical Reform synagogue, the organs, the choir, and they even moved Shabbat to Sunday mornings and all kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, at one level, one way of looking at that is they're trying to sell out. But again, I think that the more that you accuse them of that, you just walk a mile in their shoes and understand how devastating the reality of anti-Semitism was at that time and how awful it would get. And at the same time, I admire them. I admire the courage it takes to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish, being French and Jewish in a world that you basically get rejected by both sides no matter what you do. I think it's very heroic and a very difficult path to march. On the academic front, part of what had to happen to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify it to the world of the theologians. And that's the theologians largely of Lutheran theology in the mid and late 19th century, which, as you probably imagine, as you may know, even German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to the Bible. This is a time period where critical source theory was being developed. This is a time where the Bible was being systematically studied, scientifically studied for the first time. This is where Hebrew is really getting into the manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say the German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than Luther produced 30 years of what we do. It's amazing. These guys, they just knew 15 languages. They just did. That's just how they worked. They didn't have the whole Bible. They didn't have chunks of the Bible memorized. So the scholarship was very driven by Lutheran, pietist, very careful scholarship. And so what's emerging at the same time is the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism was largely spearheaded by a group of Jewish Haskalah scholars. This movement became known as the Wissenschaftliches Judentum movement. And Raza, I beg your forgiveness if I mispronounce my German stuff as I go. So the Wissenschaftliches Judentum movement, the scientific study of Jewish books, was a movement in the academic Jewish world to study Jewish literature using all the modern tools at that time of German scholarship and study religious literature. And they had to make a decision about what they studied, because what they studied and what they published basically represented Judaism to the outside academic world. So, what did they study? What did they publish? Well, the Talmud. They focused their energy on the Talmud. Why? Because the Talmud, for one, is a highly systematic, highly argumentative book based on logic. They can argue that Judaism is irrational because the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a book of arguments driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's a paragon of logic. Well, guess what isn't paragon-logical? Kabbalah. So, what did the Wissenschaftliches Judentum movement do? Ignored it. Basically pretended that it wasn't there. Why? Because it was embarrassing. It was superstition. It was occultism. It was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. For them, for the Wissenschaftliches Judentum movement, Kabbalah was an embarrassment that you put back in the darkness of the Middle Ages, because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying over the past 14 weeks, thinking to yourself, God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting that to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars being like, yes, Judaism. We believe that God masturbated reality that existed. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the Jews. The Jews are irrational. They're driven by superstition. They believe in nonsense. In this chapter, they had to make a decision, and the decision was not Kabbalah, Talmud. Talmud. And so early on, Kabbalistic literature was largely put on the back burner, put it politely. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, this is also the same time that all of the movements in Judaism are beginning to form. The Reform movement, the Conservative movement, the Masorti movement, the Reconstructionist movement begins in the early 20th century. All of the movements, even modern Orthodox Judaism, all of the movements in movement Judaism in the non-traditional Jewish world, all of them look at some level to this Jewish movement, and they base their Judaism at some level on the Judaism being pumped out by places like JTS, by places like German Scholarship, by places like Cincinnati, the Reform Seminary. And guess what? None of those places are doing. None of them are doing Kabbalah. Why? Because it's embarrassing. They do not want to look like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5-3 generations by scholars. Completely sidelined. And it's sidelined at a decisive moment in Jewish history. What is that decisive moment? The movement emerges. So if you grew up in a movement, the Reform movement, the Conservative movement, you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars were simply not being trained on Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained on it, they couldn't teach it. And because they didn't teach it, it was abandoned. This is the reason why, for folks who grew up, especially for folks who are a bit older than me, if you grew up in the movement Judaism world, you've never heard about Kabbalah. There's a reason why. Because the rabbis you had never learned about it. And that's because the generation before them never learned about it. The generation before them made decisions not to learn about it. And that's what happened. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Jewish movement. Modern Judaism basically decanonized. So the Zohar, Sefer Yetzirah, all the literature we've talked about basically goes back on the shelf. And what comes back is Talmud, if you're lucky, but mostly Tanakh. That's the reason why you will never really see in the movements until recently studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. I mean, for folks who here who grew up in the movement world, how often did you all study Talmud? How often was Talmud something that you would be encouraged to study? I've heard about much. It's tricky, yeah, even Talmud, right? Even Talmud was sidelined. You can imagine Talmud sidelined, and then surely Zohar was sidelined. So that's one part of the story. A huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. They still did Kabbalah, studied Kabbalah in the traditional world. It's in the progressive world that it was banned. It was decanonized in our world. It's only now lifting back into canonization. And I think it needs to be recanonized more quickly than that. Of course, the other thing that happens in this time is in the mid-20th century, and there's no way to avoid the elephant in the room. It's of course the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, European Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is the Hasidic Jews live basically in these very tight-knit social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They dress like Jews. Targeting them was the easiest thing in the world. They all live in the same shtetls and ghettos. So liquidating them, killing them, putting them on these cattle cars was very, very easy for the Nazis. So the Hasidic world was incredibly destroyed in the Holocaust. I think, unfortunately, and Roz would be the better expert at this than I would be, that the Hasidic world suffered apocalyptic levels of devastation in the Holocaust just because they were basically sitting ducks. And also their theology was independent legal. So many of them, because they rejected Zionism, did not try to flee to Palestine. They thought it was religiously repulsive to flee to Palestine because they were also tied to their Rebbe. They also didn't want to individually move, right? They were tied to this person. And so if the Rebbe didn't leave, they didn't leave. And, lastly, right, the part. When the Einstein's group moves in, they're there. They're living in that. They're living in that shtetl, and they're there with that Rebbe. And it doesn't take but an afternoon of a really blackout drunk group of Einstein's group to do the deed to basically eliminate an entire Hasidic dynasty. And Chas v'shalom, that happened. It happened over and over and over again in Eastern Europe, especially Hungary, was especially heavy. I think 1 in 4 Satmar were killed or something like that. And the Holocaust is just a devastating, apocalyptic story. And as you know, the only people keeping the light on at this time, in many ways, for Kabbalah are the Hasidic people. It's the people in Eastern Europe, it's the traditional people. They're the ones keeping the lights on. And with their execution by the beasts that were the Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. It was a devastating blow to Kabbalah. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Morocco. They were still doing Kabbalah over in Baghdad. Still doing Kabbalah in Northern Africa. So it wasn't like that the devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews meant the end of Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and European Jewry was a very important center of the development in Kabbalah, and the Holocaust completely and profoundly destroyed some elements of that continuity. Luckily, they did survive. Many of them survived. And they would regroup. Some of them in America. And in fact, the 2 largest groups, Satmar would eventually, Satmar Rebbe, Teitelbaum eventually made his way out even before the war, or in the middle of the war, and the Lubavitch Rebbe also made it out as well, and they refounded their Hasidic dynasties in Brooklyn, Holy Land, the real Holy Land, which is Brooklyn. So Borough Park and Crown Heights, respectively. Go visit the Holy Land. It's just right over there in Brooklyn. You folks know this, right? In Israel, it's just a borough of Brooklyn. The real Holy Land is over there, around going out. So, the rebound, folks. The rebound. How does this all rebound? We have the Holocaust, we have the Haskalah, we have the Wissenschaftliches Judentum movement. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound, in many ways, began with a young maverick philologist. People forget that Gerhard Scholem, also people forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershomized later when he made Aliyah, but Gerhard Scholem was a young maverick philologist. He studied language. That's the reason why his scholarship is so top-notch. You can read everything in the original language. And Scholem made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserves to be academically studied. It just deserves academic. It's part of Jewish history. We need to study it. And so in the 1920s, Gerhard would do all the heavy lifting of reading basically every single Kabbalistic book that he could get his hands on in the archives. Every single one. And being the good German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschaftliches Judentum movement that rejected the importance of Kabbalah, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism without Kabbalah. You just couldn't do it. You couldn't imagine Judaism without it. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important in the history of Judaism as Talmud, as anything else. So, Scholem argued over the time that Kabbalah had to be reintegrated both academically and historically into the history and thinking about what Judaism was. And this was by no means easy, folks. When Scholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, was invited to speak at JTS, give a lecture at JTS, at the Jewish Theological Seminary there in New York, when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, look, the Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is Narishkeit. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right, Narishkeit is Narishkeit. Aber the Geschichte des Narishkeit, das ist Wissenschaft. Right? Nonsense is nonsense, but the history of nonsense is science. So Kabbalah is nonsense, but the history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information, but God forbid anyone to be a Kabbalist. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous the most famous, not secular, the most famous progressive Talmud scholar in 20th century history, Saul Lieberman. Probably the most important, one of the most important Talmud scholars of the early 20th century, the Talmud professor at JTS. Basically invented modern sort of quasi-secular Talmud education, Saul Lieberman. That's how Sholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced at JTS by basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense, but because you study it as history, that's something we used to do, it's legitimate. But God forbid anyone actually be a Kabbalist. That's completely crazy. So Sholem really had to walk an uphill battle. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so mainstream. But Sholem had to fight that battle in many ways on his own. Luckily, he was a very capable scholar, and he was able to do it. Sholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students, folks like Moshe Yedel and Joseph Don, other folks who have gone on to become themselves leading scholars in the world of Kabbalah. His students were also perfectly willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe Yedel really showed how important Sholem was, and also how important Sholem was. And we have a whole new generation of scholars who leaves and Zach Rice and all kinds of stuff. Running Rose is a huge group of scholars that blow my mind with every book that they write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is lengthy. It is now totally legit if you want to study Kabbalah in college. You can take an academic level Kabbalah class, and no one's going to bat an eye. Sure, part of Jewish history. At the same time, there is an emerging, relatively small movement of religious Zionism led by Rabbi, and he would eventually give rise to religious Zionism as we know it. Although Rabbi wasn't terribly influenced by, wasn't a huge Kabbalist, but certainly a lot of the Lurian themes of exile and redemption will play a part in the rise of Zionism. The most important, I think, Kabbalists that come really in the early to mid 20th century would be Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, the Baal HaSulam, the master of the ladder. And the Baal HaSulam would make Aliyah into Israel, and he would compose two incredibly influential works. The most important, I think, is his commentary on the Zohar, a text that took, I think, 10 years to write, called Hasivam, the ladder. And this is a both introduction to the Zohar, but also a commentary on the Zohar. And he translated Zohar out of the crazy Aramaic that it's in into a very modern Hebrew to make it accessible to a whole generation of people who otherwise would not be able to read it in the original Aramaic. He published it in basically modern Hebrew, modern Lashon Kodesh Hebrew, and so it's much more accessible in the modern Hebrew version. So many people who read Zohar now in the Orthodox world, and also many people who study Isaac Luria are going to study many of his ideas in some level through the lens of Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, who also developed his own sort of like interesting communist theory. There's like I think a kibbutz that's based on some of his ideals in northern Israel. So Yehuda Ashlag becomes a very important, I think probably the most important character in all this. Another character that I don't mention in this that I can't believe I left out, of course, is Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, blessed memory. Schneerson, of course, was the head of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, and what's important to know about him is that, well, he became one of the most important founders of the Kiruv movement, that is to say, the outreach movement among Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews. So if you've ever been to a Chabad house, because Rabbi sent someone to make one, basically, at least most of them. And Menachem Mendel Schneerson founded this enormous Kiruv network of the Chabad movement, and he was just a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things that he did. But one of the things that's worth mentioning here that's important, and that will be important going into 21st century Judaism, is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe he was the Messiah. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world. Not a super big movement. I don't think it's as big as it was in the late 90s. It seems to be mostly localized to Brooklyn and Israel, especially at Kfar Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I have a long so I have, so at any rate, the Menachem Mishner was believed to be the Messiah, and I studied briefly at a Chabad yeshiva, and I definitely met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had been taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon, and that it really his return would be heralded by Jews adopting more Torah, and that basically he was kind of a clue, and his occultation would come to an end, and the Rebbe would reappear as the King Messiah. Of course, you can still go to Crown Heights, you can still go to Brooklyn, and you can still see crowns, images of the Rebbe's flag, which has a Yud yellow with a crown that says Mashiach on the side. So there's this huge messianic movement, which again could be a whole class unto itself, inside of the Chabad movement, where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah. And this is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it is such a movement-based outreach. Although in my experience and what I've been told by folks who have grown up in the movement is that largely the kind of people that the messianic stuff appeals to are typically people like Baal Shuvas who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people. But most of the more established Chabad world doesn't really go down this Messiah stuff. Although I think they do still control 770, which is the main center of Chabad world there in Brooklyn, Parkway. So the Chabad has this messianic thing going on, which is super weird and interesting. For the folks who are in Michigan who are hanging out with me in this class, you probably have never heard about this or heard about it only briefly because the Shem Tov family, which is the larger Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were sent here as shluchim, as emissaries by the Rebbe way back in the 70s or 80s, something like that. But they were the leading force in many ways of the anti-Messianism movement. They really thought the Messianism movement was dangerous. And the Shem Tov family, which is very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on the Messianic camp. I don't think the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold in the Metro Detroit area when it comes to that stuff. That's different other places, but I don't think that the same Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold. But go to Brooklyn, go to 770, certainly. All right, the last two things I guess I'll mention before we really wrap up is the rise of the Neo-Hasidic movement. As folks know, the Neo-Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Buber, who came out of the Hasidic world but maintained a lot of, not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Hasidic movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim and a lot of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world and then imported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially, and the Reconstructionist world most recently in the sort of the Chabad movement of the 1970s. This is a period of Karlbach and stuff like that for folks who grew up with Karlbach and Naki. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called what is called the Neo-Hasidic movement. And this movement has proven to be extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world. And there are great luminaries in the Neo-Hasidic world. Folks who recently passed away, like Rabbi and Art Green, who was one of Milan's teachers, actually, and Hebrew College. He's probably one of the premier Neo-Hasidic leaders in the world right now. He's really funny in the world, but I got to have a few drinks together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. I feel like that's a great honor to be able to hang out with one of the Gawans of the Neo-Hasidic movement. And so I got to spend some time with Art Green from his Boston to Milan. So the Neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well and as popular as ever. I would say that it's actually growing in popularity. And with folks like Joe Weisenberg and other kinds of folks who are really channeling sort of Hasidic ideas into music, that stuff is going to continue to be popular. The last thing I'll mention, and this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. The Kabbalah Center, led by Rabbi Berg, which has received a lot of criticism, but whenever I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else is, from an academic perspective. The Kabbalah Center is a they have outfits all over the world that sort of franchises kind of, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities, basically. Now there are non-celebrities that get into it. It's a form of sort of kind of new age meets traditional Kabbalah, but this is made famous by books like Madonna, and I think Britney Spears was into it for a while, which I think even Britney Spears has a Hebrew tattoo on the back of her neck, some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo. I don't know whatever sense Kabbalistic tattoos make, but you go, Britney. I think she's from Mississippi, so I think we're home state people, so me and Britney go back. So people like Britney Spears and Madonna have also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty profound way. And I think apparently, I think Madonna quit doing concerts on Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic beliefs. Well, I think that the material girl's from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the material girls from here. So you have Rabbi Madonna, who has gone on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah at some level, her spirituality, although I don't think she's ever converted to Judaism. And there are many other people who've been influenced by the Kabbalah Center. Now, the Kabbalah Center is very polarizing. It's very controversial, and they've got some trouble with money stuff, unsurprisingly. A religious organization getting involved with celebrities and getting in trouble for money stuff. Can you believe that? Could you believe that? So the Kabbalah, in many ways, in the 1990s and 2000s, really went pop culture with a lot of pop culture folks, musicians, and other folks becoming really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas, and those ideas becoming very mainstream, right? Very mainstream. Folks, Kabbalah Chai. It's gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. The Kabbalah had gone through about a couple thousand years, or 1,000 years now, of turns and twists and messiahs, and dead messiahs, apostate messiahs, amount of books and commentaries. It's really gone through, I think, almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through this much. Platonism or communism or whatever. Kabbalah has gone through so much, and it's had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, is that I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now, because we're now living in, at some level, the golden age of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available to me than anyone else in history when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education is available. A class like this is a completely secular academic class on Kabbalah. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers in Kabbalah to become a Kabbalist. And Kabbalah is accessible to people it was never accessible before. Women, LGBTQ folks. It's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah lives, Kabbalah will live, because we are living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. You learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, you might move to Israel, you might move to Brooklyn. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting if you really want to get into Kabbalah. But you can. It's there. So much of it's on the internet. Right? So much of it you can get via interlibrary alone. You can go buy books right there at Amazon and learn secrets of the Kabbalah that would have been utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population most of history. And there they are, immediately available. Even English translations of things like the Zohar, with the Pritzker edition of the Zohar, massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that, not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes of the Zohar, and new things are coming out every day. So we're living in a golden age. The study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. And I have to say that I'm really happy, and I feel really blessed, and I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah, because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know, and to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who have hung out with me over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together, and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful and strange science fiction-y, just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's dropped in for a class or stayed for all 14 or whatever. Just really grateful and really blessed. Feel really thankful for everyone who's had the time, who's taken the time to learn some Kabbalah with me, and giving me the opportunity to learn more about Kabbalah in the preparation of this class. So that said, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's really an honor and a privilege to be able to attend this class. And I look forward to learning with all of you the same, whether Kabbalah or not. I'd love to do a Zohar class. It's like my secret desire to do is as well a big Zohar class. Study Zohar and also study the Fountain of Zohar. Where we have now imagine kind of a class that would be structured like a science class where you have the lecture in the lab. The lecture would be like this, but then we'd have the lab. The lab would be like studying the Zohar, studying it. So I imagine that's my dream gig is a lecture lab class, Zohar lab. Which I have to say it's a little more exciting to me than organic chemistry lab. So anyway, folks, that's be up to the community, up to y'all. But I guess again, I was end with saying thank you, and so happy that folks have been along with me on this journey. And doesn't end here. I will definitely say that. Like I said, we're not ending with the end of Kabbalah. We're ending with dot because Kabbalah is an outlet. It's all. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden of Confucianism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics of Kabbalah, alchemy, and occult, magic, and philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
You're fine. Go fuck yourself. Because we did it. Because we back in it. It's a fire in it. Worst podcast ever.
It's the fighter and the kid. This is really the fighter and the kid. What? What are you looking at my chest for? No, I'm looking at your shirt. It says not a petting zoo. Yeah, it's some kind of a. Somebody sent this to me. I walked in with a shirt that said "Strong." It's Mark Belch Company. Oh, I hate when you wear that shirt. And I was at Mothership last night, and I got off from my set, and I see him walk in with a shirt that said "Strong," and he goes, "Hey, what's up?" And I just ignored him because I'm like, I'm not with that. I walk into the green room. Rogan, Jane Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe, Derek Poston, some other people are in the green room. I'm like, hey. And Rogan goes, are you wearing two shirts, first of all? And does that say strong? I love it. And then they just start going after me, and Shane just starts laughing. He goes, man, it's just shit on Callan. And he walks in. I'm like, the fuck? I was just working out. I want to put this on. I was disgusted when I saw that shirt. They just came at me. They roasted me for about 10 minutes. Rightfully so. It's a triggering shirt. I'm just strong. That's triggering. How was your show last night? Great. Yeah? Yeah. I've been killing that room lately, not to be a dick. You were there last night, too? Yeah, I was in Little Boy, you were in Big Boy. And you guys saw each other? I've been having the greatest. I saw him and I went, yeah. But... I'm sure. Yeah. I was talking to Monterey, too. But, you know what's funny? I actually, for the first time, sat and listened to other people's sets there. And, I'm actually shocked how much you hear the word retarded. You don't hear that? Is it not for me? No? Well, that's retarded. It's actually, because, coming from New York, I don't actually listen to other people's sets. So when I actually sat and listened, I'm like, you hear a lot of things that you don't hear in other... You would never hear certain things. You never hear someone say the word retarded in Los Angeles when I was doing stand-up. No. Well, especially when you're coming out. It's frowned upon now. But it's kind of nice. Yeah. You know, it's like having a cigar, like a Cuban cigar. Yeah, it's old school. You're not allowed to have these. It's like seeing a super soaker. Oh, man, that was my shit. Uh-huh. You can, if it's funny. Yeah, if it fits. But if you're just throwing it just to throw it, it's kind of weird. Yeah. You know? How were the sets? They were great. Dude, that room it's hard. I feel like it's almost like Denver Comedy Works. Where if you bomb, it's like, give up. The other day with Ray Romano, it was such a good room. It was so packed, and it was like, it's hard to compete with that room when it's packed. And they were all on fire. They just wanted comedy. And it was just sick dropping it. It was Tom Segura, then me, then Jamar Neighbors, and then Rogan went up. Rogan had such a fun, I can't say it, but his riff on the UFC White House card was so good. And just his tour through the White House. And then Shane dropped in with Joe. It was a fucking awesome show. I see the Joe's head of security every morning at the gym. Yeah, one of them. I won't say who it is. Every morning. And I was like, how we doing, man? And he's like, get ready for this White House. He's like, so stressed. He's like, it's just the logistics of the night. His security scares the shit out of me. Dude, I came out of the showroom, near the green room, and they were all circled up. Professionals. And the dude was his arms were 7 times the size of mine. Yeah. And probably my height, and just had that I'll fucking kill you look on his face. That's what you need. Is that the dark haircut? Yeah, it's great. So scary. He gave me a look like he would fucking kill me in the moment. And I was like, I'm so sad. That's what you need. Yeah, those guys are... Because they're well trained. Because their thing is... Military guys. This is probably the first time, too, for Joe being at an event. I guess when he does the UFC, Dana's bigger than Joe, right? I guess. Debate. I would debate that. 1A or 1B, it's tough, right? Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe Joe's bigger. But at the White House, Joe's not the biggest. True. You got Zuckerberg there, you got Elon there, you got Trump there, you got the politicians there. I would debate Joe's bigger. And Yahoo's there. Joe has a bigger voice than all of them. And the president of the United States? And not than the president. That's a terrible take. Not than the president. I'm talking, if you're talking fucking Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos. Yeah. No. Because those guys are movers on very different. Jeff Bezos, those guys. When they who's listening to Jeff? What's last time? Hey, listen. You're off on this. No, I don't. I mean, Jeff doesn't have more influence than Joe. Well, he does. No way. So, in real policy, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, in terms of moving an economy, what they choose to do, two different things, their connections. Yeah, but as far as it's size. We'll debate this. Those guys are Jeff Bezos dropped in and gave his take on who he thinks should win the election between Karen Bass and Spencer. That's you're not talking. Nobody. But you're talking about two different things. Yeah. Also, like you're talking about like I see what you're saying. But Joe, as far as like influencing the public, not as far as business goes and money and financials and inflation and all that shit, but as far as like more people can listen to Joe, he can sway certain shit. Bezos isn't. Zuckerberg is going to do it. He's going to suppress information. The other thing to keep in mind is that Joe also, and it's not his fault, but he's also, when he is saying something, there's a whole another side that's kind of a rebuttal to it. So it's not at his size though. Well, it's but they have put him over here. Left for the most part because they need an enemy. Yeah, so I'm just saying they don't have a left Joe Rogan. There's no competition. That's the problem. Right. But, so Joe can sound like cancel out all that noise because he's so massive. You're gonna have little pundits come at him, but even them combined are bigger than Joe. Yeah, I think voting power though is not. I think that it wouldn't matter. It would Joe's endorsement of Trump, for example, was not is not going to save any Republican in the I disagree. In the midterms. It's not. I disagree. Well, you'll see. The midterms are going to be Jeff Bezos is? Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, like in terms of influencing the people that really not donate. Yeah. Well, I'm just talking. There's a whole subterranean different. Yeah. And yes, it's really the fighter and the kid. What are you looking at my chest for? No, I'm looking at your shirt. It says not a petting zoo. Yeah, it's some kind of somebody sent this to me. I walked in with a shirt that said Strong. It's Mark Belch company. Oh, I hate when you wear that shirt. Dude, I was at Mothership last night, and I got off from my set, and I see him walk in with a shirt that said Strong, and he goes, "Hey, what's up?" And I just ignored him because I'm like, I'm not with that. I walk into the green room. Rogan, Shane Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe, Derek Poston, some other people are in the green room. I'm like, hey. And Rogan goes, "Are you wearing two shirts, first of all? And does that say Strong?" I love it. And then they just start going after me, and Shane just starts laughing. He goes, "Man, it's just shit on Callan." Maybe walk.
Hello. How are you, Miss Aquarius?
How are you?
I am doing well, thankfully. I wish my hours were straightened out, but um, I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm good. I'm going to. Have you heard of Top Golf, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm going there with my coworkers tomorrow.
Oh, that's amazing. Do you have like an outing?
Yep, it's an outing.
That's amazing. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Have you ever golfed?
No, I don't like that. I mean, I don't like the golfing game, but I never did it. So I was like, I'm just going to go, Never did it before. This will be my first time.
Well, that'll be fun. Take a few swings.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have fun. I'll meet them at my job, and then we're going to go in.
Are you guys taking?
I gotta meet them by 1. They are gonna drive, so I'm gonna be riding with somebody.
Okay.
And then the same person who brought me back home the last time, he's gonna bring me back home again.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so excited. What was you asking? I'm sorry, Rabbi. What were you asking before? My bad.
I don't recall. If I recall, I'll let you know. But that's super exciting.
Okay.
I've always wanted to go to one of those. LA didn't have one for a long time. And so when I was doing my golfing, I didn't have that. I wanted to do the one in Las Vegas maybe, but that's amazing. So I hear they're a lot of fun. They're like big.
My first time. Never. I said nobody never went.
I think it's fascinating that they like have the ball come out of the ground and you just hit it and then it goes to the next one. Like that
Really?
Yeah, that machine is like fascinating.
Oh,
That machine of anything is fascinating to me because usually when you hit balls, you have like a bucket and you have to take it out of the bucket and put it on the thing and then hit it. And this way, it just does it all for you. Nice strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, I never did. It'd be my very first time ever going. Yeah, because I used to they want me to go. So I'm like, okay. I told them first I was going to go because coming from my house to Midtown, downtown, that's a lot of money to get an Uber. So I told her, I don't know because I already knew my ex ain't going to take me there. So, she don't do the downtown too much. So then she was like, well, okay, well, you can meet us at the job. Would that be easy? I said, yeah, that'd be easy to meet y'all at the job. So okay, then you can ride with one of us. I said, okay. You told me I can clock in or something like that. So really? Okay.
Did you said they'll let you clock in? You said.
Mhm.
Oh no way! So you get paid to play golf?
I don't think they're gonna clock out. I don't know. I told her for real. She said yeah. She said to clock in, and I guess they don't. I guess they don't clock out. I don't know.
They just go home afterwards.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's
I don't
neat.
know how it been hard.
Is there anything special while you're doing this? Like,
you still want me to clock in? I'm not clocking in because I'm not gonna help y'all. I'm out.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if they're getting paid for it, there's an assumption you're going to get paid for it. So that's really cool.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Folks, Miss Aquarius has put this one out of reach officially. It's not even close. It's not even close. This one's over. This one is over, folks. Even if I get 3 strikes in a row, I can't win. Nope, it's over. It's especially over now. It was over before, but it's definitely over now. What a win for Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, you too, Rabbi. You did a good better win too.
Oh, of course.
Win.
Of course,
Win.
Miss Aquarius.
Reload.
Reload.
Now it's your turn.
Oh, no doubt.
Get us a win, Rabbi. You gotta get us a win.
No doubt. No doubt. You're going to get these two. Everybody knows it. They shouldn't even make you throw it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Get it. Got it. Good.
Come on, Rabbi. I'll tell you after this, Rabbi. All I want to tell you is to pray for Stacy. Okay, that's all I'm gonna tell you. Just pray for her. If you do pray, just pray. Yeah, you do pray. So pray for her. That's all. Just pray for her. For God just to give her a blessing, a bigger blessing, just to put His hands on her. I'm telling everybody just to pray for her. That's all I say. Pray for her.
Okay. Nice. Stacy just got married, right?
That's just got married.
And she just got back from Bali?
No, she didn't go.
Oh, okay. Say no more.
No, she didn't go. Just pray for it. Like, just on a blessing to come, and it is. It's a blessing. It's a store for her. I can feel there's a blessing coming for her. Yeah. I got a message today, and she was saying, "Hey, girlie, thank you." She said that they had to postpone they trip.
Honeymoon.
Yeah, they honeymoon because they had let her go at her job because of her attendance. So she said she's been uh, gone since the second, but they terminated her on the 26th. Just pray for her.
Okay.
Yeah, I got that list today at lunch, and I was just stunned. And I called Adrian to get some help of getting some positive, sending her a positive message to her because I was just stunned, and shocked, when she told me that. And so when you don't need to wait too long, so like she hit me up at one time. So they just said, well, don't be waiting. Let her be waiting for you to reply to her for a few hours. She said you reply to her within an hour. I said, okay, well, if you know anything of what words I can say to. So I came over my mind, just told her, hey, love, um, my thoughts and prayers are with you, um, you know, and stuff like that. And I told her, blessing is in store for you. I said, I love you. And I told her, keep me updated.
Right. Is everything okay with her husband?
You didn't even hear nothing I said.
I
You
did.
didn't
I
hear
just
what I
heard.
said? What
I
happened?
just. I just listened to you. If you want, I'll give you a breakdown. You got a message at noon today from Stacy.
Right.
She
No,
explained.
it's not her husband. It's not her husband. It's her.
I know. I
She
didn't say
lost
her
her
husband, Miss
job,
Aquarius.
right?
I did not hear. I did not say her husband. I'm asking a separate question, but we'll hold off on that. And you said that she said
Yes.
that due to her attendance,
Yes.
that they were letting her
Yes.
go, or that they
Yes.
had let her
Yes.
go,
Yes.
and
So
that
her
she's
husband is fine that I know of. She didn't say that about her husband, but I'm assuming that he's fine.
okay. That's all I wanted to know. That's all.
Yeah, assuming that he's fine. I hope he's fine, yeah.
But don't
But
you
I
go
just got a
accusing
message
me
today
of
that
not
said that
listening to you,
she
because I
was
did.
telling me because I had remember I told you I left her a message, remember?
Yes, I
What was
do.
it, last week? Yeah,
Absolutely.
on
When
the 26th.
on the
Yeah.
day she
So
was
she
supposed to
hit me
leave.
up today and told me, yeah. So I was at lunch and I'm just eating and then I'm thinking that they just came back or something.
Right.
You know. So when I looked at and read the message, I'm like, and I just was lost for words, like, oh my God. And then my husband said, are you okay? I said, yeah, I'm okay, but, it's just devastating that I know she likes her job. She loves her job. I don't know. I don't but I'm not going to call her till probably in a few weeks. I'm not just don't want to call her because I know she's still, and know she loves her job. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. She loves her job. She love that she gets flight benefits and stuff like now she got just like she said, she's got to in the process of focusing on what's the next process of what to do. What she gonna do, I don't know. It just I feel for her, Rabbi. I just feel for her,
Absolutely.
you
What
know.
What does she do?
And I just
What's her career?
she was she was she was she was working at the airport and she was a Delta agent as a gate agent, but she would sometimes would do the ticket counter too.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel for my sister, man. I just need a lot of prayers for her, like everybody just to pray for her. Like I love her. I don't know, what happened. I don't know, the tenants. I don't know. I just don't know. But I
Yeah.
know she put them days in. I don't know. That I don't know. I don't know. Cause she don't do that. I don't see her. I don't know how she don't miss attendance like that. So I don't know. I just don't know. Just, so,
Well,
yeah, just put prayers in
she's
for her because I
consistent.
know a bigger blessing will come, and I
Absolutely.
know nothing but the devil. That's all I say. It's nothing but the devil, and the devil always wants something like blessings or something. And I don't know. Don't mean something I'm saying right, but I don't know. I don't know. It says, I believe, I know God got something in store for her. I know He does. something bigger. Just don't know what it is yet. It's coming though.
God willing.
And she asked what church do we go to, and I'm Adrian's helping somebody move, so I asked her in the morning what's her church again, because I told her I don't know her church because her church has moved and they got a new name as well, so I got to ask her. And I told her I go to a Catholic church. She said, "Oh, okay." So I'm gonna ask Adrian. Adrian, tell me her church name again, then I let her know. Even more than welcome to come to Adrian's church. Adrian don't mind. No, Adrian don't mind. And I'm just gonna pray for her every day. Every time I wake up before I go to bed, I'm gonna pray for her. I told her I love you, I love you too. Like I'm gonna get my prayers and thoughts are with you, baby. It's a blessing gonna come for sure. And she's a good worker.
Well, if she's a good worker, then she shouldn't have a problem finding a new position, and God willing, it'll come quickly. She gets unemployment, so I know that it's just a little bit of a cushion, but uh, that's that's really sad. Um,
It is.
I don't really have any
And I'm
words.
talking about the day of. The day of, they about to leave. Rabbi. That's the second part. The day of you about to leave, they terminate you. The day y'all about to go one.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. That's the shocking hurtful part.
Yeah,
She's been gone since the second. She said she's been out I guess since May 2nd. She said they officially terminated her on the 26th.
oh boy.
I'm not mad. I'm just a little, just, you know, sad for her, but not gonna be sad. I don't want to be slow for her because I know there's a blessing. God, 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 yeah, yeah. We just and we'll pray for her. Hey, ain't up with the devil, man. Ain't up with the devil. The devil like to block blessings for anybody. He just like to do it. And let him do that. Mm-mm. And that's sad though, but it's not gonna be sad for long because the blessing's coming and we ain't gonna be sad. We're gonna be strong for her. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That's why I had to have Adrian to help me to to say, she go, you got it. I said, yeah, and I just told her, I didn't want to say nothing crazy. I wanted to say something uplifting and positive words.
It's
So
not
that's why I
the end.
didn't reply to her right away, but I got her response though.
It's not
So
the end of the world.
I love something. Huh?
It's not the end of the world.
No, it's not. Oh, there's some bigger blessing coming. For sure. She's gonna get a bigger opportunity than she ever had. A little opportunity coming. Please read that. So, lift her up and God, yeah, it's a blessing coming. I can feel the blessing will come. We just don't know what it is or what, right?
Absolutely, Miss
What you
Aquarius.
said soon though, right? Soon.
Absolutely.
Soon. We're gonna say we don't know when. We're gonna say soon, right? Soon,
God
soon,
willing.
soon. Soon. I can't say when. I can say I'm not gonna never say when. I'm gonna say it is a blessing coming soon. That's what I'm gonna say. We do know it's coming. It's coming. Yeah, I know he's okay. He said they had to postpone it. Well, man, gonna be an old ain't stay. I just want to go to her house and give her a hug. I just don't want to do that right now. I'm just trying to give her her time, her space. So maybe
100%.
probably a few weeks, right, Rabbi? I can do that, right? Maybe a few weeks,
Yeah.
maybe.
I mean,
Mm,
you. If this is just how I would handle it after today, maybe tomorrow or something, I would send her another message just saying, I want you to know I'm thinking about you. I'm here if you need anything. I'm going to give you some time, and I'll contact you in a couple of weeks. Let me know if you need anything in the meantime. Love, Miss Aquarius.
yeah. Okay.
That way she doesn't feel like she's alone in the process. I might add in there, I, I know that you're going to overcome this and you're just going to be better. And,
Yeah.
I'd keep it short. But that way she knows, like, she's not abandoned. She's still loved. That you'd love
Yeah, I tell her that in a message. Yeah.
you'd love to message her every day, but you don't want to overwhelm her, and that's just not your
Yeah, I
relationship with
don't.
her.
Right.
But that she's on your mind, and she'll she'll overcome this, and she'll be better.
Yeah, I told her that. I said, hey, love, I'm so sorry to hear that. My thoughts and prayers are with you, and God has a blessing in store for you. Keep me updated. Love you. And she says, thank you. Love you too. Because I don't want to, overwhelm her. I don't want to talk about it. I was going to call her. Nope. Call her. Call her yet. Nope. But she's still probably, trying to, I'll call in a few days. I mean, I'll tell them a few days. I just really just trying to have a time. I'm just trying to tell her stuff. Mm. But she gonna be all right. My sister gonna be okay. She gonna be good. That's all I'm here for. But I'm glad that you're here with me too, Rabbi. I appreciate you being here, and we're going through stuff too. So,
100%, Mr. Aquarius. We've been friends for more than a year, and I look forward to many years of
yeah.
friendship. And your friends are my
Excuse me.
friends, and I only want good things to happen to them and their loved ones. That's why I was so
Yeah,
shocked, and I had to ask for clarification. Stacy just got married. She's in my phone. I can tell you
yeah,
how many exact days
yeah.
this woman has been married, and that exact.
Yeah, look, and even my coworker said it too. And Rabbi, when I told her, she said, "What? What happened? They had a baby?" I said, "No." What? What happened? Did something happen? I said, "No, Felicia." So I just because I didn't want to tell her the baby I was, in the break room, so I just gave her the phone and let her read it. They come on, let's step out. And then when she read, she's like, "Oh no." I said, "Yeah, they didn't get to go."
Look,
So it's okay.
it could
She talked to me. She gave us a positive word. Yeah.
it could be a lot worse. She could have issues with her husband. She could have had a miscarriage. She could have been diagnosed with something. This is just a job.
Yeah.
Jobs are not forever. There's been no person in the history of humankind who's ever been at a job forever. They are, by definition, temporary. And she'll get through this. She's been married 39 days as of this moment. And God willing, she'll be married for 39 years. And so long as nothing's
Mm-hmm.
wrong there, that's key. And who cares about Bali? She probably saves a lot of money by not going. And if she is
Mm-hmm.
able to get a job this summer, then she's going to be perhaps in better financial shape than she was before. I understand she had benefits and I
Mm-hmm.
understand that she enjoyed her job, but there are a lot of places where she
Mm-hmm.
lives that are looking for good people, and she'll get one of those positions.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I ain't sad that she didn't get to go. It's just I'm sad at that. I'm just sad that she lost the dog. That's just the. But yeah, I'm strong for it. I have to be strong for it. I'm here by her side. I'm gonna be here by her side. Yeah, good people by her side though.
She's originally from New Orleans, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, she's tough, and she will get through this. It's a shock, but
Yeah.
all jobs come to an end. But what sad a decision that Delta made on the day she was supposed to leave on her trip. That's ridiculous.
Yep. That is ridiculous.
Well, thank you for sharing that
Life
with
is
me, and we'll keep her in our
You're
thoughts certainly.
welcome.
And
Yeah, please.
you just stay strong for her, and I'll stay strong for her, and she'll get through this. It's going to be a tough
Yes, she
summer,
will.
but she's going to find something hopefully pretty quick and be back on her feet. Something's fishy though, not about her, about what Delta did. Basically,
Yeah.
you and I both know when you work a job, you may have a certain number of unexcused absences, and then you have like your vacation time, and it sounds like this was planned
Mm-hmm.
vacation time, and
Mm-hmm.
and she was taking a big trip, which is going to cost the company a few $1,000s, and just
Mm-hmm.
based on that benefit, and it's almost like they were like the way that it sounds, and this is just she has a supervisor, and that supervisor has a budget and recognizes, hey, we could save the company money by letting this person go right before they're supposed to leave. She doesn't have any retribution against us. She can't do anything to us, and we're going to save on our
Selfish.
budget.
Mm-hmm.
But that
Well,
is
she got there twisted. So I know she had to be back there. She might have took a few days off, but I know she went back to work before then. She said they, she said she let go to the second. She been out since the May second.
she.
So she been out since May second.
Hold on a
Did she?
second.
When did she go back?
Hold on a second. Now you're saying something that's a little different. She's been out since
Yeah,
May.
I said this is what she said. This is
Okay.
what she said. She said that she's been out since May second, but she officially got terminated on the 26th.
Okay. Now she got married on the 26th of April,
Yes,
and then did she
yes.
say why she was out since May 2nd?
No, no.
Okay, well that's a little different.
Yeah,
Not
that's what I was trying
no,
to
I'm
tell you.
not saying
Listen to
I'm not
him. I
saying
said,
you're
yes,
saying
I said that
I'm
she
not saying you're saying
was out
anything.
since May 2nd. Yeah, she got out since May 2nd, and she's been out since May 2nd. So I know she's been at work since then. I don't know. I know I talked to her on, how do I know? I talked to her on, text her on the on her birthday. Oh, when before her birthday about her trip. When did we talk? We talked, uh, and she told me about the thing. We told me that was when was it? Oh, this was on May 4th. Yeah, this was May 4th when I talked to her. And I said, when do y'all leave? She said, we leave on the 26th. And I asked her what she was doing for her birthday. She said they were going to Texas for her cousin's wedding. So that was on the 4th.
That's right.
So
I
I
remember
guess
you
she was,
saying that.
I don't know.
Okay, so it and I don't know, and I don't think you know. There's a reason why
Mm-mm.
she didn't go back to work from May 2nd to the 26th or whatever, and I don't know what that is.
Yeah, but you know she had withdrawn. I know she was quit. I don't know when she. I don't ask people how they business. You know, like, when you coming back. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't ask how them credit. So I know she went. I don't know. I know she was going to text about her birthday. But I asked her what she was on for her birthday. She was going to text me. So I don't know if she left that weekend of May 22nd. I don't know. I don't know. But it is a big gap. I don't know. Something do seem fishy. I don't know. I don't know.
With that job, was it one where you just come in every day, and it wasn't one where they called you to come in, right?
No, no,
Okay. Yeah, something happened between the
no,
second.
no. It's just a Delta thing. She went in, and then I think they swapped days with coworkers. I don't know.
Something happened between
All I'm gonna
the
do is just pray for it.
absolutely.
Huh?
Something happened between the second and the 26th. You and I both don't
Right.
know. There's nothing included in that.
Yeah,
So
and I
we
told my auntie, I told my auntie, well, what she do? I said, I don't know. I said, I didn't ask no questions yet. I said, I give it some time. Give it some time.
right.
Let her process everything. Let her do what she got to do. And, I don't want to ask no questions. She wants to tell me, she'll tell me. Right now, I ain't know. I'm just going to be here for her. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to be here for her.
Exactly.
She
And
need my support. I'm going to be there.
and she's a smart woman. She knows that she wouldn't be able to take like a month off without it having any kind of uh, you
Right.
know, paid
Right.
time off, or it was pre-approved, or unless she had a
Mm-hmm.
health issue or something.
Right.
And so to Delta, I can't necessarily say it it didn't click with me. I think you said she'd been off since the second, and I wasn't. I didn't.
And she said she been out since the second. That's when I'm a little bit confused with that. Said she been out since May 2nd, but they officially terminated her on the 26th. That's what I'm got confused as too, but I don't know. Because I know I'm like, say, did you not? She's been out since May 2nd. So she must have went to work. Had to go to work probably that 28th or 29th that I know of. Now, I don't know. Because I know she said she was off. I don't know how many days she was off, but I know she was off that Monday. She had to be off the day after her wedding. So the rest, but I don't know if she went to work the next day or the day after. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know when she went back to work. I don't know. But I'm not mad at her. I can't not be mad at her. I'm just
Not at
upset
all.
because they
Not at
let
all.
her out.
Even if she took off for her own personal reasons to get her health or whatever before her honeymoon, I would understand that. I really would. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
She had a huge buildup, and there's a lot of pressure, and there's a lot of stress and anxiety and stuff. I get that. I 100% would. I would understand that even as her supervisor. I would get that. Hey, there's a lot going on with this person, but they made the decision that they made, and there's not too much we can do about it. Hey, look who it is.
Thank you. We're just gonna pray for Rabbi, and I'll let you know anything else, okay?
Absolutely, it's checkers time between you two.
If you're going today. Are you outside, Daisy?
What up, Jayski? How are you?
Uh-oh.
Jayski, we hear you coughing. You okay?
That was me coughing. That was
Oh,
me.
that was Miss Aquarius coughing. Apologies.
That was me coughing. My allergies here. J-Ski. This one saying right. J-Ski. The six light is off. J-Ski.
Not working. It keeps messing up. 1 second.
You're good. We can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm outside right now. Hold on. I'm trying to
Don't be scared me like that. We've been having problems and stuff. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do, okay, Rabbi? We're gonna
Absolutely.
pray for. She's gonna be fine. Wow. She's gonna get a job soon. What? You believe it, Rabbi? I
Absolutely.
believe it.
Yeah. There's a saying in the job hunting world, you've got to treat getting a job like a job. You got to spend 8 to 10 hours on it a day, and if you do that, you'll have a job within a few weeks.
Yeah, my sister gonna be alright. I love her. I love her. I love her. I love her.
How long
She's
was
gonna be
she?
strong for us.
How long was she with Delta?
Oh Lord. I think more than a year. More than a year. Yeah, more than a year. It had to be more year or two. It
Okay.
had to be more a year. A year or two. Yeah. Yeah. She's been there with them for a minute. Yeah. Went on 6 months. Went on, I think it was more a year or two. More than that. I think it was more than that.
Well, it's got to be. If I've known you for
It
more
had to
than a
be more
year,
than that. Yeah.
and you've been with your company for at least a year,
Mhm.
and you worked with her at
Yeah,
Delta.
I've been with mine for my new job 4 years.
Oh, you've been at your new job 4 years, and you worked with her at Delta.
4 years. Huh?
You worked with her at Delta.
No, I do not. You know, I work at the auto auction.
Of course, I know that. You didn't hear me, or my question come through.
What? Say it again. Say it again. Say it
Did you
again.
work with her at Delta?
No, I didn't work at Delta. We worked with wheelchairs. We was contracted by Delta. Well, not well by Delta, but it was a contracted company with Delta. We
Oh,
was with AirServe,
okay,
ABM, and
okay,
then we was unified. That's when she switched on over and went on, got out there and went to
Delta.
um. That's really Delta. She was doing cabin crew at one point in time. She did that for a minute. Then after she went there, she tried for Delta. The Delta got her on, and she was a gate agent.
I got you. Okay, so she's had a
hmm
couple roles
And then
since
after
then.
when she did the cabin crew, that's when I was like, okay, I'm ready. I'm tired of this wheelchair. So I talked to my career specialist, my job coach, and she helped me find a job, and here I am.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is there any way that Stacy can get in touch with your career coach?
Mm-hmm. He knows her, but I don't know. He probably can, yeah. Probably talk to her. Yeah. Yeah, probably can. Yeah, so she's gonna pull through and be strong for her. I love her. Yeah. Yeah. What about you, Rabbi? You okay?
Yeah, I've got 2 podcasts tomorrow, so
Okay.
I'm excited for them. And one is at like 7 in the morning, and the other is at, gonna check the time right now. One's at 7 in the morning. Um, well, let me check. I might have 3 tomorrow, Miss Query.
Oh, nice.
Maybe not though. I got so many of them. I put them in my calendar, but I might have put the wrong name with one of them.
Go brush some teeth and get lay down. I am tired. I haven't sneezed today, but one time. That was what, this morning and then earlier. I am so glad. Yeah, but I can see what I can do, Rabbi. You know, it won't hurt, right?
That's right.
Mm.
Oh, Miss Aquarius.
You got
I
3, 4?
I have three. I'm gonna have to delay one of them. Maybe.
Mm. Or you can't do 3 of them at one time, huh? Cause some of them be long, I know. Are they with the same person or two different people?
They're with different people. Um, Let me make sure. Oh man, I'm glad I checked this.
Okay, I gotta go brush my teeth. Cause I'm tired and I'm at the ugh. But yeah. Oh God. Mm-hmm. They're gonna be okay. Oh God, my not that. Oh, take my sweet stuff. Okay, down. Hang this stuff out of mine. Let's just take this sheets off. Change. It's got change them. Yep. No. Yeah, the change one, huh? Is how long? Are they real long?
Um, I don't know about this one.
No. They don't tell you, huh?
Yeah, it's just kind of like however they feel,
Oh.
however however they're going.
That's right. You say you can do 3, huh?
Well, I'm gonna try. I'm asking one of the people tomorrow if we can adjust my 1 hour.
3. And it's done. 3 at one time. Not at one time, but
Oops, I made a mistake.
uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look at this. After they live in Kelso Place. Who is this? The North Carolina. Oh, it's in this. I'm about to say, never heard no Imagine Tardy. Say, I never heard of them.
Okay, so I sent out an email and then I had to send out an email right afterwards saying disregard the previous email. So I only have 2 tomorrow, God willing. One person was emailing me, but we have a podcast a week from tomorrow, and I was thinking
Okay.
that it was tomorrow since they were emailing me like right now. But that
So you got 2. So you got 2 now.
God willing. You never
Huh?
know. God willing, you never know how these things go.
So
People,
you have 2 tomorrow?
yeah.
Okay.
This is really the fight of the kid. What are you looking at my chest for? No, look at your shirt. It says not a petting zoo. Yeah, it's some kind of a. Somebody sent this to me. I walked in with a shirt that said "Strong." It's Mark Belch Company. I hate when you wear that shirt. Dude, I was at Mothership last night, and I got off from my set, and I see him walk in with a shirt that said "Strong," and he goes, "Hey, what's up?" And I just ignored him because I'm like, I'm not with that. I walk into the green room. Rogan, Shane Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe, Derek Poston, some other people are in the green room. I'm like, hey. And Rogan goes, are you wearing 2 shirts, first of all? And does that say strong? I love it. And then they just start going after me, and Shane just starts laughing. He goes, man, it's just shit on Callan. And he walks in. I'm like, the fuck? I was just working out. I want to put this on. I was disgusted when I saw that shirt. They just came at me. They roasted me for about 10 minutes. Rightfully so. It's a triggering shirt. I'm just strong. That's triggering. How was your show last night? Great. Yeah? Yeah. I've been killing that room lately, not to be a dick. You were there last night, too? Yeah, I was in Little Boy. You were a big boy. And you guys saw each other? I've been having the greatest... I saw him when I left. Yeah. But... Good on the shirt? Yeah. I was talking to Monterey, too. But, you know what's funny? I actually, for the first time, sat and listened to other people's sets there. And, I'm actually shocked how much you hear the word retarded. You don't hear that, is it? Not for me. No? Mine's retarded. It's actually, because, like, coming from New York, I don't actually listen to other people's sets. So when I actually sat and listened, I'm like, you hear a lot of things that you don't hear in other. You would never hear certain things. Like, you never hear someone say the word retarded in Los Angeles when I was doing stand up. No. Well, especially when you're coming up. Like, it's frowned upon now. But it's kind of nice. Yeah. You know, it's like having a cigar, like a Cuban cigar. Yeah, like, oh, it's old school. You're not allowed to have these. It's like seeing a super soaker. Like, oh, man, that was my shit. You can, yeah, if it's funny. Yeah, if it fits. But if you're just throwing it just to throw it, it's kind of weird. Yeah. You know? How were the sets? They were great. Dude, that room is, it's hard. I feel like it's almost like Denver comedy works. Where if you bomb, it's like, give up. The other day with Ray Romano, it was such a good room. It was so packed, and it was like, it's hard to compete with that room when it's packed. And I can't. And they were all on fire. They just wanted comedy. And it was just sick dropping it. Like, it was Tom Segura, then me, then Jamar Neighbors, and then Rogan went out. Rogan had such a fun, I can't have to say it, but his riff on the UFC White House card was so good. And just like his tour through the White House, that's it. Shane dropped in with Joe. It was a fucking awesome show. I see the Joe's head of security every morning at the gym. One of them. I won't say who it is. Every morning. And I was like, how we doing, man? And he's like, get ready for this White House.
They got two now.
He's like, it's just like the logistics tonight. His security scared the shit out of me.
What'd you say?
Because they got two now, so just be prepared for those two.
Yes, ma'am. God willing.
Dude, I came out of the showroom, like near the green room, and they were all like circled up. Professionals. And the dude was like, his arms were like 7 times the size of mine. Yeah. And probably my height, and just had that like, I'll fucking kill you look on his face. That's what you need. Is that the dark haired guy? Yeah.
Nina.
So scary. He gave me a look like he would fucking kill me.
Nina. Can you hear me? Nina. Hello. Nina.
You know her?
Yeah, she and I are supposed to. Hello. Yeah, we're supposed to do a podcast a week from tomorrow. How are you?
I'm good.
Welcome.
I sure hope I'm on camera here.
Pardon me?
I sure hope I'm not on camera.
Your voice, but not your picture.
Okay, good.
How's your day going?
Freaked me out there for a second.
No, I'm the only one on camera. How's your day going?
Good.
Excellent.
Just checking you out.
Very well. Well, as I state, I'm on camera 24/7, and I'm in my Discord 24/7, so people can watch my life whenever they wish and connect with me, ask me questions. We play games. Miss Aquarius and I, another person in here, just finished playing a game, and I've got some friends who are going to be in here a little bit later playing games and just chilling, watching podcasts. How about you? How's your day been?
Yeah, pretty normal, you know. This, that, and the other thing, but we're checking out all your links because you got so many links. And I sent you an email earlier. I don't know if you responded because I'm not in now, but
Absolutely.
Your last name, is that your birth name?
That's on my birth certificate. I answered your question.
Oh, you did? Okay, sorry, I'm not in my office, so I'm not at that email, but
okay.
Well, that's very interesting.
Well, it is what it is. I said in my email as well that I'm not affiliated with the banker end of the family. We do have direct ancestral connections, but they're pretty distant. There are thousands of us within the United States alone, and tens of thousands of us throughout the world. We basically are in the Ashkenazi world, like the last name Kennedy is to the Irish culture, so it's a pretty common last name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it used to be Rothschilds, wasn't it? Before it was Rothschild.
Yeah,
Rothschilds?
it means red shield. Yeah,
Red Shield, right.
yeah, it was the.
Well, I mean,
Go ahead.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's very interesting considering what's going on in the world, you know. That name is definitely on the forefront right now.
oh, it has been,
And,
it has been for like 200 years. Yeah, 100%.
yeah, to most people it hasn't. We're just starting to, masses are just starting to wake up now.
Okay.
So, um, somebody else talking back there?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so like, would you be, willing to talk about that stuff during our show, or?
As I stated in my email, generally I don't go into my familial history just because there are people in my direct family who I don't necessarily want to have any kind of threats or be have any kind of random people show up at their house. I've had that myself with my live streaming. So, as I said in the email, basically, if possible, I'd like to focus on my live streaming, futurism, and how we can make the world a better place.
Right. So you seem to be focusing on peace. I notice that seems to be a big theme.
Absolutely, yeah. So I live stream my life for world peace. The Do you mind if I give you my spiel?
Sure.
Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild, as you know. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, real life Big Brother. This is a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. The reason why I say that is because in 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, God willing, and when I do, I'd like to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Well, that sounds really good.
Excellent.
How would you go about doing that?
Well, the plan is multifaceted. First and foremost, as I previously said, data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data, specifically human data, on which to have AI models build as an example than any person in global history. I'm not just live on one stream nor two streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous streams on multiple platforms at any given time. So this is essentially a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. So from there, we're going to be able to monetize that. Am I monetized right now? Yeah, actually, on some platforms I am, but not in the way that I think I really could be once I have all of my streams that are available to be digested by the world. Additionally, I am someone who has the opportunity to do endorsements, and the plan is just like you may be able to see. I'm endorsed by cryptocurrency right now, and that's what all my betting and merchandise is. I'll be able to do the same for your Fortune 100 companies because what makes me different than any other influencer that you'll ever find is that my streams don't end in a traditional sense. I mean, I do stop them every 12 hours and restart them so that the information is archived, but uh, with any other influencer, they go offline, they go do whatever they want to do. I don't. I ensure that I'm streaming 24/7, and that means that someone's logo and brand will be available to the audience 24/7. The plan is to take all of the money from that, additionally from cryptocurrency, uh, not just the ones that I endorse, but within those markets, and my social media, take all of that, put it into a large 501c3 tax exempt organization, and basically make the world's largest charity. From there, anyone who's helped me along the way on my streams who can document that, we're going to take care of them. We're going to take care of their friends. We're going to take care of their families. And I want them to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own so that they can help the people, not just in their life, but any kind of things that are near and dear to their heart, such as, veterans, people who want to help animals, people who want to help the homeless, clothe the homeless. Um, Other things that I talk about, in addition to world peace, are ending things like world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. I've talked about it. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Livestraw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. So it's the idea that we'll be able to help those directly who have helped me along the way, and then additionally take the funds that we generate through the stream and be able to give back to the less fortunate of the world. I hope that answers your question.
It's very interesting. Now, with the data centers, I'm hearing a lot of people are talking about that they're taking up all our water and whatnot. What do you see there?
Well, that's where desalination comes in. So the Earth is two-thirds water,
Okay.
and with desalination, specifically perhaps powered by nuclear energy, we we have more water than we could ever even begin to want to consume. Now, there's
Hmm.
an issue getting that water purified to the point where it can be used in a data center, but these are just challenges that need to be overcome, I feel, with knowledge, information, and the publicizing of that, like basically these technologies are available. So I don't want to be draining our lakes and rivers. I would like to be purifying the water from the ocean, and this is a type of technology that's been around for decades. It's not currently utilized very much in the United States, but it is in some other countries, and I'd like to see that type of technology expand.
Excellent.
So,
So
in
I would think with your name and your family background that you would be able to do something about it. Like
uh,
you would actually be able to go to the people who are funding this.
again, it, as I previously said in my email, I don't have connection to the direct bankers. So there are thousands of Rothschilds within the United States alone, and uh, they're more a European dynasty that I don't have on speed dial, so to speak. So if you think that I can influence everyone in my family, that is a potential, but probably more long term than more direct. The people in my
Yeah,
family,
I mean, it would.
many are
Yeah,
academics
all you
and
is
not
influence one in your
bankers.
family that could then go and influence more, and so on and so forth. And that's where the change is going to be made. Because we can all sit here and live stream and we talk about this and we talk about that, but none of us are really doing anything. You know what I mean?
Well, I feel I am.
So
I feel I am. I'm influencing the world in my own way, and I would like to influence everyone of a certain class, whether they're Rothschilds or Rockefellers or the House of Windsor or the House of Saud, whomever it may be, to move in a world where unity and practices about global unification are promoted as opposed to that which divides us. But if you think that I am a puppet master, I must say that I am not. I am as normal as generally probably anyone else you're going to meet on the internet. And my family, we're generally academics. We're not bankers.
right. Okay, well, I'm going to let you go. Enjoy your night and enjoy your stream, and we'll talk to you later.
Excellent. I look forward to speaking with you a week from tomorrow. And let me know if you need anything in the meantime. Okay, Nina?
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Me in the moment, and I was like, "Oh, so that's what you need." Yeah, those guys are. They're well trained. Because their thing is military guys. This is probably the first time too for Joe being at a vet. I guess when he does UFC, Dana's bigger than Joe, right? I guess. I would debate that. 1A or 1B, it's tough, right? Yeah, right. I don't know. Maybe Joe's bigger. I think Joe's bigger. But at the White House, Joe's one of the biggest. True. You got Zuckerberg there. You got Elon there. You got Trump there. You got the politicians there. I would debate Joe's bigger. Yahoo's there. Joe has a bigger voice than all of them. Than the president of the United States? Yeah, not than the president. That's a terrible take. Not than the president. I'm talking if you're talking like fucking Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos. Yeah. No. Because those guys are movers on a very different Jeff Bezos and those guys. When they was listening to Jeff. What's last time you heard Jeff Bezos talk? Listen. You're off on. No, I don't. Jeff doesn't have more influence than Joe. Well, he does. No way. So, in real policy, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, in terms of moving an economy, what they choose to do, their connections. Yeah, but as far as it's size. You want to debate this? Those guys are Jeff Bezos dropped in and gave his take on who he thinks should win the election between Karen Bass and Spencer. That's not. That's you're not talking. Nobody. But that's you're talking about two different things. Yeah. Also, like you're talking about like I see what you're saying, but Joe, as far as like influencing the public, not as far as business goes and money and financials and inflation and all that shit, but as far as like more people listen to Joe, he can sway certain shit. Bezos isn't. Well, Zuckerberg is going to do it. He's going to suppress information. The other thing to keep in mind is that Joe also, and it's not his fault, but he's also, when he is saying something, there's a whole another side that's kind of a rebuttal to it. So it's not his size though. Well, but they have put him over here. Left for the most part. Because they need an enemy. Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. They don't have a left Joe Rogan. There's no competition. That's the problem. Right. So when Joe can sound like cancel out all that noise because he's so massive. You're gonna have little pundits come at him, but even them combined are bigger than Joe. Yeah, I think voting power though is not. I think that it wouldn't matter. It was Joe's endorsement of Trump, for example, was not is not going to save any Republican in the. Oh, I disagree. In the midterms, it's not. Oh, I disagree. Well, you'll see. The midterms are going to be Jeff Bezos is. Jeff Bezos, or Zuckerberg, Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, like in terms of influencing the people that really that donate. Well, I'm just talking. There's a whole subterranean flow. Yeah, and I'm sure. No, you're talking about the big boy players. I guess I'm sure Elon could just turn the knob on the algorithm and be like, "We're gonna pump." There's a lot. But one of the things that's I have to say. Like I'll talk to a friend of mine a couple of friends of mine who've made billions of dollars, and they're in those circles. And every time I have a take like that, what you just said, because I've had those takes, they look at me like this, and they just literally go, dude, there's a world out there that doesn't pay any. Like, there's an under tapestry that goes on with what really is happening behind the scenes. You're friends with the real lizard people, huh? I'm friends with really fucking rich people who have insane businesses. It's not lizard people. It's people that make fucking. It's people that have giant fucking companies. Do you hang out in the sun? I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to. I mean, yes, the answer is yes. But I think that influence is two different things. You know what I'm saying? One's populist, the other is when they lick their nose holes. But the thing, is, you have to pull their ears. But the thing is even if Joe sways the popular vote, it still doesn't win you the election. That's what I'm saying. You still need some other shit. Yeah, there's some other shit going on. There's some other shit. It doesn't matter. Yes. Yeah. Yes. You win the popular vote, but doesn't mean you're gonna win. I wouldn't say what Joe, but Joe said it on the podcast. He's like, "This is crazy that I'm gonna be here because this is all the work people to be in the same vicinity as." So can I just give you? Yeah, but if you're mad at your boy Dana White. Like he's the one who designed all. He's the brains behind all this. Now, but here's all the I've been very since this first got announced. I'm so happy it's at the White House. I think it's dope. I think it's special. Yeah. I think the people that complain are just bitches, and also like, oh, you're gonna associate with Donald Trump. You guys, you know what the UFC did? They did fights for the troops on a fucking base. Where was that complaint? Would you be mad if, say, Dana was friends with Bill Clinton when he was getting his dick sucked? Like, where do we draw the line? Right. But all these people talking shit. You have Mike Tyson on your show. Look into his background. Yes, he served time and he's all good now. He's America's sweetheart. But it's like, where do you draw the line? And then now, because it's Trump and Dana has a relationship with him, who wouldn't abuse that relationship? They're boys. I think a lot. It'd be like if you fucking became president, and then I was like, and I had you over at the White House, but I'm like, bro, we should do a White House card. You're like, fuck yeah, let's do it. And everyone's all upset. You do it your friends. Yeah. He would have done it if Dana and Obama were boys. I hate to tell you, it would have happened then. Yes. And you know, that's the other thing. I'm sure you talked to Dana about how things really go on, right? So here's a great example, fucking crazy example. So Trump went into Iran. He's getting a lot of shit. Now, what's the narrative behind that? Go. What would you say, right? It's like he got influenced, right? He got influenced. Right. Yeah, it's been the biggest, red mark on his presidency. Right, but his approval ratings the lowest it's ever been. You'll hear people say stuff like this. Though. You'll hear people say Israel's controlling Trump or something like that, right? That's fair. Now, nobody ever says how. Okay, like how? How would they do that? Right. I got one for you. I'm going to tell you a story that's maybe alleged. Okay. So you got Donald Trump. Do you think for a second that Donald Trump is listening to anybody? They just had a shouting match, by the way. Nobody wants to talk about it. Everyone's talking about it. Oh, Netanyahu and Trump. Yeah. But they're trying to cover it. They're like, no, it was just. Yeah, he was like, listen, you guys got to stop bombing southern Beirut. It's also fake news that Netanyahu's coming to the White House. That's not real. I bet. So, long story short, it's like, so it's like, you think Trump's going to be told what to do by anybody who's anyone, like Netanyahu or anything? You think he's going to come to the White House and go, you're doing this? And you think Trump's going to be like, oh, okay. Yes, sir. No. Yeah. So how would you get to him? And I don't know if it was Netanyahu, but how would you get to him, right? Well, what's his biggest? Well, I mean, and this is just an alleged story. He's got an ego, doesn't he? What'd you say? Did they go? I bet you won't do that. Well, they said, Mr. President, you be Trump for a second, Mr. President. First of all, we were just thinking about what a historic figure you are, and how lucky the world is to have a man with your courage. And we were just having a conversation about how George W. Bush took out Saddam Hussein, and Barack Obama took out Osama bin Laden. But no one has ever dared to take out the biggest problem in the Middle East, the Ayatollah Khomeini, the Iranian regime that is the proxy for the Houthis, for Hezbollah, for Hamas, who run everything through the entire Shia group. Mr. President, so you're saying that he's Mr. President, Cyrus the King in the Old Testament, Cyrus released our people and let them go back to Jerusalem, thanks to Esther. Sir, you are a biblical figure. You think that worked under that? Only you. Or you trying to retard and get his own roof and shoot at his ear and make if you don't. Only you. Problem. Yeah, only you have the power and the guts. I don't know, because they take back to his team and they're like, buddy, you do this. I'm just telling you. You do this. We're cooked. Bubba, so you're saying I'm just telling you that sometimes when you're friends with people, you hear some stories. You said he's not influential. Like, you can't influence him, but you also say if you play to his ego, he can be influenced. Flatter him, man. Yeah, so it is influence. That big of an ego. It's interesting. Bring up his approval. There's a way to do things, right? There's a way to play. There's a way to play the game. That's the game. There's a way to play the game. And if there was a lot of people have these different ideas, but you hear that story and you go, well, that makes perfect sense. Right? I could see that. Makes perfect sense. Where you're like, oh, maybe that's how shit works. It's literally ruined his entire. Well, Sure. I mean, you know what a problem is for him? Because here's the thing, guys. It's like, you know what Iran just realized? They were like, hey, we can make mischief in a 2-mile corridor called the Strait of Hormuz. And do you know, so they shoot a drone. So the U.S. military goes, we'll bomb the shit out of you. Do you know why those ships won't come through? They can't get insurance. Go down with previous presidents at this point in their term. Boys, let's take a little break here. I'll tell you what, man, I love a good dad bod. Summer coming up, man. It's here. It's June. It's here, man. Yep. I've been thinking about getting a little better shape myself, man. Have you? Buddy, you're pretty hard. You're pretty strong. But unless you said hard. You're pretty hard. Now, here's the thing. I got my hands on you right now. I'm definitely not reading this word for word. Yeah, that is how I feel, man. I get in better shape. What you're talking about is sometimes you need a little boost. You want to boost your testosterone. And you can do it in some ways, but there's also, you can actually do a certain supplementation, all right? Most men's testosterone starts to dropping in their 30s. It's a real problem, man. That's why it's easier to gain fat, get those love handles, get those tits, all right? That's why a lot of dudes start taking Mars Men. It's a natural supplement designed to support healthy testosterone levels, which can help your body burn fat more efficiently and build lean muscle. A lot of times you go and get your testosterone checked, you might be deficient in certain minerals and things. There's a whole bunch of other things that are going on. Yeah, it's basically helping your body get back to running like it did years ago when you had a jean jacket and a Trans Am. Listen, no weird stimulants or synthetic hormones, just real natural ingredients, all right? They got you covered, man. Tongkat-Ali, Shilajit, zinc, boron, and more than all sorts of stuff. Yep, right. And it's all quality, and listen to this, you get a 90-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk. Worst case, you don't absolutely love it, you'll get your money back. But over 91% of users report higher energy levels. Thousands of dudes are feeling incredible results. Just check out the reviews on the website to see for yourself. So for a limited time, the Finding Kid listeners and viewers, you guys get 50% off for life, plus free shipping and 3 free gifts at mengotomars.com. That's mengotomars.com for 50% off and 3 free gifts when you check out. After your purchase, they're going to ask you how you heard about them. Tell them your boy sent you, the Fighter and the Kid. mengotomars.com. Holy shit. So he's not doing that terrible. This was approval rating.
You could just say that every president so far has done a shitty job.
He's near the bottom, right? Wait, but so his approval numbers are way lower. Hold on, approval. Oh, I see. So yeah, he's not doing well.
Yeah,
so
that's his approval.
Yeah, so this is third. So in the high end, he's 40%. And please understand, the next closest is not voting well for the Republicans.
No, it's gonna be a blue wave. Sadly.
So the blue wave. Now you got the House and the Senate. Now he can't do a thing.
Yeah.
And this was the biggest gamble, dude. Now stocks and oil are low, so prices are surging. This is all so bad. No one's happy. I mean, no one happy. And the Iranians they've been around for 5,000 years. They know how to play this game. Yeah, they're like, good luck. Literally, they're like this. They were the first dumbass to do this. Do you know what they floated? They were like, listen, you got to pay us per barrel. It's a tax. If you don't, we're going to shoot drones. We'll bomb your drones. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. But one drone, that shit, like whatever that company is, the Danish company, whatever, they go, I know, but I can't get insurance because I don't want one little torpedo or one little drone to knock out my radars. It's really expensive. So they're all like, we don't feel safe. It's such a disaster. And the Iranians know that that we're not going to send ground troops in. No one knows that, right? Yeah. So the Iranians are like, what are you going to do? You're going to come to the table. And you're gonna negotiate with us, and you're gonna do our terms. You want the dust? You're not getting it. What a mess! It's a mess, bro. But this was predictable. I listened to Tucker Carlson, and he predicted this. When there were a couple guys who were on his pod, they predicted this to a T, that this was gonna happen. And there was a reason all those administrations didn't go anywhere wrong. There was a reason. I'm not a geopolitical strategist, but when they were taking out everybody in Iran, I was like, man, Iran's done. You know.
So what you're saying is he is easily manipulated if you go at him in the right way.
Everybody is. Yeah. They just find where you're. Everybody, when they tell you can do something, if he pulled this shit off, it would be the most historic thing of all time.
Well, Joe was manipulated too. Had no idea what the fuck was going on, so at least he didn't fall for this.
Talking about Biden?
Yeah, but he had no idea what the fuck was happening at the time.
You can't manipulate a guy
who's not there.
Can't type shit.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, one of the things when you see when you see a policy that's been there for 47 years,
So that's what we need.
yeah, there's a reason that nothing's moved for 47 years, because sometimes people who study this shit go, hey, they can cause so much mischief. They can just cause so much problems, so no president wants to deal with that shit. Right? Big mistake.
I'll tell you what, it's not a mistake, and you two aren't going to give a fuck, but Myles Garrett got traded to the LA Rams.
I have a question.
Yeah. Two-time Defense Player of the Year.
He's such a beast. Bring up Myles Garrett shirtless, please. He's 280. You have to see him naked.
You're gay.
Well, I am, but so are you now. Watch. You like bodies. He's a freak.
It's crazy. They
Not
get so
Bubba, how tall is he? Bubba, how tall is he?
6'5", 6'6",
270, I think he is.
Texas A&M kid.
270s. There you go.
Texas A&M kid and Aaron Donald is talking about coming out of retirement. They're going to be fucking cooking.
Is that true?
Yeah, he was that would get me out of
Oh
retirement.
boy.
He's still in good shape too. Myles Garrett, still in good shape.
This guy's
270 pounds.
No, I'm wrong. Sorry.
6'4", 272.
Jesus Christ.
Freak.
Somebody said that if Myles Garrett fought Ilia Topuria,
It's kind of funny. That's actually, isn't that Trump's height and weight?
that's actually probably true.
Different,
a little bit different composition.
You think so?
But I like where you're headed, because I bet he is. That's exactly how much he weighs.
There's no way he's 220.
He's not 220. Well,
Is this Google?
Wait,
have you heard Trump?
That's crazy.
Have you heard Trump? He bullies his doctor. He'll be like, "What do you mean? I'm very healthy." His doctor's like, "Well, maybe fudge that."
At that height and that weight, he would probably be somewhere around 15% body fat. That's not happening.
Trump? More than that.
If he was 6'3", 224,
Some sources claim he's 5'10", which isn't true, but weighs 287. I bet he's every bit 250.
Yeah, I would agree.
I would. If he's 6'3", I think he's over that.
He's a big boy, tall. He doesn't have a lot of muscle, though.
He's 260 there.
He may be. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of muscle.
Gotta give him to though. Athletic. He is athletic.
Well, he's not a bad golfer.
Have you seen him throw a baseball?
I bet he's.
He's gonna have to. His son is. What the fuck is that? Is crazy. Is that AI?
Just
No, his son is 6'9".
Bear is huge.
I knew he was tall, but this is crazy.
His son is 6'9".
How does that happen? 6'7"?
6'7", I think he's taller than that. Although 6'7" is very tall. Yeah. 6'9" is fucking freakish.
Yeah, he was
He's crushing all of it at NYU.
but he was also the reason why Trump went out like,
Damn, Eric is 6'5". Look at Eric. Eric is 6'5". He's a big man.
why are they so fucking big?
They're all tall, man.
You do know that, like, at NYU, those liberal women, those liberal girls are seeing him and going, yeah, but he's 6'7".
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Come on.
Oh, I bet. Oh, he's slanging dick.
He's crushing.
Yeah, he is.
Handsome kid, 6'7".
Tiffany Trump's the fucking trollsness of the Trump family.
Yeah,
Meaning she's short.
He's not
Meaning
saying
she's short. No, I think she's a pretty girl, but
He's not like the Hamburger. What are you
She's
supposed to do? She's pretty girl.
a little shorter.
yeah, I'm just saying she's
By the way,
5'9".
5'8", no joke.
5'9"?
Yeah.
So I'm saying compared to those fucking Shreks.
Yeah. Is that
What up,
she's
Mr. Aquarius?
the daughter of Trump and Marla?
I'm going to sleep in a minute. I'm tired.
Okay,
And
go.
this is Friday. There was no pre-interview with you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, just go to bed then.
I'll see you in the guys willing tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Before I go.
God willing. Take care, Miss Aquarius.
That's not what she was.
She was very hot.
Hey, sweet dreams.
But that's a bummer
You as well.
that,
God willing.
Alright, guys willing.
Oh, yeah, she was hot. Marla Maples was something else.
Tiffany Trump looks like something you can't feed after midnight.
Hey, don't be
That family's fucking big, dude. Like,
yeah, they're tall Germanic people.
big people.
Yeah, blonde, big, blue bloods. Those are the people that ran New York.
Ivanka's that tall. She's gorgeous. She is.
She's straight up pretty, yeah.
Oh my god, yeah. I'm not usually a blonde guy, but she is.
Yeah, she's super pretty.
Was I mean, Melania was a fucking 11.
Oh yeah, in her prime, unbelievable.
But even now, dude, she still looks
100%.
Yeah, she's still great.
It's a very
she's classy,
family.
dude.
Yes,
She is
classy.
She doesn't speak. I've never heard her talk.
No, and she's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, they are very.
Look at the cheek, bro.
They couldn't look better. I mean, you gotta give it up to. They look like aristocrats.
Yeah, he's a Giga Chad.
Long necks.
He has the cheekbones.
Yeah.
6'7".
Long necks. Long, just aquiline noses.
It has to be a weird life for that kid.
Boy, they have the same face, don't they?
Yeah,
They kind of do.
Is that? Yeah,
no, I think that's them. Doesn't she look like that girl, the actress for that show that you like, Brennan?
Yellowstone.
Yeah, Yellowstone. Doesn't she look like her?
she's hot.
I can
It's a
see that.
redhead.
I can see a little bit.
Yeah, but Bear must have a weird life being that age and your dad's fucking Trump.
And you're going to one of the most liberal schools in the country. But if you're 6'7", it's a different life.
But the whole thing has to be a weird outing.
Her husband,
Does he ever play sports or anything?
He was a soccer guy.
Yeah,
Soccer guy.
no, Trump played basketball.
No, not Trump. I know.
Barrett.
The Bear.
He was a soccer
Play
player.
like little
Was he
kid.
a soccer?
Can he just jump on the teams?
Barrett jumps
like
soccer.
other kids?
There's a video of him playing
Yeah,
soccer.
soccer fan. Currently stands 6'9". Yeah. He is way too big to play soccer.
Yeah.
It's just soccer association.
Unless you're a goalie. Imagine being that tall.
Yeah, goalie would get for him.
So he really played for a long time.
There he is.
Yeah, I think you get to a certain age where they go, hey, no more
I bet
sports.
Barron
We're out of
Trump's
soccer.
There's a video of him playing.
Oh my god, this is supposed to be the highlights. Someone said, fuck it, Prime Bear Trump highlights. Fuck it. He's so much bigger than this kid.
You know what he looks like? You know when you create a character on a video game and you just max out all the height?
Everything. God, I like to get his ass on my football team.
That looks pretty damn good.
Yeah,
It's actually pretty good.
God, good lord. No, I don't know if that is that real.
Yeah.
He's so big.
He's rather tall.
You remember when Kramer started doing taekwondo in Seinfeld and just beat up kids? That's what he was. What? I'm a black belt.
Yeah, it looks like the coach running around the field.
He's so fucking distracting.
That's a big boy. A lot of white slow twitch muscle.
It's gonna be tough for him to make it when your dad's Trump.
Yeah. He was the football player that's getting shit right now for being Trump supporter. What was that? The quarterback?
Oh, for the Giants? That's so stupid. People are so dumb.
I have never seen a president so divisive.
No, never.
I've never seen it.
But even JFK was in this?
Obama was pretty divisive.
Not really.
In a different way.
And then was there social media?
Yeah.
So social media makes it way.
There was social media back then.
But this is violent, like hatred. This is like,
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan. When I was growing up, Ronald Reagan was a very divisive. People were like, "I can't believe this," but he still had a huge approval rating.
I feel like it's a different time.
Yeah. Well, Trump's also not very presidential. He's like using the F word. There's a lot about him that's people don't know where.
Yeah, Nixon with Vietnam was tough.
Yeah, he was.
But you're right. It is a different time because nowadays, because of social media, you can actually say something that reaches that person. Like you couldn't write a fucking now you could be in their comment section. They could say it you couldn't write a letter that said "whore" to Marilyn Monroe. You know what I mean? Back in the day, you'd have to have this guy read your letters, make sure it's not poison. Now you can just send a DM and they could see it.
And by the way, you're right. When you say stuff like Abe Lincoln, they were just saying, I mean, the country broke into civil war.
Yes.
So there's
Yeah, okay, that's right.
Andrew Jackson, Nixon.
I'm saying
Nixon Vietnam was wild.
Oh, yeah.
modern history.
What's that?
Modern history, he's probably the most divisive.
But again, Nixon.
My lifetime.
We all have a tendency. To say things like
Right now's the worst.
and it's not.
Yeah.
It's always. It might just be we're on a cycle.
I do notice if you did get the chance to grow up in the '90s, it just seems like things are just so much worse. Because I guess if you're a kid who's a Gen Z, like everything you've lived through, it's no wonder they're so cynical. They were born during 9/11. Then there was the financial collapse. Then there was COVID. Like their whole life has just
but
been.
even in the 80s, there was the Rwandan genocide. There was
I was not
the
affected,
horrible Balkans War.
but none of that was affecting my life.
But you know what was that you weren't aware of is like if you look up like kidnappings back then, it was so much worse than it is now.
Yeah, there were no cameras.
There was nothing. So more kids were getting molested. More kids were getting kidnapped.
Well, the whole church,
Ugly kid.
the church, the whole Catholic, nobody knew what was going on.
Like now is a way more safer time for kids than any time before, but you think it's way worse because social media.
Maybe it's because what they're
AIDS was
exposed
incurable
to.
back then. People, it's a lot of
There
stuff.
was not a lot of Gen Z kids that were AIDS. They're fucking. I guess Gen Z. What's the one after them? Gen Alpha.
Sorry, yeah, Gen Alpha. Just Gen B. Overall violent crime has fallen dramatically since the 1990s. Kidnapping.
It was what happened in the 90s. You put kids on milk cartons.
There was. I'm saying there's more historic events that they've like. Look at it. Could you imagine 100 years in the future, this generation, like if you have to go back and take a history class, there's gonna be that section of history where you're like, fuck, I have to remember so many fucking things. Like now I have to remember 9/11. Now I gotta remember COVID. Now I gotta remember.
That's just living, dude. That's history.
Yeah.
If you're born in the 80s, there's a bunch of shit going on. 70s, bunch of shit going on. 60s, bunch of shit going on. 50s, bunch of shit going on. It's just life, what? We think like we're special, like because of COVID.
I think
It's not.
COVID has always been great and always sucked.
Yeah,
you got both.
It just is what it is.
But being locked down in your house for 2 years, not me. I'm saying you were supposed to.
That was definitely historic.
Yeah, that was unprecedented.
Yeah, being stuck in your house for 3 years.
That was wild.
And they had to.
And nobody paid a price.
They all developed autism in the house.
Yeah, but you know who paid the price? The government. And look up the trust of the government.
And children.
Look up the trust of the government.
Yeah.
Are you trying to say the 90s were as bad as going through the worst terrorist event that's ever happened?
A lot of terrorism.
90s were
A lot of terrorism.
2008 recession.
A lot of terrorism.
Oh, buddy.
A lot.
90s had shit.
It's that you can't
bring up
compare
most
what happened in the 90s
historic shit in the 90s.
what happened on 9/11.
There's also Michael Jordan's entire career.
What the fuck?
What led up to that? Yeah. What led up to all that?
We had PlayStation 1. It was a fucking fun time.
Hell yeah.
But what led up to the terrorism in 2011 was the bombing of Lockerbie, the bombing of the Khobar Towers, the bombing of the Tanzania and Kenyan embassies.
Again, I'm talking about the United States. Children of the United States growing up.
Yeah, but those were American targets. The barracks in Lebanon.
Maybe put in the United States. I mean, obviously you have the Rwandan genocide. Gulf War was a big deal.
Soviet Union fell
Because I remember my uncle Skip having to leave and go to the Gulf War, and we could not stop crying. My mom was like, "What?" She was so upset. She's like, "He's gonna be fine." So it's not like he's fucking shooting a gun in the front line, you idiots.
Hey, we've also had Afghanistan.
You didn't know.
I was 10.
Afghanistan.
No.
Iraq. That's Iraq. Afghanistan.
Afghanistan.
Oh, see,
Syria.
you're forgetting Oklahoma City bombing was fucking wild.
Columbine High School shooting.
I mean, Columbine, yeah, that's on the
Columbine was
That ruined my big problem. That ruined my pilot. That ruined my TV career.
Y2K was a fucking big problem for the 90s.
But they thought it was gonna be.
Waco was wild, dude. They had some shit in the 90s, dude.
Compare Columbine to the 7,000 school shootings that have happened since then.
But that they were everyone's copycat. They're the ones that made it.
But now it's like a regular basis.
Yeah, but the big reason is people went, "Oh shit, you can do that," and then it boom.
Got the riots in Los Angeles. Don't forget the
That's
riots.
comparing Chuck Liddell's era of MMA to now. It's moved on so much.
It's not worse now, dude.
Oh, man.
I promise it's.
Columbine was bad. Well, Sandy,
Let's hear about it right away now, because it's you're old. It's real time.
But to my point, though, like those kids are going to be more cynical than someone in my time because that's all that's been in their face.
Well, also
remember,
remember, those kids see it. They don't read about it. We used to read about it in the newspaper. They see the mom screaming. They see the actual event. You see this fucking shark attack in Brazil. It's like this woman swimming. Guy comes in, pulls her out, and the cameras are before he watches. She had her fucking leg literally bit off right here, like a perfect break. That shark just took her whole leg.
I can't get it.
And I was like, what in the fuck? And there's a crazy.
I'm so desensitized to this shit.
There's a crazy angle. You gotta see the angle though. It blew my mind. I was like, what? They're not gonna show this.
Zippy?
Yes.
They're not gonna show it on like fucking CBS.
There is an angle where you see it and it's perfectly. You're like, oh no. That's when you realize how powerful sharks are.
Ruined my food for the day.
Really? Right there. I bet you that's it.
The second one?
Second one probably. Or that one. Take a look at it. Yeah.
Tell me what it's called.
Watch this, Bubba. See how there's only one leg?
Hold on, let me see.
See
It's
that?
all blurry though. It's
Well, the one I saw was not blurry. You're such a
light. Yeah.
Hey, bro.
I don't like that stuff.
You know?
I don't like that stuff.
I wish it wasn't blurred. Like I would pay extra when I watch crime shows if they would show the body.
The one I saw was not blurred.
No, you know what? Fuck me. I used to be fine with it until I watched the beheading video.
See, I can't do that.
I don't do that.
I can't do that.
I had nightmares about it for months.
I don't watch
like
that.
terror shit. That lady's still alive at least. I can't do the terror shit.
I don't watch any of that.
It ruined me. I was like,
No, I can't get down with that, man.
I was having nightmares about like terrorism in movie theaters. And
No.
It's awful. If your business communications are basically a burner phone and a prayer, missed calls, texts, nobody answers, customers following up for the third time, it's a mess, okay? It's time to, well, let's fucking quo, okay? That is why today's episode is brought to you by Quo. Q-U-O. It's a business communication system built so you never miss a call. How about that, okay? Everyone on your team thinks someone else handled it. That happens all the time. The call, the text, the follow-up. It's like that Spider-Man meme where they're all pointing at each other, all right?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, customers are sitting there like, hello. So if you get Quo, the entire team can handle calls and texts from one shared number.
It's also the #1 rated business phone system on G2 with over 3,000 reviews, built for how modern teams actually work. All right?
Yeah. It's great for your business. If money is on the line if you have a business, always say hello to Quo. Q-U-O. Try Quo for free. Plus, get 20% off your first 6 months when you go to Quo, QUO.com/fighter. That's QUO.com/fighter.
What's crazy about that lady, like, think about it, going to the ocean, your life's changed forever. Forever.
You lost your life.
Yeah. Life's going to be a little different.
Clean break.
You keep saying break, it's about.
I mean, a clean bite.
Don't say break again.
Tiger shark. Yeah, tiger sharks are.
They'll get you.
They'll get you. They'll get you. You see their teeth in their mouths, you're like, oh God.
Isn't bull shark the most dangerous?
They're awful.
I'd say tiger. Well,
Tiger and
is tiger and bull.
not good. They're not good.
And bull is freshwater, right?
They can do both.
They get both. Yeah.
Yeah, we got fluid. Yeah, dude.
Tiger and
Swing
bull.
both ways. Fresh salt.
Bring up tiger shark and bull shark's mouths. Like you'll see them hanging upside down.
Great whites. Fuck.
I love great white sharks.
Me too.
Love them.
Favorite animals.
Just don't want to swim.
Great white sharks and honey badgers are my two favorite animals.
I like a nice honey badger myself.
Honey badger's good.
Honey badger's the most badass fucking animal.
Dude, I'll tell you what. This is a hot take. I think tarantulas are cute.
You're a
You've seen one in
great-
person.
That's my other thing
They're
I
all
can't be
fuzzy
around.
and
You think they're
bugs.
cute?
Yeah, we caught one in the house, and even the boys were like, "Don't kill him." I'm like, I ain't killing this thing. This thing's fucking cute as shit.
If they came into the apartment with me and my girl, it's his apartment and his girl now.
Yeah.
I want nothing to do with
They're
it.
fucking cute, man. They're all small and fuzzy with big butts.
You like them?
Yeah, they're cute.
Really?
Yeah.
You're a sick fuck.
Yeah, they're cute. You see them in person, they're all like warm and fuzzy. And they're not aggressive.
The hair, it's like a
Can you pick them up?
You can, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
It's like a Greek guy's
They will
ear.
bite
It's
you.
that nasty
Look
fucking
at
hair.
Yeah, look, you go that one. Yeah, you go that one. The velvet ass.
I guess depending on what they are, like some of them.
Horrifying.
Yeah, I'm actually very squeamish for that. I don't like those things with their hair.
Bitches. I'll tell you what I don't fuck with is that redhead Texas centipede.
Oh, Jesus
My
Christ.
kiddos are what?
Oh, dude.
Seen one out here yet?
Hey, you don't want to get bit by those.
Buddy, this big.
No. Have you seen one?
Oh yeah, 2 of them now.
Oh, man.
No, you see the fluorescent one? See how that's all like crazy colors, like a fucking trapper keeper?
Yes.
Like 90s?
Fuck off.
Ew. So those are out here all the time.
Damn it, dude.
They bite.
Oh!
That's not real.
God
That's
damn it.
That's real, Bubba. I'll tell you that.
I don't like that thing at all.
We've got
That is a monster from Monster
Yeah,
Inc.
that's true.
We've got 2 of them, but then Cowdy Pearson got bit by one, and that motherfucker was not doing well.
Yeah, he said.
Oh,
He said it was awful. He had no sense of humor about it. He goes,
And my kids love Coyote Pearson, and so like
He's great.
He is awesome. We've had him on the show before. He's
Get
awesome.
the fuck out of here.
Yeah, before he was like super big. We had him on the show.
Now you have me. That sucks.
So can you go get bit by a thing and then come back?
you don't want to get bit. You don't want see if there's anybody who gets bit by a redhead.
Did you ever see him get?
Coyote Pearson.
He got hit by. I think he might. I don't know if he's the one that got flicked, but there's a bug with the hardest recorded punch pound for pound in the world.
Like a bite?
It's a shrimp. It's a shrimp. It's a shrimp.
Oh, the shotgun shrimp talk? You're talking about the shotgun shrimp?
It could possibly break the glass on a fucking on the.
Come on, dude.
That's
You gotta be crazy to let
Dude,
that.
he has 21 million subscribers.
Is that Coyote?
Yeah. So my kids love coyote, so they're off in summer, and they're like, Dad, because there's like open fields around.
That's
Like, Dad,
disgusting.
we're gonna go find a redheaded centipede. I'm like, Bubba, you're not Coyote Peterson.
No.
Do not get bit by that fucking
Yeah, you don't want that.
Is it poisonous?
Look at this.
Oh, buddy.
Come on. Look at how
Like
horrible.
top 3 hardest bites in the world.
Get the fuck out.
Well, it's an awful bite because it's poisonous, and he had pain. He had pain for a long time after that.
Oh, if you make him scream,
And by the way, that's on your forearm. It's not on your foot. It's not on your
Yeah,
thigh.
it's shorting a bit. Dude, when we found one of these in our master bedroom.
Come on.
Chilling in the master bedroom. I went,
Seriously?
what the fuck is that?
I'm never moving out to the country.
Look at the kind of pain he's in. Look at the kind of pain.
Oh, yeah, he's hurt. He said it never completed the episode because of
Yeah, he said it was the worst. He said he felt sick. It didn't go
I think
well.
Tarantula Hawk's #1 though, which we also have out here up the wazoo. Also, hot take, they're pretty chill. Tarantula Hawk.
Yeah, they're
They
very
don't
chill.
want trouble.
No.
They don't want to be fucked with.
They want no
If you
trouble.
fuck with them, Bubba, you're gonna have fuck around and find out.
You fuck around
You know
and
about
find out.
Tarantula Hawk out here?
No, why
You gotta get out of the fucking downtown or into the suburbs. Those things are everywhere.
I don't want to come. I'm never coming to
There's also rattlesnakes. Have we gotten to
Big
rattlesnakes?
rattlers.
We have rattlesnakes on our fucking doorstep.
Yeah.
Rattlers.
And coral snakes, which have cobras venom.
There's no coral here, but I like your enthusiasm.
But they do have coral snakes.
Not in Texas. No, they don't. Those are ocean.
Hold on. I'm glad I told you this because actually it's really important. They're super dangerous and poisonous.
Coral snakes?
Yeah.
There's water moccasins.
Yeah.
Randomest Texas.
Bring up a coral.
Yeah, it's really, I know, Bob, I'm sorry.
Let me see what they look like, Chief, because we're fishing on the docks at night.
Hey, this city sucks.
You know what we are?
I told you.
We're a mini Australia.
Two in our yard.
We're a mini Australia.
We've had 2 in our yard.
You told me none of this before.
There's a coral snake.
Yes, Bubba, that's a coral snake. And now please understand, it's
5 facts that might surprise you.
yeah.
And they're super poisonous.
They're
What is it? Red?
cousin
Red is the
cobra,
man that's
cousin
dead.
cobra, and it's a very poisonous snake. Second strongest venom in the world.
What the fuck?
Yeah, we don't want to fuck around with them. They're no joke.
Going back to New York, where it's
Dangerous, but not usually deadly because we can get them. Their venom's highly toxic.
You know what though? In general, like, listen,
They're
heaven
not
forbid, knock
aggressive.
on wood, any of my kids get bit, but Bossy's smaller, so he'd have problems, and obviously Billy being Superman would have problems. Tiger's 110 pounds, he's gonna be fine, I'll be fine. In general, if you get bit by a rattlesnake, or a coral snake, or the centipede, or the tarantula hawk, you're gonna be okay. It's gonna fucking hurt. We have cool war stories.
But you need like an anti-venom, right?
For a rattlesnake, yeah.
Yeah.
But they have it at the hospital. I think sort of hospitals have to carry it.
Yeah, they carry it. So you want to get anti-venom right away.
Holy fuck, there's coral
Yes,
snakes?
Bob. And the problem is your arm can go paralyzed. Like you can have nerve damage forever.
Or my son turns into a fucking spot.
No, that's a cobra. If you get bit by that and you don't get treated, you're going to die. But you get treated.
Yeah, you have time. Is what I'm saying.
But
That's why I love that dude that yoinks the animals in South Florida. Have you seen that dude? The yoink guy in South
we had
Florida?
that in our pool. Right in our pool. And the pool guy goes, hey, I fished a coral snake out of your pool.
Jesus, was he dead?
No.
They live in water.
Yeah. And even though they actually on the ground, but they'll come to water.
Holy
And so that thing was there, and then my neighbor said, hey, you got kids, I just wanted you to know, I just got rid of this coral snake that was right here. And
Put it in your fucking pool.
And do they get big?
they don't get that big. Don't get that big. And they're not aggressive.
What are the most deadly things in Texas? I need to know now.
Coral snakes.
Dude, coral snake #1.
Diamond
Rattlesnake, diamondback.
What is it?
And the things that'll really hurt you are the tarantula hawk, that red wasp.
Oh, little Satan. Have you seen the Texas Red Wasp? Buddy, you gotta educate yourself. You're one of the street.
You're talking about fur.
I stay on 6th Street where I get bit by a homeless guy. I'm fine with that. That's fine. This is something, no.
Oh, yeah, dude.
No, my girl wanted to...
So, I'm sorry. We got the bark scorpion, too. And the highly aggressive Africanized honeybee. Okay? Cottonmouth. Don't get bit by a cottonmouth, please. Don't get bit by a cottonmouth.
What's a puss caterpillar?
Whoa! Look at this. Hold on. Go back. Go back. Striped bark scorpion, the only scorpion species in Texas with venom strong enough to be life-threatening. All right? You understand me? Life-threatening.
I gotta see what a puss caterpillar looks like.
Then you got brown recluse. You got brown recluse spiders. Oh boy, that causes severe necrotic tissue.
A caterpillar that causes intense burning pain.
Let's look for your house, dude.
We got a lot of shit going on, bro.
What's a puss caterpillar?
You gotta check your boots.
Oh, look at that.
That's kind of cute.
That's it too.
Yeah, that's stuff. Oh, that thing's fucking cute, dude.
It's cute.
And if you touch it, it's fucking intense
Yeah,
pain.
you don't want to be touching that.
That's adorable.
It's a puss caterpillar.
It does look like a puss. Look at that right there.
It's a lot of fun.
It's got lips and everything.
It's not a good time.
I've seen worse puss.
Jesus, look at that. That is awful.
That's what it looks like when it touches you.
Will fuck your world up.
Oh my god, look at that guy's thumb. Fuck.
It's gotta be a woman, yeah.
That's a weird thumb.
Or this one.
Painful.
Speaking of weird thumbs, I saw a still of your thumb. You have very interesting thumbs.
I just look at
Hitchhiker thumbs.
I just look
No, you're able to fucking bend that shit backwards and shit.
as far as just look at it.
You have hitchhiker thumbs?
No.
You have the regular thumbs. Hitchhiker thumbs.
But you got it too.
Yeah.
Fucking weird.
Can you angle it, Brendan? So the camera can see it? I mean, like that? Oh, gosh. What?
It's a regular thumb, no?
No, we have hitchhiker thumbs. If it's straight, it means you're gay.
What's that movie with Uma Thurman where she was a hitchhiker with giant
Then it's
thumbs?
gay.
And she was really hot.
Huh?
Is that movie with Uma Thurman where she was a hitchhiker and she had giant thumbs? You know what I'm talking about?
Nah.
No, but speaking of movies, have you seen Possession?
Dude, how about it was a YouTuber,
Oh, I know.
21 years old.
Oh, wow.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's a movie.
But I saw two of the best horror movies I've seen in probably the past decade.
One more. We got Obsession's good.
Obsession and Backrooms. So Backrooms is, do you know what Backrooms is?
Oh, that looks so fucking good.
Look up Backrooms, just like the picture. There's like basically a theory that people have seen this in their dreams, seen this in their imagination, like what Backrooms look like. It's like liminal spaces. So they made a whole movie about it, and it's so fucking scary.
I gotta watch
If you think
this.
Hereditary creeps you out, it leaves you with the same creepiness throughout the whole
Dude,
thing.
he made it for $700 grand and it made like 150 million or something.
Dude,
It's as simple as this. But
It's
look
on Hollywood, bro.
yeah. So basically, when you leave the theater, you are. I was like high when I left the theater. Like it fucks with your brain as you're leaving the theater because then you go into the mall and it's a liminal space and it's like there was a point where I was like I had to like during the movie go, am I going fucking crazy right now? Yeah.
But what's the concept? Just back rooms exist?
So it's just basically supposed to be like
Your subconscious.
it's in the movie it's subconscious, but in like the original lore, it's basically like going outside of the realm of like what we live in.
Scroll up, Tim. So this, to sum it up, Backrooms Phenomenon is an internet horror concept about accidentally glitching out of reality and end up in a vast, endless space of empty rooms. That's it.
gotta watch it.
Killer. I need a.
So there's killers in it, and it's also all the entities in it are fucking weird.
Yeah.
But what was the one the 21-year-old made? That movie's good.
Obsession's very good.
What's it about? Get up, Jim.
Obsession is basically this kid. He's the
saw it?
biggest. Yeah. He's like the biggest fucking dork ever, and he has a crush on one of his girls that he's friends with.
Okay.
And
But don't tell me the whole story. I want to watch
No,
it.
give us the plot though.
just the plot is basically like he wants her so bad, and even though she makes it seem obvious that she wants him, he doesn't have the balls to actually go for it. As hard as his friends try and get him to do it, so he makes a wish where he cracks this wish thing that she is more like loves him more than anything, and you find out that she does, and it's I don't want to give away too much.
Watch the trailer.
Because if I say too much, it's going to give away too much of the movie. Yeah, watch the trailer.
We have to edit this on, sorry, kids.
I watch enough movies. Do you watch movies? I watch enough.
My girl is right
I've been
here.
to the movie theater. Only for my kids, right?
My girl's right around the corner from the theater, so I've been going a lot.
This podcast brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, all right? Who are in the business of keeping your car on the road. They offer friendly, helpful service, parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. They got thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in-store or online, so you don't have to worry if you're in a jam. The team at O'Reilly's Auto Parts can test your battery for free in or out of your car. If it needs to be replaced, they'll help you find just the right battery for your vehicle. They'll help you find just the right everything for your vehicle, because the professional parts people at O'Reilly are your one-stop shop for all things to auto do-it-yourself, and you can find what you need in-store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today, or visit O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. This podcast is brought to you by Progressive. Insurance isn't one size fits all, and shopping for it shouldn't feel like squeezing into something that just doesn't fit, and that is why drivers have enjoyed Progressive's Name Your Price tool for years. With the Name Your Price tool, you tell them what you want to pay, and they show you options that fit your budget. Enough hunting for discounts, trying to calculate rates, and tinkering with coverages. Maybe you're picking out your very first policy, or maybe you're just looking for something that works better for you and your family. Either way, they make it simple to see your options. No guesswork, no surprises. So you're ready to see how easy and fun shopping for car insurance can be? Visit Progressive.com and give the Name Your Price tool a try. Take the stress out of shopping and find coverage that fits your life on your terms. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
At first, I didn't think it was real. I woke up to this blinding light. I was transported to another place. Pluto TV. Then I heard a voice.
Come with me if you want to live.
There were thousands of movies and shows, and they were all free. It's just so beautiful.
On Pluto TV, free streaming of Terminator 2, Fringe, Arrow, The 100, and The X-Files may cause excitement, loss of sleep, and some belief in extraterrestrials. No minor cards or alien encounters necessary. Pluto TV, stream now, pay never.
Oh, shit.
It's so fucking good, dude.
I gotta watch this fucking movie.
It's so good. Dude, A24 is proving, because, like, in movies lately, they're like, we need some, like, even in commercials now, you have fucking Danny McBride. They're putting no-name people in low-budget movies and making better things than any high Hollywood budget. And it's so fucking, like, I saw the drama with Zendaya and Robert Pattinson, and it's, that's fucking great, too. It's basically this couple, they're about to get married, and right before they get married, they're all sharing the worst things they've ever done. And, like, one person said that they locked their retarded kid in the closet overnight, and everyone thought that was bad. And then Zendaya says the worst thing she's ever done, and it's so fucked up.
Oh, what is that movie?
It's called The Drama.
Yeah.
And it's like the leading up to the wedding. It might be actually out now on Prime.
Yeah, I want to watch that.
It's like the leading up to the wedding. I came having to deal with what fucking psycho he's about to marry, and it just becomes the most insane.
I'm late to the draw. You know what I loved? Nobody.
That was good.
It's good.
That was good. I saw Nobody's too.
It's good.
You guys still haven't watched The Crash?
I did.
Documentary on Netflix?
I did. Dude, I gotta ask, do you think
What's it about?
it's a young girl basically driving a car?
No, you shouldn't.
Really? But it's sad.
No.
No, I mean, you feel bad for
happy, but it's a
the kids
fucking true
the kids that pass, yeah, but it's a thing happening in real life. This girl basically drove like 100 miles an hour with 3 other kids in the car straight into a wall.
Killed her boyfriend and then just their friend. And then she said it was an accident. Car went out of control. But then there's evidence of her doing like a pre-trial run 2 days before, and the way she talked to the boyfriend, like she wanted to kill him. And then the dad makes it way worse. He got fired from his job. You know that?
Oh, I didn't know that. No.
Which is kind of silly. But
Here's my thing. Everyone's like, yeah, she did. I don't think she was trying to commit. She was not a suicidal person. So I don't see why she would do it on purpose. But it was like really sketchy the way that when she thought the cameras were off, the way she started talking to the documentary team. I was like, and then the phone call, it was like,
and then speaking in whatever it is, the gibberish language, and they decoded it. And basically, she was telling her mom like, "Don't tell him this. I'm gonna tell him this." Like, she's definitely a bad person. And then if you get peaked with it. Her cellmate who's out now, is on TikTok. She's like, she's the worst.
I didn't see that. I heard it's crazier
She was
online right now.
Oh, dude, she's getting dragged to the fucking.
Really?
Oh, people like she's the worst thing ever.
In prison?
Yeah, ever. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, because
She
like,
wanted to be
in
famous.
interviews she seems so sweet, and then like they show what she's actually like.
Just a true piece of shit.
She's the catch me outside girl.
Yeah, bad person. And the mom, have you? Well, again, it's on TikTok, but they're recording her conversation with her mom from prison.
No.
And my mom's like, "Have you seen it? You made the UK news." And she's like, "Are you kidding me?" She's like, "You made the UK news." She's like, "I'm telling you, Kardashians are gonna see me." They're terrible people.
Because the way the documentary kind of made it, I was like, I could go either way with this, right?
Now, so that was designed on Netflix to do that. Watch the real one on Hulu. Does a much better deep dive on it. And if you watch that, you're like, oh my god, she's terrible. They leave out a bunch of facts.
Most of us walk around because we're good people, and it's hard to fathom how fucking awful some people really are.
Oh, yeah.
Like how some people will do anything for themselves.
If you want to see the worst people, watch the documentary on Hulu. It's about Natalia Grace. And it's what you ever seen the movie? It's called The Orphan, and they adopt that Russian girl.
And she's like,
She's who it's based on.
What?
But what they find out in this is the parents just didn't want to adopt this girl anymore, so they started making up shit about her. And like, yeah, she has pubes, and she got a period. She's actually like 30. But they lied. They just wanted to get rid of this girl.
damn, bro.
But they wanted to get rid of her, and they lied to the court. They said they got her age changed.
Just those people
to her
take her.
20s.
So she wasn't really
She
trying
was
to
actually like 8 years old.
Oh, she was like
and then she had to get her own job at an apartment. And because they wanted to keep her quiet, they took her phone away and they put her in the top floor of a walk-up building so she couldn't get down.
Oh my god! So they
And her
weren't.
dad is very gay.
So she wasn't trying to kill her parents. They
No.
were trying to kill her.
No. No, she's just a little girl that they went, we're kind of tired of having this girl around.
But she's a dwarf, or
She has so many things. Yeah.
poor thing. Poor girl.
And she's basically in a wheelchair, so they can't, when they put her on the top floor, they're like, all right, she won't be able to get down and tell anybody about this.
God, man, like people are just, they're so bad.
And the worst part about it was when they went to court over the thing, because legally her age was changed, the jury had to go by the legal age. So they couldn't listen to the evidence that said that she's actually 10 years old at the time. So she had to like get a job and like fucking pay a utility bill and shit like that. She was 10 at the time. It was fucked up.
If you watch enough crime docs, you can lose all faith in me.
100%. I was watching that. Take a break.
I was watching one the other night, and there's just this. They were buddies, and some old guy, and he just stabbed him 40 times. They cut his head off, and then they're interviewing him, and he's like, "Yeah, I was even over there." And they clearly have the evidence he's over there. You're like, "The fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that? Because he wanted his money,
I got hooked on, you probably love it, on YouTube. There's a guy named JM something, and he does like the actual like interrogations, and he's an interrogator himself who narrates the videos, and he like will point out why this person's lying, and he has one that shows the difference between a real psychopath and a fake one. Like the kid Nicholas Cruz that was the shooter in South Florida. He shot at the school, and he showed, because the kid Nicholas Cruz didn't realize that there was cameras going at all times in the interrogation room.
stopping himself.
So whenever the interrogator would leave, he would just be completely normal, and as soon as he heard the door, he'd be like looking at the ceiling and like fucking just fidgeting. Yeah. But then they showed a real psychopath, the way that he reacted, and he was so matter of fact how he killed the person. He's like, yeah, I shot him in the head. I felt like I should probably get out of there because I just murdered him.
Well, they always ask those people, they're like, do you have any remorse? They're like, remorse? I mean,
No, this kid had no remorse.
but that's sociopaths don't look at them as people. You're just an object. It's not,
You would love that channel. It's insane. And it's huge on YouTube.
There's some
Probably
big
again.
I love all that shit.
It's like 50 million. It has at least 50 million views on the channel.
There's so much good content on YouTube.
I watch more YouTube than I do TV at this point. Unless I'm with my girl, I can't watch a show. I can't just watch a show. I gotta be with someone, or else I get too much ADD. I can't watch it.
Your reruns are great. That's the problem. You can watch everything, though. Every fight that's ever happened, everything.
I would have got Chester. Do you watch anything, Chip?
YouTube. Like I always say, I watch fishing and camping stuff. It's stuff you would love.
Fishing and camping.
You don't watch any shows or nothing? Like you won't watch like I don't know.
No. Short answer, no.
No.
Yeah, I'll
Stranger
do
Things,
I watch
the big shows.
when movies come out. I love watching. Remember, that's why I told you about Weapons. I was like, fuck, that's such a badass. That's why I love A24 films.
Yeah.
They do all these like badass films. Anyway,
Every good show is done now, though. There's no more like.
fuck, you should watch this.
Estimate is done.
Friends and Family.
The Boys is done.
Friends and Family's great.
That's what it is. Check this shit out.
I started rewatching Ozark.
This is gonna sound so good, but did you guys watch Handmaid's Tale?
Oh yeah, just the first 2 seasons. Great.
The new show Testament, which is a spinoff, which is basically the girl's daughters. So good. It's better than the original Handmaid's Tale. So good.
What's this, Jim?
This is called Onslaught. And
Is this with Alex Barrera?
yes,
Alex Barrera
Check this
playing
shit
an
out.
star.
watch this. It's 824 as
Say
well.
Chama, baby. So mad.
It's the human equivalent of thinking visceral.
I love these kind of movies. Super soldier type movies. So cool.
I'm in.
I wonder if he's gonna have a real role where he's speaking in English.
The crazy thing is, like, Alex is like a big, usually when an MMA person goes into a movie, they're like a little clip, little something. Alex is like the main, like, evil character.
You guys think whatever. I'm putting all my money on Cyril Khan. If Cyril Khan's not doing movies, it never works out for a fighter when they start doing movies.
Oh yeah, Ronda.
Red movies.
Usually a red flag. And really hard to keep that level of intensity.
Cyril Khan's done movies too.
Cyril Khan.
But he hasn't done that. I haven't seen anything leading up to this fight though. No. But also, if that's being shot now, that means he shot this. I know, fucking probably a year ago.
More than that.
Yeah, so he's right. So we should be alright.
I love those. You like those movies?
It is a red flag.
But there's also press for it. There's a lot of stuff. It's usually like
There's a red flag.
you get a little too famous, a little too rich, and it's like okay.
My favorite is
But even worse than that, because UFC covered. Yeah, there's a curse to it. It's just the way things go.
my favorite's when Izzy reacted to being the shoulder
Yeah,
getting knocked out.
fuck.
Izzy posted, "I'm on the UFC cover again." It just his shoulder as he's getting knocked out.
What's this, Jen? So history is about to be paid like shooter basketball history is about to get paid like one of the greatest athletes in sports history. Steph Curry is reported set to earn an estimate $1.19 billion through his New Year partnership with Li Ning.
10-year partnership. Li Ning shoes. Have you guys ever heard about the shoe brand?
Because he was with Arnold. So, and the craziest part go down, the deal is tied to brand growth and revenue, meaning the total value could climb even higher over time. This also might be a prediction. Like, I don't know if he's guaranteed $1.19 billion, right?
No, I think that's it. That is his guarantee.
That's the minimum.
Yeah.
This is a Chinese company.
Yeah. So then I looked it up. I guess Dwayne Wade was the first person to do this shoe deal with them, like 2017 or something. He got like 60 mil, around 60 million, and then this is what Steph Curry's getting paid. So I looked at the shoes. This is kind of what they.
What the fuck is that?
This is a Dwayne Wade one.
Would you wear those?
Wade.
My kids would. Kids like crazy shit these days. They like wild shit. That's why like mellow ball shoes are like the biggest thing. They're like Jordans. All the kids wear mellows now. Really? Because they're crazy colors. And they did a Rick and Morty collab. Like they like loud.
Mellow.
Yeah, I like them too. They're just like the cleats are loud now. The shoes are loud. Like lime, like bright greens and bright oranges and bright yellows. Like nothing's just chill these days.
Who's your basketball team?
Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Knicks are actually in the finals.
All right, they play tonight.
Yeah, buddy.
I could give two fucks about NBA basketball.
Unless the Knicks are doing well, I don't give a shit.
It's my least favorite sport, but
But it is crazy to see Wembanyama just move.
Yeah.
He's the most
75.
He looks like he should be in front of a used car dealership.
Skinny.
He's so lanky, but he's also so coordinated at that height.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can like cross dudes up and pull up from the top.
He's that really skinny kid, right? Really tall, really
French guy.
Yeah, 6'5". Sorry, 7'5". 7'5".
Yeah. I
You
don't
see
know how
what
he
he
does.
fell?
I
You
don't know how he
realize
does.
when you're that tall and you fall, it's insane.
Oh no, those guys are always
The video of him falling was
7'5". Yeah, they're always injured.
7'5". Not good.
It's interesting. I mean, shit, get your bag, Steph Curry.
1.19 billion. That's insane. Yeah.
And then So you mentioned Benjamin Netanyahu. There's rumors that he was going to be at the UFC 2. He's not from any legit sources. Yeah, so it's not confirmed. But anyway, so I guess I looked this up too. So Aiden Ross was on a live stream. He said that if it's true, then he's not going to the UFC. Yeah, he said if it says he pulled out, he didn't pull out. Yeah, he says if Netanyahu's there, I'm not going.
I'm also just not trusting Instagram. Forbidden knowledge spelled with a 4.
Yeah, I don't believe any of this. And I saw the way they stitched this up, they edited it. It's like different every single time, but this is apparently like what it's supposed to be. I wouldn't go either if I'm him.
I'm not going, bro. Bro, a lot of people are going, I just want to go. I don't want to go. I really just, what now, what?
How much money is that kid making a year?
All the money.
How's he making so much money? He's just...
He's the biggest streamer in the world. Like, him and Speed are 2 of the biggest streamers in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
What is it about them that's so popular?
I don't know. He was part of the Andrew Tate thing when Tate was popping off. And he would do a lot of streams with Andrew Tate and kind of gave him like a big jump start. And
He's
now...
got to have something, right?
Jen, how much does it say he makes a month off streaming?
He's got to have something, though.
Well, now he has the boxing events and MMA
No,
events.
but that doesn't. But I'm with Brian. Like, well, I wonder what makes him stick out. Like, I show Speed is super talented, has charisma.
He's actually so athletic. It's
he's a beast.
insane. Have you seen him like run against actual track stars?
Crazy fast.
Yeah.
Wow.
And publicly verified.
I bet you it's probably towards the $5 million a month.
But then you also said like the amount of money they put into it to get that stuff is also a lot as well, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how it grew up.
That's a good question because you can see why I show Speed.
You watch I Show Speed, I get why kids fuck with him. And I'm not saying I don't get that. Like with Aiden, I'm like, oh, I wonder what makes him the outlier. Like, what made him so special?
Well, he's just like that guy, Isonet, where it's like they just sit in a chair and just react to it. So, I think it's
the first to do it?
They were kind of very early on. But, and they
probably have a certain kind of intelligence. Like, they just have a thing that people can...
Yeah, there's something there.
Yeah. There's an authenticity or something.
Yeah, you got Kevin Hart's and Drewski sleeping over Kai Sinet's house for a stream. Like, just weird. Yeah, they did like a slumber party at Kai Sinet's house. That's just a stream. And now people just go, like, how many times has Armin Sarukian been on Aiden Ross's stream now? Then Ilya Taporia's going on there before a fight. Like, that's what people do leading up to get people to get eyes now.
It's the main thing because it's live and unscripted interaction.
I think I still don't understand. Especially younger kids, they want more real. They don't want pre-produced.
Yeah, they don't want produced stuff.
They don't want
like live streaming is just is the way.
And I get that. It's almost like how podcasts were for our generation. It's like, oh, this is not the mainstream.
Yeah, and a lot of it's not produced. And they want even more raw.
Yeah, they're podcasts is too produced for them.
Yeah.
They want to see you in public. They want to see how you react in public. Like, that kid, Kovic here, is literally just walking around, talking to people's girlfriends, and just getting crazy amount of money.
And I sound like an old head or an uncle. I'm just too old to do the live streaming 6 days a week. I just can't.
Well, you're going to start streaming Job Show. Yeah, it's going to be sick.
Yep.
Well, it's called,
yeah, exactly. Big Brown Breaks. How dare you? Big Brown Break. What else you got, Jen? Let's go. Okay, I didn't get to look at this right now.
Tell the crowd, too, if they want to see it. If they want to see it, just subscribe to the YouTube.
Oh, yeah, so it's leading up to the UFC White House, which is on a Sunday the 14th. We're doing a live stream on Tuesday. It's going to be on Thick Boy YouTube, so it's on Tuesday, and then we're also doing Friday.
You gotta get better promo.
Well, because we haven't talked about it, so I'm trying to think, because it's for the membership only, right? It's not for just the live. It's just not a live.
I think if people want to be able to ask questions, they're gonna have to be on the membership.
Yeah, the membership. Yep.
Like, you could watch it, but to actually get your questions that are live on the air, it's gonna have to be membership.
Yep. That's the plan. So Tanner Scott, who's a pitcher for the Dodgers, he didn't pitch great, right? But he's a fucking athlete. Dude, look at some of this, and this is part of the issue with today's fucking social media. It's
gambling too. People lose money.
100%, and that's why there's so much hate for, especially UFC, but especially athletes. Look, his wife posted this. gunshot your family. They should find that guy. So it says Tanner Scott's wife Maddie revealed heinous messages and comments she received after Scott was losing pitcher in the Dodgers Saturday night loss to the Phillies. She goes, I promise you don't know what it's like unless you're living it. That guy they should find it. So he surrendered the go-ahead home run to the Phillies in the 8th inning. She goes, it's an unfortunate reality. Look, so someone in their fucking comments put gunshot your family tonight. I can find that guy. Isn't it crazy? I just beat him with a bat.
I realize how scary it is when people are messaging you crazy shit and it's from an anonymous thing that you'll
Keep going, Bubba.
because it's not something you can confront in person.
Look at she's gorgeous. He's winning. Kill yourself. It's crazy, dude.
Wait, she's the one getting these?
Yeah.
The fuck did she do?
The family.
Pieces of shit. She didn't give up any runs.
Just pieces of shit. Isn't it crazy, though? Yeah. Scumbags. I don't get it, man. Jealousy. No, it's not jealousy. People who lose money because that's the biggest thing. Yeah, it's not jealousy. It's losing money. Freaking out.
20-inch clip specials coming out on Netflix.
Dude, Tony was showing me. I won't give it away. Like the promo, it's so genius.
I'll just play with it.
Surprise, surprise, motherfuckers. Hopefully there's metal detectors in this bitch. Is it okay if I say my least favorite race here too? Made fun of. Blacks, Latinos, the whites, the Indians, Asians, thank you. I'd imagine if I were sitting where you were right now, I bought a ticket to a Tony Hinchcliffe show, I'd probably thinking to myself, Tony, where are those Jew jokes? And now I'm the ambassador to Puerto Rico.
That's fucking awesome.
Is that the one you saw?
No, he's got, it's great.
Other stuff in the holster.
He's as creative as it gets right now. He's crushing it. Yeah.
All right, so Pete Diddy has a sex tape out that just got, I guess, just got released. Has anyone seen it? I haven't seen it.
Now, what is, so wait.
Would you watch it?
Diddy has a sex tape out?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on.
There's more to this, bro.
You watched it? Wait,
No, I haven't watched it. I want it.
It's a sex tape with who?
With 50 Cent's ex. So it's 50 Cent's ex and P. Diddy and another girl. No, the dude. There's the dude. Oh, I hate that. It was like a porn star. Really but the main thing about this is the main dude star. He said that P. Diddy's the one that showed up just all oiled up. He just hit himself was just all oiled up.
Okay.
And then the biggest thing is like, I guess he wanted to do a little bit, but then let the other guy finish off because P. Diddy apparently has like a very small wiener. Yeah, they said it was like around. He said around 3 inches.
Oh, that now makes sense.
That's a shame. So 50 Cent found out. Of course, 50 Cent's blasting this, even though that's his kid's mother. If you're a black guy with a small dick, that's tough.
Yeah.
There's so much expectation.
This is very interesting.
It is very interesting, and then you can see a little clip. I mean, it's already blurred out and stuff. But if you want to watch this later on, it's on Excess stuff.
And apparently to her, so she put a statement out. I'll link it up for you. So apparently they tried to blackmail her, wanted money, and she was like, no. So like, all right, we're gonna release this. You have any comment? She's like, this is so fucked up. I feel terrible for her. That's what she said. She's like, yeah, I wish I never did it. I mean, I feel awful for her. Is she a mom now and all that? No, yeah. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. And now P. Diddy, or I'm sorry, 50 Cent's like, dude, I want a DNA test of the kid. Like, it's such a bummer, man. She was doing it for her man, and then the video gets out. It's so fucked up. Can't she like shut the video down? The reason the leak tape was never consented to be so it was not under her consent being filmed in the first place. I was blackmailed by the person in the video. It was threatened that the escort, I assume, if I didn't give him a lump sum of money, that they would leak it on the web. I almost gave in to his demand, and once I did, this person eventually sold this tape to a giant media outlet. The media outlet called me one day and said they had the tape, and they asked if I had any comment before the release. the first time I ever fainted in my life. Once the media company understood the tape they purchased was revenge porn and extortion scheme, they backed off from broadcasting it. I know they were probably reading this, and I want to say thank you for doing the right thing, even though years later it came back to haunt me again. So eventually got released. Oh, so interesting. Yeah, so I was going to say, so the media company, because it's extortion and blackmail, it's actually illegal for them. Yeah, it is. And that's why
She should be able to shut this down. Because
well, no, she shut it down, but this still got released. Someone released it without consent.
So this is us blackmailed by the person
not watching that.
in the video, but okay, so maybe the male porn star is talking about a different experience because he actually did like a little statement here. So it must be someone else. This guy's the one that talks about P. Diddy being oiled up and having a small.
Is that porn star?
Yeah, this is one of the porn stars.
Like Weezy.
They have like a big version, but it's super long. But anyway, yeah.
What a bummer for her.
Yeah.
What does that say about Diddy being born with no penis? What does that say?
Well, I guess a tiny dick. That's interesting too.
You would be so happy to hear that.
Diddy's still in jail, right? He's doing it. Yeah, I'm egregious.
I don't know. We looked at it more about.
What a shithead.
Okay. So a kid on a plane on his Bluetooth. Have you seen this? It showed like the name of his Bluetooth thing or whatever was
it's somebody saw it on.
Yeah, they reported it.
Oh, God.
And because of that, they had to like freaking land the plane back. I get it.
Just a shitty situation.
I'll just
Hey,
play a little bit of it.
Seems to be making a funny joke that isn't so funny, and it's going to be compromising the safety of this flight. It's going to be returning back to Newark at this time.
I'd be so mad.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and that can happen as soon as someone mentions something like that at all.
It's a joke, and they still turn the plane around.
Yeah, because you have to treat it that way. You have to.
Imagine if they kept going, there's actually a bomb. Like, you have to.
I get that, but like, how far into the trip were they that they turned?
I don't know. Yeah, I'd say just keep going.
10,000 feet.
There's probably going to be something
Like, distance-wise, like, it's fucking...
That's just bureaucratic. It's a bureaucratic thing. You have to do it. It's like, come on.
It just says midair, but then so
It sounds like somebody's way too. Oh,
16, yeah, 16-year-old.
I'm saying that it's like the pilot's a bit.
Yeah, right.
A few more. You guys good on time?
Give us one. Give us your best one.
Oh, I saw this the other day. Well, in this case, this is the best man. He's just fainted during the.
Is the redhead?
Huh?
Is the redhead?
The redhead.
Yeah, he's the son too.
Hold on.
Oh, that's bad.
You'll see like how this all plays out too. It's kind of interesting.
They just keep powering through it.
Sometimes love looks like sitting in silence after a long day. Sometimes it looks like laughing.
I love that he's still talking.
No one else
power
can
through it.
understand.
The priest does not give a fuck.
Sometimes it looks like saying,
Hey, you.
hey, I messed up.
Hey, I messed up.
Whoa. Dude, he could have really fucked himself up there.
Yeah. I love the priest. Did not. He's like, I'm
Well, it's not a priest. That's his friend who was officiating the wedding. That's that guy's not a priest.
He seems to be like,
Keep going.
he's like, fuck you.
It sounds like he does that.
No, but apparently
Redhead
had
son.
he had water and food. He was able to do a speech afterwards, so he was fine. It was just that one moment.
That's so he just fainted with his hands in his lap. Just he could have died right there, and you could have put him right in the coffin with that outfit.
One last quick one, then, since you get a bounce.
That's really funny.
Yeah, so cop was like trying to
I'm
pass
getting more situational awareness than you right now.
It's really good.
All right.
I remember a guy. This cop in LA. I never forgot. I had my dog off leash. I was at the beach. I lived right on the beach, and he goes. He's an old veteran, and he goes, hey, come here. He goes, put your dog on leash, please. He goes, do you know what I hate? Do you know what makes me feel terrible about my job? When I gotta take time to look at a guy like you and say, put your dog on leash and threaten you with a ticket.
that doesn't make me feel like a cop or a man. And I go, I get it. He goes, so do me a favor. I go, what? He goes, say God bless the LAPD. I go, God bless the LAPD. He was fucking great. Like, see you later, thanks. Fuck that dog too. Guys, this weekend, Friday, Saturday, I am at the Schaumburg Improv in Schaumburg, Chicago Improv. Come get some. Then I'm in Louisville, Maryland, McGoody's Joke House, July 17, 18. There we go.
Nicholas?
I'm still filming a couple episodes, but I'm going to be putting up new dates as of next week. But these are the ones I still have up on the website right now. Edmonton, Alberta.
This is the best.
Yeah.
Love it.
Well, there you go, fellas. And Big Brown Breakdown live streaming Tuesday and Friday. I'll have details for you. I'll post it on my social media as well, so you guys can all tune in. Leading up to the UFC White House next Sunday. I can't freaking wait. All right, kids. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
Oh, look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck it is.
Yeah, where the fuck's the Michael premiere?
Where's the what?
Where's the Michael premiere?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what happened to that. I slept really late. How'd you sleep?
I don't know. Not the greatest. I woke up at like 8:30 and then I have like, I don't know, some like insomnia or something because I fell asleep like for like 40 minutes, like 5 times or something, and then each time I had like a really, really vivid dream. And, but it was alright.
All right, so you were keeping me titulated with the Backrooms review. So please tell me about it.
Absolutely.
But give me the first part too. I don't want it broken into parts. Give it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I watched it into the first half and then the second half, so I'll give you what I remember for the first half and the second half, which is the entire movie. So the first half, as I was saying yesterday, it starts off with like this found footage scene. There's like this bird flying through the back rooms. I didn't think that the bird belonged at all in the back rooms. And then also in that opening found footage scene, this person is clearly like panicking and distressed because they're being chased by a monster and they're like heavily breathing, like, and then it shows like some person just like casually like walking in front of them, and instead of like the person being like, hello, help me, like, why aren't you panicking, there's a monster in here, they just like ignored the person that was casually walking in front of them, which at first I did not understand, but then later on in the movie it revealed that the people that were in the back rooms weren't actually people, and that was, or they were people, but they're not really people at all. And that was like another bone of mine to pick in the movie, which was revealed in like the second half, but I'll just say it now before I forget. Is they're just these people that were in the back rooms, and they're very like distorted, like if you just were messing around in Photoshop to make someone's face look weird. That's basically how their faces look, and there's some explanation about how they're like people's memories or something that are like trapped there, and they look like they'd be in like some like music video or something. They did not like they're just very like sets and not real looking, and yeah, I don't think I was much of a fan of those people that were just in the back rooms, but they tried. Whatever. It was yeah, not my favorite thing. What else in the first half? People say that the film was too long, and they're complaining about how the film is like super slow. I honestly didn't feel that at all, and I thought the pacing of the film was literally fine. I mean, it's an hour and 40 minutes. Even this renowned YouTube movie reviewer called Jeremy Johns said that it should have been like an hour and a half, but
That's
I guess
10
it could have
minutes.
been trimmed down.
That's 10 minutes, right? He's pissed off about 10 minutes.
Jeremy Johns is pissed off about 10 minutes?
You said the movie's an hour and 40 minutes, and this guy should have said that Jeremy Johns said it should have been an hour and 30 minutes?
Yeah, it's like an hour and 48 minutes, so yeah, he's pissed off about 18 minutes.
Okay.
But I honestly, I didn't think that there was much, like it didn't seem to me that there was like a lot of unnecessary scenes at all. Like I really didn't feel like there were any unnecessary stuff that just needed to be cut out. Some people, which I more so agree with, think that there should have been more like context to certain scenes, and that could have been better, like more film to explain the movie further. But I didn't have a problem with the pacing of the movie. And also Penguins X Zero, which has 18 million subscribers on YouTube. He's very famous. Was also talking about the back rooms, and he said like the pacing was slow in it, and the people now in like the movie theaters are just on their phones with like TikTok brain, and they like have no attention span to like watch the movie, and that directors need to basically like cater to this modern audience with like zero attention span.
Didn't we say that like within the last 2 weeks? I said the same thing. I've got it.
Yeah, I think I do remember you saying that, but I don't know. I feel like there's like a huge aspect to movies that like a slow build and tension building, and not just making everything into a condensed TikTok reel. Like there's a lot of value to using time wisely in a cinematic sense, and yeah, I mean, I think that there probably could be some adoption in how films are made. In this particular instance of the backrooms, I do not have a problem with the pacing personally. And I think that if you do have the problem with the pacing of the movie, it's like I wasn't overwhelmed with like the sense of like, oh, this is a boring movie, nothing's happening. There's some movies I watch and they're extremely dry and dull, and I'm like, okay, I'm impulsively like resisting the urge to like look at my phone. But for this movie, I was like, no, there's stuff going on and it's actually interesting. It's not like an action-paced Spider-Man 3D movie, but there's stuff to watch. So just give it a chance and just pay attention. Yeah. So the first movie is building up this relationship between this guy who is just.
Did you say the first movie?
Sorry, the first part.
Okay.
The first half of the movie is building up the relationship between the guy Clark, who works at this like furniture type store, and his relationship with his psychologist or psychiatrist lady, who Clark is like going to see help deal and work through his problems that he has with his wife, and that how he drinks too much to manage the stress, and how his relationship is not panning out too well. And eventually, yeah, as I was saying yesterday, the way that they get into the back rooms was just not, in my opinion, the greatest way that they could have done it. Just like the Harry Potter 9 3/4, just jumping in or just walking through a wall magically just did not. I mean, I get the back rooms are not exactly like realistic, but I feel like you're going out of your way to make it super unrealistic when you just are just walking through walls now. It's just like, okay. At least if you have some like strange portal or something to go through, it's like it's equally as absurd, but like not as like right in your face, like nonsensical. And then so this guy, he just walks through the wall and he's in the back rooms. He goes and explores the back rooms. One thing that I really like is that literally every backrooms piece of media out there is all first person found footage, and you never get a third person perspective on someone going through the backrooms. And my initial like thought was that seeing someone in third person going through the back rooms would just like it wouldn't work, and it'd be like weird, because it's like, oh, this makes no sense that there's a cameraman literally following someone into like the back rooms. Like that would just be stupid to have someone recording you in third person in the back rooms. But it actually, when I saw it, it was like you basically like you forget about that, and you're just kind of like observe. Like, you become the perspective of the camera, and you just become this like outside observer that's watching the person going through the back rooms. And so that provided a very interesting angle that I really liked to see it in third person. So Clark goes in for the first time. He starts exploring the back rooms. There's clearly like, I mean, one, you just walked through a fucking wall, and two, you're now going through the back rooms, and there's just like all this like insane stuff that would just highly concern any normal rational person. They do kind of, I guess, hint early on that. I mean, I don't know. They make Clark out to be pretty like rational, stable person, I guess, but maybe his curiosity was the reason he went back, because he goes and explores a bit. He's like, oh wow, this place is like an insane labyrinth of like never-ending hallways. Cool. And then he like walks back out, and then he's like, okay, I'm back in the department store, and then he's like, oh, I'm just gonna go back into this like insane room of like endless hallways, which I get maybe because nothing bad happened, that like he was like, okay, it's fine. But and that happens in pretty much every horror movie too, is that like the main character is like, okay, what's behind this curtain of clear, obvious danger that isn't gonna like work out well. He also, in that very first time he went in, finds a duffel bag filled with these floppy disks that are like labeled like back rooms, like recordings and footages of like supposedly other people who have traveled through the back room. And I thought he was going to take out the name tag, because there's a name tag in that duffel bag, and show the psychologist who was like questioning whether he was like insane or not as like evidence that he obtained something, but he didn't do that. And he didn't even take any of those discs that were in that duffel bag and try to examine it, which I think would have been a cool thing if he had like plugged in or whatever, started viewing those tapes and like saw some crazy shit. But yeah. And then so he gets the great idea of like, okay, I'm going to, I guess he had like employees at the store that he works at, and so he like goes to their house and he's like, okay, you guys are coming with me. Bring the camcorder. And so they bring the camcorder. They all walk. It's like a girl and a guy that he brings. The guy is like a whatever bro dude who's like not afraid, and then like the girl is like, oh, we shouldn't be here. This is dangerous. Why are we here? And very like kind of like cliche like character traits for the female, which I thought were just like over cliche. Same with the premise of like how Clark is like drinking to escape his problems, but that one didn't bother me as much as like the girl that's like just like they literally just walked into like the room on the other side and she was like freaking out, oh, we shouldn't be here, we shouldn't be here. And then one thing that just definitely, in my opinion, needed more film to explain how they go from point A to point B is like the three of them walk into the room, and then the very next scene, for whatever reason, they're in some random place in the back rooms that they had not previously shown. There's a bed, which they don't show attached to anything, but we assume it's like anchored down, I guess, because it can hold the weight of a human. There's a giant blue rope that's like 100 feet at least of like thick rope, and the rope is attached to the bed, and it's also attached to the explorer guy that Clark had dragged in. And then there's like this kind of steep little tunnel thing that goes down there, and Clark is like, okay, we're gonna lower you down here, go explore and see what's down there. And then so he goes down, they lower him down with like the rope that's magically there that didn't explain how it got there at all. And then he goes down, he's like, okay, there's laundry and nothing else. Basically, it smells like crap. And he goes back up the hall that's like in a 45-degree slant and narrow, and then he gets to like the top, and then he's like, okay, I'm now up. And then this also seemed like almost like a continuity error, because they lower him down with a rope. Like, it's exactly like, I don't know. whatever like that rock climbing maneuver is where you're lowering someone down with like a rope. It's like you lower someone down with the rope, and then if you pull them up to bring the person up with the rope, then you're also dragging the rope up with you, which means that there's not a bunch of excess rope that is behind the person that you're dragging up. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not based on that explanation, but yeah, they drag this guy up through the hallway, like by the rope, which means that like he's at the end of the rope, which means that there's not a bunch of rope that's just there for him. It's attached around his waist, the end of the rope. They pull him up to the end, like the end, into like the room that they're in, and then he starts getting pulled by some like mysterious creature in like the hallway that they don't show or see. And then he's like, "Oh, save me! I'm being pulled by the rope that literally is attached to me, and I'm right here, and there's no visible thing." Like it really just did not make sense how he was being pulled by this rope that was literally attached to his waist from far away. And then he like very cliche is like, "I'm being pulled down," and then he gets sucked away, eaten by a monster, and they never show him again in the rest of the movie. And then the female and Clark both get sucked down, and they are also never, or the female is also never seen again in the movie. And then, of course, the video cameras on the floor. They get dragged down by a monster, and Clark's initial instinct, as any rational human would, is to pick up the video camera and not be too panicked to forget about filming stuff, even though you watch two people just get dragged away by a monster. Yeah, and then that's where I ended it the first night, and then I resumed it, and then
I need you to take a time out for a second. I have to use the restroom. So just can you give me like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
But please don't leave. I do want to hear the rest of it. But I had to go to the bathroom before you came in, and now I really have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I am back.
Nice.
Okay, so you told me the first part. Last thing was like the girl died, or they don't show her again, and the camera's on the floor, and then somebody picks up the camera. Is that
That was
correct?
basically part one, and that was part two. Um, part two. I will say that about the acting was really solid from at least the two main characters, the psychologist chick and the Clark guy. Especially the Clark guy, I'd say was a really good actor. So props to him. Jeremy Jahns criticized the script a little bit. I thought the script could have been better in some parts, but I didn't think it was like that terrible. My issues were more, or what I would have done differently is just like the overall whole like sequence of events in the movie and like the actual stuff that happens in the movie. But it was an interesting creative direction. I feel like they were trying to be like philosophical with it almost. In the second half, the psychologist lady figures out that Clark is like missing, and then she goes and looks for him, and she figures out that he's in the back room. So she walks through the wall, and then goes and finds him, and then it turns out that I guess he was like, this is where he starts to get like philosophical or something. He was, I believe, attacked by the monster, and then he kind of got like possessed basically, and then the monster takes on the form of Clark for some reason, which is like this pirate, and I do believe that they revealed the pirate bad monster thing way too soon, because it's like, I think in literally every other Kane Pixels Backrooms like YouTube video that he's released, you don't really ever see the monster ever until maybe the very end, but most of the time it's either hidden or like the final like 10 seconds you'll see it or something. But this, they show the actual monster like, I don't know, a good like half an hour before it ends or something. So it's like she's then being chased around by this pirate monster, and it just was not as scary. But before that, Clark basically is like, because he got attacked by the monster, he goes like, just turns insane, and then he he ties the psychologist lady to this chair, and then there's this very long kitchen scene, and maybe that's what Jeremy's problem was. I didn't think it was like, it was a long scene, but I thought it was like, the length was not that big of a problem for me. But in that scene, I'm just gonna turn your mic down a bit because there's background noises and making it difficult to think. Yeah, in that scene, Clark is like just acting all insane and stuff to the psychologist lady, and then she's just like, please don't kill me, please let me go. And then Clark is just being super insane, but then she manages to convince Clark that he should let her go. And so he lets her go and unties her. And as he's untying her, the like pirate monster shows up. And then the pirate monster is like, yo, why are you letting her go? She hasn't been like eaten by me yet. And then Clark was like, no, it's cool. And then the monster's like, yeah, no, it's not cool. And then the monster like takes a giant bite out of Clark, and he dies or whatever. And then again, there's like those people there that like weren't really people. They're like soulless people that were all deformed weirdly. And it was just a very strange scene. Clark just like takes a chunk out of one of them and like presents it to the lady to start eating, and it's like basically it's like white, like kind of insulation looking stuff. And yeah, so then the psychologist lady starts running away from the pirate, and the pirate again looks like this like kind of like paper mache looking thing. It was just, I don't know what the deep metaphor was or whatever with like the pirate thing, but the pirate thing just chases her around the back rooms, and she runs away, and then that's basically, she eventually like gets away and makes it through this little crack. And then there's also like this kind of like side story of like this guy that was like working for the laboratory that had created the back rooms, and they're being monitored and stuff. And so psychologist lady escapes, and she was now at the end of the movie in the control of this guy who was working for the company that created the back rooms, and it leaves. The final shot. She's like, "Am I gonna make it out of here?" And then the guy's like, "Well, it's not really my decision." And then I believe the last shot was like alluding to the fact that she became one of like those soulless people that were trapped in the back room or something. It was a strange movie. It was kind of interesting. I did feel like I would have made a completely different Backrooms movie, especially with the skill of Kane Pixels. It felt like the movie studio people were kind of like injecting their like movie influence, and they're like, well, you can't just have a movie of people like found footage for an hour and a half. And I also thought that there should have been more found footage stuff, and it would have been better. But the found footage stuff only made up for like the first scene had literally nothing to do with any of the movie. It was just like, here's a random Backrooms Kane Pixel YouTube video at the start of the movie for no reason. Then there's only like one other found footage scene from it, and the found footage stuff was like amazing, but I should have been more to it. I just felt like the overall movie direction went in like a strange way, and not particularly great either. I just feel like they could have made it like better horror movie, but it was at least a little bit interesting. It was not like super scary. It was kind of scary, but by no means one of the scariest movies I've ever seen. Yeah.
Would you like to hear? Well, firstly, thank you. I don't know if I want to see it. I think I also want to hear how you would make it. Uh, was it yellow? Was it like that bowling ball or that basketball kind of back rooms that I have in Play-Doh?
Yeah, it's exactly like that basketball.
I thought so. Um, so you know what I'm referencing. I mean that the basketball skin or whatever from Play-Doh.
Yeah, the original. I mean that like wallpaper apparently, like the original post came from, or like the Backrooms lore came from like 4chan lore, and then there's like that original photo that contained that specific wallpaper, and for years people were trying to like figure out where the hell that original photo came from. And apparently people have like found the original source of it, and it was like some old mattress store that was like having a sale or something, and then they took this like liminal photo, and then that was the Backrooms photo.
Okay,
So that's where it took place, in like the default kind of Backrooms.
Yeah,
settings.
You were getting to what I was going to ask. Where was that original picture taken, or is it AI? So we think it's real.
Yeah, no, I watched a YouTube video that was saying it came from a mattress store in like Ohio or something that was like out of business, and they were trying to lease it or something.
And is it yellow wallpaper or is it just a yellow light? Do you know?
Your mic cut out after yellow wallpaper. What's the other option?
Yellow wallpaper or yellow light?
Oh, the wallpaper is yellow.
So everything in that back room's look is yellow.
The carpet appears yellow, but so yeah, I guess I'm gonna go with yes, but I don't. If anything, isn't like the walls are definitely yellow. I feel like the ceiling is like office ceiling, just like that, like white, like modular, like ceiling,
Drop ceiling.
and that's maybe what it's called. I don't know.
That is what it's called.
But it comes in like those like little like rectangles
The panels.
or whatever.
Yeah,
that, like,
exactly.
And then yeah, the carpet's maybe like beige or something that appears yellow from the lighting. I don't know. It's wallpaper's yellow.
Okay, and now tell me, how would you have made this movie?
Well, more found footage, like I said, because you have Kane Pixels, which just makes like amazing found footage thing. The plot was a little bit scattered and disassociated. Maybe just a more like together plot. Off the top of my head, it's hard to answer that because if I was making a movie, I would just like let it come to me. But definitely make it more scarier and less strange. It felt like, I mean, I watched this movie like super long ago, so my memory might be off. But do you know the horror movie called Seven?
Yeah, with
Morgan Freeman
Brad
in it.
Pitt. With
Or maybe
Brad Pitt
Denzel.
and
There's Morgan Freeman.
it's Brad Pitt and Morgan.
It's
Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman.
Yeah. So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, the movie seemed like kind of like just weird, like a little bit like Seven. There's like this like really, I can only remember like vaguely one scene in Seven, and it was just like very like weird to me. So I just kind of got vibes like that, and like yeah, the characters just seemed like they would have been in like some music video. They're like all like paper mache. I didn't like that. I think as other people on the internet have said, there's like almost like these like backrooms purists, and they like critique these like backrooms videos, and they're like the backrooms are already like kind of inherently horrifying enough to the point where you don't need to add scary monsters in it. Like it's scary enough being in like an endless landscape that you can't escape, and yeah. But if I was making this movie, I did have a concept for a liminal movie, and the basic plot was like, okay, these people go and they go into like this like this abandoned church, one of those like Louisiana like churches that are like white with like a bunch of paint chips and like vines growing on it, and then they go down to like the basement. There's like a jump scare, sorry, with like a bat or something, like a flashlight or whatever. They go to like the basement. They go through like the basement like door, and then they go and they like enter the back rooms, and they're like, there's like two of them or whatever, or maybe just like one person, and they like step in, and they're like, oh shit, where the fuck is this crazy vague like office space? That makes no sense. And like the door just like slams shut behind them. Another like jump scare, and then they're like, oh shit, we're like trapped in here, this thing's locked. And they're like, okay, we're now trapped, we're gonna go explore. And then they go explore like just like a little tiny bit, and then they find like this walkie-talkie, and then like there's someone at the other end of like the walkie-talkie, or like they pick up the walkie-talkie and they're like, hello, anyone there? And they like don't hear anything for a little bit, and then they keep walking around, and then they're like, hello, anyone there? And then like they hear like the voice of like this like possessed lady that, or like she sounds normal, but she's like really like the evil predator of the movie, and she's like, hello, help me, like kind of like horror screamy sounds, help me, help me. I don't know where I am, help me. And then they're like, yo, are you trapped in this shitty place too that has no end or escape? We'll help. We'll come help. Well, let's meet up. Let's meet up. We'll help you or something. And then they try to like meet up with her, and then she's like, "Oh, have you seen my husband? I'm looking. I haven't. I don't know what happened to my husband." And then as they're, and then she's like, "Oh no, I'm by this place. I'm at the back. I'm at the place with like the wallpaper and the carpet. I don't know. There's a lot of it. Please find me." And then, so let me know if you see my husband. And then they keep walking, and then they're like, oh shit, dead body, tons of blood. And then they're like, oh shit, was your husband wearing like a red, like plaid shirt? He's like, yep. And they're like, oh, he's dead. What the fuck? And then she's like, oh my god, that's terrible. It totally wasn't me who did that. And then they keep walking around, and then they finally meet up, and they're like, haha, we found you after all those walkie-talkies and endless hallways. And she's like, yeah, well, thanks for coming. Now I'm going to slice you into pieces. And then that's the movie.
Okay.
Would have been a million times better than the Kane Pixels shit that made $100 million in a weekend.
Are you ready for the best idea ever?
Is it a liminal space plot
Yeah, I
for
think
a movie?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I think it's a good idea.
Well, what did you think of my liminal space plot from the movie?
Well, I was gonna comment on it through mine, but I should have said, um, I liked the settings. Okay, like you have to go through some kind of chipped IV kind of place, but where it loses its connection to me is that stuff was made like 100 years ago, and in my opinion, liminal stuff was made like 50 years ago. So it doesn't have to be, but like there's like a time connection issue there, um, and I like the idea of yours not having paranormal stuff. Yours seems like it could really happen, so I thought that part of it was cool. I think that um, the lady trying to find her husband in like a plaid shirt or whatever, if I understand you correctly, he dies, right?
Yeah, they find him dead
They just find his
with a lot of
body.
blood.
Yeah. Um, which is fine. I'm almost like it's to me not knowing what happened to the person is actually scarier than finding their body, but I could go either way on that. Um, I guess I want to ask, how do they get maybe like how do you get from inside the old building to a liminal space? How do you get there?
Oh, because they walk down into like the basement, and then there's this door in the basement that just opens up, and it's just the like the liminal classic basketball liminal Play-Doh basketball room.
Yeah.
And they
Okay.
step inside and they're like, okay, nice. What the hell is this? And then just like slam shut super loudly, jump scare.
Okay. Okay.
And they're trapped.
I'm okay with that. Aside from the time issue, where that kind of basement would not be, they're like two different. They're like there's like maybe 50 or 100 years of time differentiation between that. Usually, um, but I'm okay with that. Overall, it sounds like yours would be better. I don't like movies that have stuff that doesn't exist. I'm a realist. I like realistic stuff. So monsters and I don't know, zombies, that kind of stuff has never been really attractive to me. What is attractive to me is like what you were talking about, where it's realistic. Like your version is realistic. That the husband could have died and gotten killed. How does he die though? You don't find out, or I don't remember you saying.
Well, it's implied that the lady on the walkie-talkie did it, and she was just using that as like bait, or like, yeah, just fucking with them, I guess.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I don't think you've ever seen this movie, but my favorite horror movie of all time that I've seen personally is called The Devil Inside. And the very first opening scene of that movie is just so crazy. It's like this police footage, or sorry, not like police, it's like news footage, and like this like news reporter is like, well, there's been a murder thing at like blah 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 street, and then it goes in and like it shows, it's just like it shows these like dead people in the like house, but like just the footage of like walking through like with like basically a camcorder footage of that, like of all the blood and like the bodies, was like so well done and so scary. It was like one of the most memorable pieces of film scenes I've ever watched. Like it was like just such a crazy banger like opening to the movie, and then the movie gets like just slowly builds tension too throughout it, where it just keeps like cranking up the like psychological horror. Um, yeah, there's like this movie is classified as a psychological horror versus like I guess a regular horror, which is I guess not necessarily psychological.
Well, because the monster.
I think it's psychological, maybe because like the backroom setting, and I don't know, just the I don't really know what defines a psychological horror, but I wouldn't say that the monster is the psychological horror spot, but there's like some extra meaning baked into the monster. Maybe I didn't think it was that deep, but maybe someone has a deeper explanation.
Okay. To me, the scariest. I don't know. There's like a saying, like the scariest. Uh, like the I forget what it is, but like the scariest person is the person in the mirror or something like that. Like, so I was thinking like, however, the location didn't really matter. But it could just be. I was thinking like, do you remember the? I'm sure you remember that Rhode Island Mall where the guys were sleeping or whatever.
Yeah,
So it's kind of a story just like that where you get some people who want to do some urban exploring, and there have been rumors about this mall that like it was way over budget and nobody knew why it was so over budget. And the reason why you have to say that is because there's I want it to be like there's a lot more going on at this location than people know on the surface. And the characters, I don't care who they are, boy, like, I don't know, maybe 6 people, 12 people, doesn't matter. They go exploring one night after the place closes, and in a similar way, like how you were like, they just go through a basement door. They just go through like a door, and they walk through, and they're like, no way, what's going on in here? And it could be dark. It could be they only have a flashlight or whatever. But they start going a couple rooms in, and then one of them's like, "I'm scared. Like, let's turn around." And then the people are like, "No, come on, let's keep going." They're like, "No, no, no, I'm scared. Let's turn around." No. So they keep going a little more, and then they all start to get the same scare, and they can't. They start to make their way back with the flashlight, but they can't find the door in which they came. And they're looking all around, looking all around. They could spend like 5 or 10 minutes trying to find something. Then boom, somebody finds like one of those like things that turn on the power, like a big circuit breaker thing, and boom, all the lights go on in the place. And it's the yellow basketball place. They don't know where they are or how they got there. And then it becomes like an adventure to try to get out of this place, but it's basically like a maze. And the deeper they go to try to get themselves, or the further they go to try to find the original door, the deeper they get into this maze. And then you could take it from there. Um, but I almost think that,
They get split up.
well, there's that. Um, but my thought was they eventually like can find water or water source of some sort, but they they can't get out of this place. They try everything they can, almost like in a Saw movie, where they're like trying to break the walls. There's just nothing to break the walls. Everything is just plain. There, maybe they find some stuff, but it's not enough to do anything with. And then they start to. It becomes like a survival movie where they want to eat each other, like in a cannibalistic point. And that's where I was thinking, like, that's a fucking scary movie where they they're torn between, they're having these thoughts about eating each other, because that's what happens when you get people who are like stranded on an island or something, or abandoned or whatever.
That seems like pointless though, because it's like, okay, I will survive maybe another week eating this person, and then I die.
Yeah, I mean that's
So,
what ends up happening. Like
what do you do?
if you learned about the Donner Party, that's what happened. They ate each other, and then they only survived for another week or two. Um, but it turns into you hallucinate when you haven't had that kind of any nourishment, and you um, you could have it where they actually do end up eating each other, which to me kind of kills everything. That I was just thinking the enemy within is like a really scary aspect of it. Like they all went in as friends, but now they're having to like keep their eyes open because they know like people might be plotting within their friend group, just in terms of survival. Um, and then eventually they could either find their way out or somebody could come and save them. But to me, that's like a freaky psychological movie where it just this
Just as they're about to start eating each other,
right.
they
Um,
get saved.
and they could go through all the back rooms and everything. And to me, that's something that could really happen. Like, you could have urban explorers who get into one area, it's dark, and they don't know exactly how they got in there. They find the lighting, and then everything turns on, but they don't know. They're all turned around. And basically, the further and further they go, the um, the more they get lost. Um, I don't know. One time when I was small, I was in a hospital, and um, I forget. I was maybe like 8 or something, and my family was visiting another family member who was in the hospital, and um, maybe I was 9, but I wasn't like 13. And I told my parents it was getting to be late, and like visiting hours were over, and I told my parents that I wanted to like go ahead before like be in front of them, and my parents were, I think, were like, "Don't go. It's almost over or whatever." And I was like, "No, come on, let me just like I want to go down the hallway or whatever." And they were like, "No, um, like don't go far." And I did. I got very turned around in this hospital to the point where I got lost, and it was after closing hours. And I remember going to see the person in my family who was in the hospital, and they were asleep, and I couldn't find any nurses. It was like I couldn't get any help, and I was walking all around this hospital, and I couldn't find where to go. And I finally, after maybe like 20 or 30 or 40 minutes, um, made it to the lobby where my parents were waiting for me, and I got in trouble. And but I just remember thinking like the scariest part of that was not that somebody was chasing me, it was like that I couldn't find an exit. Anyway, it just reminded me of that and how you can get turned around in one of those places. And hospital generally in the hallways and stuff does not have some have some have windows and stuff. And as I recall, though, it was at night, and so couldn't really I didn't know where I was or whatever. And in the same way, in a
Maze.
liminal space, yeah, um, the maze aspect of it, I think, is really cool. The idea of somebody hunting you and killing you there, to me, loses a like what they were just waiting there for like months or weeks or years for some random person to just perhaps maybe just come in. So I don't like that aspect of it too much. But yeah, anyway, that was just my version of it. And
Well, I mean, some people say that like time basically like stands still there, so you don't require food or like water because you're just in like this like weird space time where everything just is all warped.
I don't like that part of it. I like it to be realistic. I mean, that's just how I am. You've seen Castaway, right? Starring Tom Hanks.
I've definitely heard of it.
Okay, well, like one of the reasons why I think Castaway
This one.
was a really good movie. It is a really good movie, is because he goes through all of the things that like a human would go through in terms of um like he gets lonely, and so he has this volleyball that he calls Wilson, which is also an interesting thing. Like there's Wilson the Ball Company, but also Tom Hanks's wife in real life is Rita Wilson, so it's just weird that it's like the same name or whatever. Um, and he gets lonely, so he's like talking to this volleyball, and the volleyball becomes his friend to the point where he like mourns the volleyball whenever he can't find it or anything. And just like how he had to survive to make fire, they must have spent 10 minutes of the movie of him just trying to make fire, and how he celebrates being able to make fire, and how he like references himself like Gilligan's Island almost, and like how he finds a cave to be able to protect himself from the um, elements, and how he eventually doesn't think anybody's going to find him, and he's running out of food and everything, and he just has to build a raft to be able to escape. Like to me, that movie was the exciting part. Oh, and another interesting thing about that movie, he doesn't talk for there's like an hour of silence in the whole movie where nobody says anything, which is really interesting too. Like you normally don't get that in a movie. Anyway, the survival aspect of it too.
No, that's crazy.
It is. Let me look up
Well, it would be insane if he was just like thinking out loud, like, I am running low on supplies. I need to go build a raft.
He does that to some extent, but let me see. It's some kind of like interesting part of it. In the movie Castaway, how much of a period of silence is there where there's no dialogue? 45 minutes of continuous silence. For a movie? Isn't that ridiculous?
Silent film.
And
It's a silent film.
there's no dialogue or music.
Well, what's he doing?
He's just trying to like
Tinkering with shit.
he's like trying to make fire. And like I think the silence is broken when he makes fire because he like celebrates and he's like screaming he's so happy.
So he's just trying. And it's a good movie.
Oh, it's
How is
phenomenal.
it not, it's not boring.
It's phenomenal. No, it's phenomenal. It's one of Tom Hanks' best movies. It was very popular around the time of the TV show Survivor. So it's like this: if you were deserted on a tropical island, what would you do, and how would you survive? It is not boring at all. Um, I haven't seen every Tom Hanks movie, but I mean, I'm sure you've seen a lot of Tom Hanks movies. He doesn't miss on many movies. He has like his agent. Uh, it's called like he's got a clause that says, um, a lot of actors have this, but it's like a no audition clause. Basically, you offer only. It's called offer only. So basically, if you want Tom Cruise in a movie, he doesn't go to an audition. You make him an offer. He reads it, and if he likes it, then he automatically gets the job. Other people have to audition, but he's at the level where it's just offer only, and only not a huge amount of actors have that. Probably less than 1%. So he has his team read through these scripts, and anything that he thinks is going to be big, he does. And he did Castaway. He had like 6 movies in a row that were just like giant. Yo, what was Tom Hanks's run in like the mid '90s and early 2000s of movies that he did, where he just had a lot of blockbusters? And if you include Toy Story, he had um, so it's called the Golden Decade, 1993 to 2002. So he did Sleepless in Seattle. He did Philadelphia, where he won his first Academy Award for Best Actor. He did Forrest Gump, where he got a second consecutive Oscar. He did Apollo 13 and Toy Story, both of which were giant movies. He did Saving Private Ryan in 1998, 1999, another giant movie. You've Got Mail, giant movie, underrated movie. It's a phenomenal movie. I loved it. My family loved it. The Green Mile, he did in 1999, which is oh, what is his name? It's one of why is his name escaping me? Author, the same guy who did Shawshank Redemption, Stephen King, and then he did Toy Story 2 in 1999. Then he did Castaway in 2000 and Road to Perdition in 2002 and Catch Me If You Can. One of my favorite movies ever, Catch Me If You Can. Like what I just named right there, there are no weak movies in that. They're all really, really strong. So anyway, he did Castaway, and it was um, everybody was really excited for the movie when it came out because it was like, oh, a um, real life survivor, and the show Survivor at that time was huge. It was, I want to say, the biggest show on TV before American Idol. Like it was giant, and it was the second big it was the second big reality show, I want to say, or maybe it was the first big reality show. Um, CBS came out with Survivor and Big Brother, and those two shows were like game changers. But I want to say there was like the Real World on MTV and Road Rules, but those were a little different in terms of reality shows. Survivor was definitely the big one. When Survivor came out, it was a cultural phenomenon, and so Castaway was like a movie version of that to some extent. But am I saying Castaway is the greatest movie I've ever seen? No, but it's definitely in the top 5% of movies I've ever seen. And another thing about Castaway that taught me some stuff is about brand placement or product placement. So the basic story of Castaway is there's this executive played by Tom Hanks, as I recall, and he works for Federal Express, FedEx, and he is in a plane that's going from one place to another, and the plane goes down in the ocean, I want to say, and everybody on the plane perishes, except Tom Hanks somehow gets like sucked out. Is that what happened? Yeah, I think he gets sucked out, and and then he eventually ends up on this island, and there's all this scrap, uh, these like scrap packages that were in the plane that end up washing on shore. So he does have some food, and it's kind of funny. Like he's like eating like kids like I don't know chocolates that they made for their grandma or something like, or their grandma sent them chocolates. Like he's eating everything that he can, but only if the package is open or something. Because there's something like there are some packages that weren't open, or he doesn't open them, and he feels it's like his duty to return them to their rightful recipient. So, like, I don't want to give away the movie, but basically, like, the movie is just very Federal Express oriented, and I just remember thinking, like, this is a very, um, like, FedEx, and that, in my mind, is, like, connected to that movie very much so. But it's not, like, over the top. It's like, what's another movie that's like that to me? Um, Not as much as McDonald's and the founder, but obviously that's the story of the founding of McDonald's Corp. But um, I don't know. There are some other movies that are like that. Uh, anyway, if you haven't seen Castaway and you ever want to watch it, let me know because it's a really fascinating movie. And in a lot of ways, I feel like that, or I have in the past, especially in my first year of streaming, where I didn't talk to anybody um, on camera, like for the first year. Not saying I didn't talk to anyone, but I limited it mostly. I didn't have a Discord, and I didn't really know what Discord really was too much, and um, I figured like I was gonna go viral any moment. And I remember it was like quiet a lot of times, and I thought to myself, I don't want it to just be quiet. I want people to hear what I'm thinking. So I would start speaking my thoughts. So just like you were saying with Tom Hanks and like laughing, like, oh, so this is what I'm doing. That's what I would do. I'd be like, all right, well, I am hungry. I'm gonna go make something to eat, and I will comment on this like a cooking video, like I've seen on Instagram or whatever. And then I'd go and I'd be like, here I am adding like the whatever it would be, whatever I'd be eating, and I would like narrate, and that's not something I would normally do, but I also felt it was healthy for people to see what a well working mind, how it works. Like if you were on a desert island, you would maybe talk things out. Well, I shouldn't say that. You wouldn't talk things out. But since I was on camera, I felt the obligation to. And I would say it quite often on the stream. Like, normally I wouldn't be talking out loud like this, but if I don't, then this is just going to be 8 hours of me today being quiet. And I don't want it to be. I want people to know what I'm experiencing and what I'm thinking and stuff like that. When I first did the stream, it was very, um, it was more psychological and biological because I just wasn't interacting. I would interact with people in my house, but I wouldn't interact with people on the stream. So um, it was much more like um, it was much more in what's the word? Not intrinsic, but like in introspective of just the human mind. So when people watch this, and I did know this, people will watch it in like reverse order. They'll watch it from like the ending and then work their way back to the beginning. And I always thought that would be a really interesting part of it too. Like, um, we've never had a movie. I guess have we ever had a movie like that? Maybe some like Tarantino flicks or something where you see the end. Oh, have you ever seen? You're not a big Seinfeld fan, I take it, but the second to last Seinfeld is like that. The second to last Seinfeld is considered by many people to be the worst Seinfeld episode ever. Normally, an episode of Seinfeld, with the exception of a two-part um, episode that they did when they visited California, they basically never moved outside the tri-state area, meaning Connecticut, New York, Long Island, kind of, and New Jersey. I don't even, they never really went outside of New York. However, in the second to last Seinfeld, they end up, and it just starts and they're in India. And it's like, what? They never, ever, ever. They had like one shot of a character, Elaine, when she was pregnant, like, and she couldn't be on set. She was in like Italy or something. But aside from that, they never ventured out of. Um, it was all like within this microcosm. But the second to last Seinfeld starts in India, and the entire episode is shot backwards. So you see like how the characters got there, and I think my stream will be a lot like that. Anyway, I've been talking for a long time, so um, you should see
That's
Castaway.
crazy. I want to see that episode.
You should. You absolutely should. It's really, it's like okay, you know
Why does it suck? Just because like it's all backwards and makes no sense.
Yeah, it's very artistic, and most Seinfeld episodes are not like that at all. And people didn't get it at first, but I think in the future, people will think it's the best episode because it is. It's different. It wasn't accepted then. People were used to Seinfeld. Seinfeld is very. If you ever watch it, it's very. It's like an equation. You have a main storyline and then usually two or three sub stories, and they the reason why the show works is at the end they all come together and um, there's some kind of resolution that occurs. And in this episode the resolution starts and then it's like how they got there. But like the thing that even sticks out in my mind, so there's Kramer. I'm sure you're familiar with Kramer. He's like the goofy guy. You know those giant suckers that you get that are like a pinwheel, like a lollipop?
No.
Yeah, you do. It's
I
like
don't know what a lollipop is.
you don't know what a lollipop is?
No, I do know what a lollipop is.
Okay, so you know the ones that are like a pinwheel, they're like a big circle that you might see at like a fair or something.
Oh, yeah.
So
like the Wizard of Oz type shit.
yeah. So Kramer, early into the episode, that pinwheel is like really, really small, like he's almost eaten it all. And as the episode continues going forward, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you find out how he got that sucker. And it's almost like that pinwheel sucker is like or lollipop or whatever, is like a timeline of how this episode goes. But I shouldn't say it's the second to last, it's technically the third to last Seinfeld episode. There was all this build up. Unlike any show I've ever known, for the last episode of Seinfeld. It was giant. And I even remember learning that there were a bunch of different endings to the show. And it was the first show I had ever heard that did this, where they would have actors on and they would read lines and stuff, but the actor wouldn't actually know if they were going to be in the final episode because they the the people at the production studio Castle Rock wanted it to be secretive, so they didn't want the information to get out. So basically, if they heard that, oh, there's a spoiler, the Seinfeld finale is going to end with XYZ happening, they would know who gave that information away, or they could basically trace this, very much like Bob Lazar, like he talks about, where sometimes they would give perhaps false information to be able to trace the leak. But they shot, I think, a handful of different endings or different episodes, and then they actually aired one of them. And when the finale of Seinfeld came out, people were not happy with it at all. The only other finale that I ever heard that had more dislike to it is Sopranos. Sopranos, a lot of people hated that ending, but it's like, how are you gonna tie all this up? Um. Anyway, the
Why
Seinfeld.
did Seinfeld end?
Great question. It was the number one show on television, and they wanted to go out on top. And um, most shows, there were a couple other shows that were really big around that time, or a little before. Cheers was one of them. Frasier was one of them. Friends was becoming more and more popular, and Seinfeld felt like, hey, all these other shows that came earlier, like Cheers and The Cosby Show and some others, all ended up having their ratings drop at the very end because they got greedy. And Seinfeld felt like, let's go out on top. We're number one everywhere. It was coming to the end of um, the millennium, and they were already considered by TV Guide to be the greatest show ever. And I don't want to say they ran out of ideas, they didn't, but their ideas weren't as practical anymore with the invention of cell phones and the internet. Like they might have an entire episode where they are trying to find a friend and they can't find the friend, when if you had a cell phone you could just call the friend. But like, they didn't have that in the mid 90s, or it was pretty rare. But towards the end of the 90s, when I think Seinfeld ended in like 98, something like that, they those types of things were not as um, those kind of like storylines that they would have were
They're trying to find out a piece of information. It's like, just Google it.
exactly 100%. That's exactly right. And there was just none of that in the mid 90s. Maybe, I mean, there was. Jerry on the show does have a computer, but he's only shown using it one time in like 7 seasons. And they do talk about the internet a little bit in the show. It's a very interesting show though, because the earlier seasons they don't have any idea about the internet, and at the end, the last seasons they do talk about computers a little bit and the internet. And like, but it's all in a joke. Like they'll have a really old man say, I've got to get on that internet. Like they talk about it like it's a like a place where you would go as a resort or something. It's not like, oh, just Google it, or there's none of that. And so the way Seinfeld ended, there was the Indian episode, which was technically the third to last episode. Then they had a clip show. I don't know if you're familiar with clip shows. They don't really do these anymore, but they would just take the best clips of the previous 100 episodes or whatever and put them together, and that's a show. And then they would do then they had the last episode, which was a two-part episode. And um, people did not like how it ended. They did not like that they had this reverse episode on going to India, They did not like a clip episode. Those are usually the most.
Well, there's no continued storyline through each episode, so it can't be that much of a broken heart. Or is there a little bit?
A little, but like Jerry
Jerry
never or very rarely ever has a girlfriend who shows up for more than one episode. And the women he had as his girlfriends all became really big actors. All of them. It was like Courtney Cox. She was on there. She became a huge actor in Friends. Um, he had Kirsten Davis. She became a huge actor on Sex and the City. He had Deborah Messing. She became a huge actor on Will and Grace. I mean, these are all people who became main characters, and they all Seinfeld was like their start. There was that lady in Black Lotus. Like, she was Stifler's mom. I can't really think of her name. She was on the show, and she became a big. I can't think of her name right now. But they were all beautiful too. Like, he never had an unattractive. But like, he had like Janine Garofalo. She was on it. She was a big comedian, um, and a very attractive woman. Uh, all of the women who were on that show were beautiful.
where he dated 73 different women
Yeah, every episode.
on the show.
Yeah, every episode he just had a different super hot girlfriend, and they would all. He was really nitpicky, and so they would all have something wrong with them, and that's why he wouldn't date them. He'd be like, "Oh, she's great. She's she's beautiful. She has a great family. She is really really." Um, Everything's great with her. There's nothing wrong with her, except she eats peas one at a time, and I can't stand it. Whenever she eats peas, I can't stand that she eats one at a time. And it would be like this thing that, like, the whole episode would go, how can they go to a restaurant and not, she won't eat peas? Or like another one will be like, there's a woman who talks to her food. I can't stand that she talks to her food. She'll be like, oh, it's time to eat, Mr. Carrot, and or whatever. And he'd be like, there's nothing wrong with her except that. Or a woman who would, whenever they went on a date, she always wore the same thing, and he didn't know if she had just one outfit or she was like Superman and had like 10 different of the same outfits. Those were like the storylines of it, and all these girls were smoking hot.
That didn't get played out.
No, I mean, they were always beautiful women. They were the storylines were always really interesting for the time. In fact, uh, I mean, have you seen Curb Your Enthusiasm?
I've heard of it.
All right, so Curb Your Enthusiasm, a very popular HBO show, became the spin-off of Seinfeld. Though it's not exactly a spin-off, the storylines are very similar.
Larry David?
Yeah, Larry David is a co-creator of Seinfeld and then did Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, damn, I did not know Larry David was Seinfeld. I thought it was literally Jerry Seinfeld.
No, it's actually more.
Like the writer forever.
It's actually more Larry David. And so George Costanza, the short, stocky, bald guy, that's actually supposed to be Larry David. Larry David doesn't show his face really in any of the episodes, but he does do voiceovers on a few of the episodes. But he's like he was executive producer. He became like close to a billionaire, just like Jerry Seinfeld did, because of that show. They co-created it. It's Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld.
Huh.
It's a very interesting show.
Wild.
Yeah. And it was played so much. I mean, it's still played in LA on a nightly basis on some random channels, but it was played on all the biggest channels throughout the United States in syndication, to the point where like it was just like, I can name, Seinfeld has become to millennials and Generation X like, um, I don't know, like how maybe Gen Z talks about Stranger Things, or something like that. But they don't even talk about Stranger Things the way people like. There are Seinfeld isms that they just became. No one had heard these phrases before, but now they're become okay. So here's one: double dipping a chip, like when you want chips and salsa and you take a chip and you dip it in the chip and you take a bite and then you put the chip back in. If it's a public plate, you don't do that. But nobody had ever talked about that. And double dipping a chip became like that's a Seinfeldism. But and there are books that are published about this too. Um, what else? I mean, there are a lot of them. What are others? Um, Let me just look them up real quick. Seinfeld isms, like things, phrases that are derived from Seinfeld. I think there's a Wikipedia page too. So double tipping the chip, a close talker. No one had ever talked about people who talk too closely to another person. Like it was never on television ever, and we didn't have reality TV or like TikTok videos. Like no one had ever talked about the distance that you talk to another person before. Um,
Do you think that was a Jerry Seinfeld observation?
I think it was a Larry David.
Or a Larry David?
Larry
You
David.
think it was a Larry David?
Yeah, all this stuff is generally like Larry David. I don't want to say all of it, but a lot of it. Um, Shrinkage, like when you're in cold water and your dick shrinks, that was never referenced in society before. No one had ever talked about human anatomy that way. Festivus. Festivus is an entire holiday that's celebrated by hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people throughout the world every year, and it all comes to it from a Seinfeld episode. Um, Regifting, like the idea of somebody gives you a gift and then you give that gift to someone else. No one had ever talked about that before. So there were a lot of like phrases that entered the lexicon or the vocabulary um, of
Man hands.
man hands is one of them. Nobody had talked about a woman who had like really strong hands. Um,
Yada yada yada.
that's a
crazy.
big one. So that's common within specifically Ashkenazi Jewish homes, but it was never you never really saw um, Yiddish being used on television like that. Um, Shik's appeal. So the idea that Jewish men are attracted to non-Jewish women, a shiksa, another Yiddish term, was never put on television before. Um, Other things that they would do, like that were just different that you never saw. Um, oh, in terms of candy, or like product placement. Product placement was really big, and they didn't really do this previously. Like shows didn't do product placement, but I can just tell you these off the top of my head: Juji Fruit, Junior Mints, um, Pez. Those are all entire episodes about just candy. What else? Um, like in terms of brands, there's Kenny Rogers Roasters, which is like a failed mid '90s attempt of a country western singer to take on KFC and Boston Market and some other places. Um, there's Saab. There's um, Porsche. There's um, like just lots of like just off the top of my head. What other ones? I don't want to look them up, but I will. Seinfeld episodes about commercial products like Pez and Juji Fruits. So they were just in season 7. There were 150 product placements: Pez dispensers, Junior Mints, Snickers, Drake's Coffee Cake, Twix. So they just basically were an open door to getting brands in the show, and um, it was really smart of these companies to get in with that show, because I've never seen a Drake's Coffee Cake commercial ever. I don't think I've ever seen a Drake's Coffee Cake in the store, but I know Drake's. If I ever hear Drake's Coffee Cake, I think of that Seinfeld episode. It's the first show that I made. I'm not sure if this is true, but was Seinfeld the first show to really do product placement? I'm sure it wasn't. There are others, but it was like, did Jerry Seinfeld invent display advertising? Seinfeld is widely credited as revolutionizing the practice by integrating real world brands as central comedy fodder and plot drivers rather than subtle background elements. Shows like Seinfeld popularized the use of specific items like Junior Mint's Snapple and Drake's Coffee Cake to enhance realism and humor, a strategy that marketers later adopted as a model for modern product placement. So that's something with it. You just If you watch shows before Seinfeld, they wouldn't talk about stuff that you would really see in the store. And many times that had to do with competing advertisers. So, for instance, let's say you're like, if you watch shows before Seinfeld, you won't see people in a television show drinking Coca Cola. They'll drink maybe something that just says cola, but not Coca Cola. Why? Because maybe Pepsi's an advertiser of the channel, of the station, and Pepsi doesn't want to be sponsoring a show that's featuring Coca Cola. So everything was really generic before Seinfeld, and then with Seinfeld, it got really, they like went over the top with product placement, where the characters are doing everything that they can to find a Junior Mint or whatever. Like, the whole show revolves around Junior Mints or Pez or Snapple. Anyway, uh, um, these are fascinating things, and I'd love to continue to talk with you about them. But I want to know: are you ready to lose?
I don't have an invite that I can.
Okay, I see
I
how.
can accept yet.
Doug, I see how it is.
But literati, I hope.
I have a podcast to do at 7 in the morning, and I think I'm just gonna stay up all night. And then I've got another one at 1 p.m. and I think I'm gonna just stay up all night. I slept till like 3, and when I do that, it's like I got to get my hours back. So I will send you an invitation in one moment. Um, so, what are your favorite TV shows, Riser?
Oh, I was gonna ask you: is Curb Your Enthusiasm good?
Phenomenal. Some might say it's better than Seinfeld, and um, I don't know if I'd go that far, but they actually, on one of the Curb Your Enthusiasms, they did like a Seinfeld reunion, and they called it "The Closest You're Ever Going to Get to a Seinfeld Reunion," is the name of the episode. People have been wanting there to be a Seinfeld reunion since it went off the air, and they haven't done one. Mainly because I think the actors feel like, why touch perfection? Maybe it's not really a perfect show, but a lot of people considered it to be a perfect show, and it the other actors have made money doing other things, but the and they all made a lot of money on it, and the um but but there is one episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm that has Jerry Seinfeld, Jason Alexander, Michael Richards, and Julia Louis Dreyfus, and it's amazing. It was like seeing Seinfeld in 2010 or something, and the episode is something like, George invents a an app. He becomes like a millionaire or a billionaire, and one of the things, George is always trying to get money, and he becomes a billionaire or a millionaire by inventing an app that allows you to find available public toilets in New York City. George George in one episode knew where all the great toilets were in New York City, and this app would allow you to find it. And there's like,
Are those a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode?
yeah,
Or
it's just like a show within a show that they do. And there's one episode, it's like the season finale of season 4 or 5 or something, where they have the whole Seinfeld cast in there, and it's the Seinfeld set, and they're like doing the lines like they would have on Seinfeld, except they're they're the actors playing the characters. It's not like the characters, meaning Jerry Seinfeld. Well, that's a bad example. Jason Alexander plays Jason Alexander on the show, and then plays George Costanza, and but they refer to him once they hit cut or whatever as Jason Alexander because that's his name, or Michael Richards or whatever. Um, Another really interesting thing about Curb Your Enthusiasm that's different than any other show is they do not the the people on it don't memorize their lines. They're basically told the way that the scene is supposed to go, and then it's all improv, which is unlike any show previously. So what does that mean? It'll be like, all right, Larry David has to buy a car, and he's got to negotiate with the car salesman, but they don't give them any lines. So Larry David will be like, all right, I want this car. And the car salesman's like, okay, but what about this other car? And Larry David will be like, I don't want the other car. I want this car right now. And the other person's like, okay, fine. You want this car. That's great. Larry David's like, all right, so I just write you a check, and then I can just, you give me the keys and I leave. And they're like, oh, it's not that easy. And then Larry David will be like, well, why isn't it that easy? And they're like, well, it just isn't. And Larry David's like, look, if I go to the store right now, I go to Starbucks and I swipe my debit card, I get the coffee right there. I don't have to go and sit down with the barista and have a 2 hour conversation about financing. I have the money. I want to pay for it right now. And they're like, well, but it just doesn't work that way. You have to understand, sir, that there are warranties. And Larry David's like, I don't want the warranty. I don't want it. Right now, where it says warranty, boom, I don't want it. So that should cut down 45 minutes of our discussion. What more do you need? And they're like, well, you have to understand that there are other packages that we can add to this. And Larry David's like, I don't want the other packages. I want this car right now. And they're like, well, you have to understand, Mr. David, that this car is just the showroom version of it. We have to actually order the car for you. He's like, I don't want you to order it. I want that one. This one right here. And they'll be like, well, you have to understand that there are some things that we have to do to the car before we can actually have you take it. We want to make sure that it's tuned up for you and everything because it's been sitting in the showroom for a few weeks now. And he's like, look, I don't want any of that. Literally, how much is it? And they'll be like, $25,000. And he'll be like, I'm going to write you a check right now for $25,000. You can call the bank, you can check it, do whatever you want. I'm going to take this car, and I want to take this car within the next 5 minutes or I'm leaving. And they're like, well, sir, it just doesn't work that way. And he's like, fine, I'm out. And he'll take his check and walk out the door. And that's a scene that they'll have. But they won't ever have like a, like, they'll just be like a plot, but they don't have lines. They just improv the lines, which is a really interesting aspect of the show. Does that make sense how I'm describing it?
yeah. Every scene is just improv.
Yeah.
Just general premise and info.
Exactly. And it's because Larry David doesn't want to have to be memorizing all kinds of scripts and things. Here's another thing about it that I don't like about the show. I actually don't like this part of the show at all, but it is what it is. Every
Have you seen the whole thing?
Except the last season that came out like a year or two ago. Yeah, I binged it on the stream. I also binged Seinfeld on the stream. I binged Sopranos on the stream. Like basically Game of Thrones, like a bunch of them. Though I didn't really pay too much attention to that one. if it was a big show, I wanted it to be a part of this because I feel it's art, and I want all the world's art to be on my stream. And I also want somebody who watches this stream, I don't know, in 10 years or 100 years or whatever, if they're a fan of, I don't know, Home Improvement or Friends or something, they'll get excited to know that I actually watch those shows, and it's like a reaction video that I have of it. Um, okay, so here's a really interesting part of Curb Your Enthusiasm that I didn't really get when I first saw it. Uh, Normally, you have a show like Seinfeld or Friends, they have sets, right? Like, it's like you're used to them going to the same place or whatever. Curb Your Enthusiasm, every season they buy a new house, but they don't talk about changing the sets. Or what do I mean? So, Curb Your Enthusiasm is shot differently than most shows. It's not shot on a soundstage generally. It's shot out in LA. Even though they may close down and get permitting, they may close down a street or something. It's it's shot out in the world and not on a soundstage. And every season that they do Curb Your Enthusiasm, they end up like renting a house or leasing a house for like 6 months or something. And they're usually these really big, nice houses that you'll see in the Hollywood Hills and stuff. But the neighbors always complain when they're doing the shooting of the show that, hey, you have to shut down our street and we don't like that. You're basically becoming a you're an inconvenience to us, and these are very powerful people. And so what ends up happening is every season the show has to change houses to another house somewhere in LA, and they never talk about it, or maybe they might make a small joke about it, but it's you never get used to like, oh, this is the Curb Your Enthusiasm set, because it's just it depends on the season that they're going to have it. And I just have always thought that's interesting because with like any show, Sex in the City, Stranger Things, Game of Thrones, even like they have like a set. You're used to like whatever the castle looks like on the inside. Well, this show's a little different. It's just a different house every time, and they don't always explain it. And I don't like that element of it because I get used to the sets of different shows, and they bring comfort in things. And just for whatever, well, because Curb Your Enthusiasm is shot in such a way that they they can't have that continuity. Dude, Curb Your Enthusiasm actually saved a man's life. You're like, how did this happen? So there was a guy who was um I want to make sure I get the name right. I don't want to tell this story incorrectly. Curb Your Enthusiasm saved a man's life. Curb Your Enthusiasm saved a man's life. Okay. Juan Catalan was exonerated from a murder conviction, and spared the death penalty after unused footage from Curb Your Enthusiasm proved his alibi. The incident. In May 2003,